This is Audible.
Our Jungle Road to Tokyo, written by Robert L. Eichelberger, narrated by Clelo Makayu. Chapter 1. On Our Way. America's war in the Pacific began in defeat and humiliation. Every American knows that. I have set myself, and I hope without immodesty, the task of telling, in some part at least, the story of the fight of the Army ground forces from Australia to Japan. It is a story well worth telling, and a great deal of it has never been told at all. There is glory enough in it for everyone. A great Navy, a gallant Marine Corps, an Air Force that flew in everything from fabric first cousins of box kites to B-29s. It was an amphibious warfare, and a new kind of amphibious warfare. Every military arm was important and interdependent. Some of the Pacific history has been written, but little of it has been concerned with the men I commanded. The ordinary, muddy, malarial, embattled, and weighed down by two heavy packs GIs. They wade through the surf. They struggled through the swamp mud. They pushed the trucks out of quagmires with their shoulders. They cut the tracks which ultimately became roads leading to airfields they constructed. They were the true artisans of the island-hopping campaign in the Pacific, which led ultimately to the Philippines and Tokyo. They called it the hard way back. In late August of 1942, I found myself flying the ocean to Australia, a passenger for the great unknown. I was 56 years old, a major general, a professional soldier, and not unused to the unexpected. During the First World War, supposedly headed for France, I had ended up as Assistant Chief of Staff to an American expeditionary force in the bleakness of Siberia. Army wives must be heroines, and they earn no ribbons for it. Husbands are here today and gone tomorrow, and the decisions of the high command sometimes must seem capricious as a crystal ball. After 31 years of married life, my wife showed the first signs of incipient revolt when I kissed her goodbye near a misty and overcast airfield outside San Francisco. It was a difficult parting for us both. "When there is a war," said Miss M in a masterly bit of understatement, "you always seem to go to the queerest places." There were 22 members of my First Corps staff with me as we swept out over the Golden Gate in a B-24 bomber. A few benches in the bomb bay had converted it into a transport plane. With each bench went a guarantee of personal discomfort, which was paid off in part when we arrived in Honolulu next morning, stiff and sore but glad to get there. From Honolulu, it is a 4-hour jump to tiny Palmyra Island. As we landed at Palmyra, another plane came in from the south with General Pat Hurley, former Secretary of War, and Prime Minister Peter Fraser of New Zealand as passengers. I spent an interesting and profitable evening with them. My Southwest Pacific education had begun. The next morning, we were off for Fiji. After a long overwater hop, we came down at Nandi Airfield. Here it was decided to bypass the usual stop at Noumea and strike straight for Australia. It was rough going. At one point, we went to 18,000 feet to pass over a storm. We had no oxygen, and the temperature in the plane dropped to below zero. Nevertheless, we landed at a field 80 miles north of Sydney without ill effects, and then we were shuttled by another plane to Brisbane. There, we went to Lennon's Hotel and to bed. General MacArthur and his family, as well as the senior members of his staff, lived at Lennon's Hotel. And next day I called to pay my respects to him and to renew my acquaintance with Major General Richard K. Sutherland, his chief of staff. I had known Sutherland at Fort Leavenworth and as a general staff officer in Washington. Both my chief and Sutherland greeted me cordially. My knowledge of the Australian situation was of necessity slight. I had had only a few days of orientation at the War Department after receiving my surprise orders. I did know there were 110,000 American soldiers in Australia, and that most of them were supply or engineering troops of one sort or another. There were only 2 combat divisions. The 32nd Division was at Camp Cable, 30 miles south of Brisbane. The 41st Division was at Rockhampton, 300 miles to the north. Rockhampton had within easy access ideal training areas: hills, jungles, open country, beaches. When Generals MacArthur and Sutherland asked me where I wanted to be stationed, I chose Rockhampton. While Rockhampton headquarters was being set up, the senior members of my staff and I flew to Sydney and Melbourne to familiarize ourselves with Australian and American organizations and personnel with whom we would work in the future. The services of Supply Commander at Melbourne was Major General Richard Marshall, who later became Deputy Chief of Staff. He is today President of Virginia Military Institute. Everywhere we were received warmly, but only a completely insensitive person could have failed to detect the rivalries and animosities and mutual suspicions which hid behind the clasped hands of Allied military friendship in both Melbourne and Brisbane. This was understandable. No one had a toehold on right or wrong. Unkind Australians pointed out that the Americans had lost the Philippines. Unkind Americans pointed out that the British and Australians had lost Singapore. General MacArthur was not there by choice. The Australian government had directly requested the American government to assign him to the post of Allied Commander-in-Chief, and he had left the Philippines by order of President Roosevelt himself. The truth was that both Australian troops in Australia and American troops in Australia were orphans of the storm. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had decided that all-out efforts must be made in Europe, and the realization of that fact tended to make the two nationalities poorer instead of better friends. The Allied agreement for integration of forces, I quickly found out, was laudable in purpose, but difficult in practice. Under the agreement, Americans commanded Allied naval forces and Allied air forces. At the time of my arrival, these Americans were Admiral Herbert F. Leary and General George Kenney, newly arrived. Allied Ground Forces commander was Sir Thomas Blamey, who was also Australian Army commander. On most of the Allied staffs, some effort had been made to achieve a proper balance by the alternating of Australian and American officers. Because of diplomatic necessity, everyone professed fealty to the unified command. But it was evident, even to a newcomer, that both Yanks and Aussies were restive in the fraternal bonds. I had received a rather oblique warning about the explosive Australian situation when I had a last talk in Washington with General McNair. Up until that time, he had been my boss. Both of us knew that several senior American Army officers had abruptly returned from Australia. Leslie McNair was not a very communicative man, but it was always well to listen when he talked. He said only, "Don't bounce back." One of my predecessors had the title of Commanding General of U.S. Armed Forces in Australia, or briefly, USAFIA. This resounding title struck me as inexact and likely to create misunderstandings. When General George C. Marshall back in Washington told me I was the heir apparent, I inquired, "Actually, isn't General MacArthur in command of the American troops out there?" Marshall laughed and said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, he is." A short time after my arrival in Brisbane, I received a letter from the War Department addressed to me as Commanding General, U.S. Army Forces in Australia. I returned it through channels asking that I be addressed by my correct title, Commanding General I Corps. As my staff and I made the customary courtesy calls in Australia, we found the chain of command both odd and interesting. The 32nd and 41st Divisions and assorted auxiliary troops belonged to I Corps. In turn, I Corps became part of the Australian First Army, commanded by Sir John Laverack. I reported to Sir John at Toowoomba and was received courteously by that offensive-minded professional soldier. He told me that many Australians were gravely concerned about the possibility of Japanese invasion at a time when he believed they should be organizing their resources and morale to mount an offensive against the Japs. He was highly critical of some of his own country's officials and contemptuous of any strategic plans which called for gradual abandonment of Northern Australia and concentration of effort on the defense and protection of the great cities and populous areas of the South. The attempted integration of Australian and American troops at times produced curious results. Sir John laughed about the fact that he had an American officer at Toowoomba who was supposed to be his operations officer. I had been told before leaving Washington that General MacArthur had asked for key American officers to assist the Australians with their staff work. The Australians didn't think they needed much help from anyone. Many of the commanders I met had already been in combat with the British in North Africa, and though they were unusually too polite to say so, considered the Americans to be at best inexperienced theorists. At Camp Cable, I encountered a situation that was little less than fantastic. The 32nd Division was assigned to the American 1st Corps for offensive training and to the Australian 2nd Corps for defensive training. This was a military conception entirely new to me, and of course quite impracticable. On a day when I paid a visit to observe artillery firing, Australian staff officers arrived to look over defensive techniques. The 32nd went through its paces for them too. Out of the recollections of a Sunday school boyhood, there came to me a cogent bit of scriptural wisdom. Man cannot serve two masters. When I took up housekeeping at 1st Corps' headquarters at Rockhampton, I realized at once how fortunate had been the decision to locate there. Although I did not know it then, it was to be my home for many months, a home to leave for the bloody and difficult New Guinea campaign, and a home to come back when victory had been achieved. There friendships were formed that still surmount the barrier of distance and the passage of time. Rockhampton is a city of about 35,000 in the valley of the Fitzroy River, located midway between Brisbane and Townsville. It is almost exactly in the Tropic of Capricorn, and the climate is admirable. During the Australian winter or summer, temperatures may drop on the coldest days to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. There is hot weather in the summer, but I recall only 2 nights when I chose to sleep on the veranda of my house. Australian beaches are the most beautiful in the world, and Yeppoon Beach, only a few miles from Rockhampton, is one of the finest. Lonely, yes, but beautiful. Rockhampton is in a cattle and sheep country, and the town's largest industry was a packing plant. I quickly discovered it was a wide-awake, enterprising community which had been settled by people of Scottish descent, distrustful of Commonwealth officials, fearful of a Japanese invasion. Many of the leading citizens had evacuated their families and their possessions to the south or to the interior. When the 41st Division moved into camp nearby, it received a warm welcome. Americans were popular as the community's protectors. Not long ago, I received notice of services to be held in a chapel built by the Yanks. This ceremony commemorates annually the help and friendship of American troops during the war. Rockhampton remembers. At that time, Rockhampton turned over to 1st Corps most of the first floor of the modern City Hall to use as offices. The City Fathers also permitted us to put up 2 temporary office buildings nearby. A house of tropical construction atop a jutting ridge was rented as living quarters for me and some members of my staff. It was a rambling 1-story structure built on stilts, and it had a veranda 90 feet long. We outraged our Australian landlord by screening all the windows and were prevented from screening the veranda only by his obvious distress. There are flies and mosquitoes in Australia, but Mr. Grant, like many Australians, was unalterably convinced that fly screens keep out the air. At the time I reached Australia, the Japanese were at the peak of their power. Except for setbacks and 2 naval battles, their movement southward had been a procession of triumphs, truly one of the most astonishing advances of history. In a period of months, they had sunk a large section of our fleet at Pearl Harbor. I had seen the dead hulks as I passed through Hawaii, taken Singapore, captured the Philippines, overrun Java and Indochina, and oil-rich Borneo. They owned everything above Tidal Reef from Yokohama to Rabaul, and they had invaded the north coast of New Guinea with the idea of seizing Port Moresby, the Australian outpost there. They had superiority in the air and on the sea. It can be said without fear of challenge that military and naval aggression never before achieved control of so many thousands of miles of land and ocean in such a short time. Eastward, the Japanese controlled half the Pacific. Southward, they were halted just above Australia. And westward, they had gone overland to the mountain barriers of the Burma front. They were in possession of the wealth of the Indies, areas rich beyond imagination in oil, rubber, rice, and all the natural resources necessary to the prosecution of modern war. China, an ancient enemy, was effectively isolated from the Occidental allies. It must have seemed to the cold, patient dreamers in Tokyo that the long vision was almost at hand. Japan would become Asia. It is not surprising that as the Japanese enveloped 1,000 bays and sea channels and marched down the island steppes of the Solomons, Australians decided that the next step would be an invasion of their mainland. Documents captured after the end of the war, however, seem to indicate that an Australian invasion was never part of the Japanese plan. The aim instead was to separate Australia and New Zealand and to cut the supply line from the United States. Airfields were to be built from which land-based Jap planes could sink and harry our transports. This is the situation the American Navy met and dealt with in the South Pacific area. The Battle of the Coral Sea in May of 1942 was a battle of planes and carriers. In addition to heavy casualties among other craft, the enemy lost the carrier Shoho. We lost the carrier Lexington, which could ill be spared. But the Japanese were shoved back on their haunches, and we did get a respite of 2 months while our transport ships came through. Shortly afterward, the Navy won the decisive Battle of Midway in the Central Pacific. Much of this happened before I set foot in Australia, but no one had to tell me that our sea line was our lifeline. It was a slow trickle of supply, but it meant the difference between inertia and activity, airplanes and no airplanes. Fighter planes don't fly the Pacific. They come in crates. By midsummer of 1942, the Japanese were again on the march. They had established at Rabaul, on New Britain Island, a large and powerful theater base. And under sea and air protection, their transports streamed south from there in 2 roughly parallel lines. To the east, they moved down the Solomons, building airfields as they went. To the west, convoys rendezvoused off the coast of Papua. Despite savage blows by Allied air, they landed 11,000 men in the Buna area on July 21st. The Papuan Peninsula lies at the lower end of the great island of New Guinea and directly across the Coral Sea from Australia. Papua was considered a part of Australia, as distinct from the rest of British New Guinea, which Australia had governed since World War I under a League of Nations mandate. The capital of Papua is Port Moresby, garrisoned at the beginning of the war by a few militia troops. The Battle of the Coral Sea disposed of an initial Japanese attempt to capture Moresby from the sea. Now, from the beachheads at Buna and Gona, the enemy decided to try again, overland. Moresby, on the south coast of Papua, and Buna, on the north coast, are only 120 miles apart by airline, but between them lies the Owen Stanley mountain range and some of the most difficult country in the world. The highest peaks of the Owen Stanleys rise to more than 13,000 feet. Australians with a knowledge of the terrain believed an overland expedition impossible and the Owen Stanleys impassable. The Japanese, as they had proved in Malaya, were hard to convince. General Hirai's experienced jungle fighters swept out of the coastal swamps and into the foothills, climbed the steep mountains, and started down the southern slopes. The Australian militia troops steadily fell back before them. On September 14th, the Japanese were on the Imita range, only 20 miles above Port Moresby. The repercussions of this Japanese advance were many in Australia. In the scattered villages of the north, there was understandable anxiety. And in the south, where horse racing continued as usual, there was considerable perturbation. To the Allied air forces, the preservation of our advanced airfields in the vicinity of Moresby was vital. Heavy bombers, with their long cruising range, could base in Australia, but George Kenney's fighters and light bombers, which steadily kept the Japanese off balance, needed the forward outposts. General MacArthur had already decided to take the offensive. The 7th Australian Division, which had fought in North Africa, was to be sent to New Guinea along with American troops. On September 14th, I was in Brisbane, and at about 9 in the evening, General MacArthur called me to his hotel apartment. I had a 45-minute interview with him, and immediately afterward wrote down an informal report on our conversation, which is still in my files. General MacArthur told me I was to go to New Guinea about October 1st, and that I would be, in effect, a task force commander. I was to have the 32nd Division, and I was to capture the Buna area. I asked whether his chief of staff had been informed of this plan. He answered in the negative, but added, "I'll tell Sutherland in the morning." Nothing ever came of this. General Sutherland informed me the following day that General MacArthur's plan, it was detailed enough to include even the specific trails which my regiments were to follow, had been abandoned. But 2 regiments in the 32nd Division, the 126th and the 128th, did go to New Guinea. In Washington, I had read General MacArthur's estimates of his 2 infantry divisions, and these reports and our own inspections had convinced my staff and me that the American troops were in no sense ready for jungle warfare. It was true that we were newcomers, but I had expected to learn lessons in jungle training in Australia, and it seemed to me that our troops in training were just being given more of the same thing they had had back home. My opinion was not popular. I am sure it would not have been popular with the troops themselves. I told Generals MacArthur and Sutherland that I thought the 32nd Division was not sufficiently trained to meet Japanese veterans on equal terms. After an inspection, and this must be in the War Department record somewhere, I gave the 32nd Division a barely satisfactory rating in combat efficiency. This, I hasten to add, meant no criticism of the gallantry or the willingness of the GIs in that Middle Western outfit. I was to lead these troops later, and I recall one soldier who told me that in 20 months of service, he had had only 1 night patrol. He asked me how he could be expected to be proficient in night patrolling against the Japanese under those conditions. I had no answer. Training is a dreary job for soldiers, but it is amazing in war how much proper and intelligent training helps not only to win battles, but to keep men alive. Anyway, by September 25th, the 128th Infantry and a detachment of the 126th had been flown into Port Moresby without their artillery. This was the first major movement of American troops by air in World War II, and General Kenney deserves great credit. He not only used all his own transports, he drafted into service all the transport planes on Australian civilian airlines. 3 days later, when the rest of the 126th Infantry arrived by boat, the 128th was already opening a road in the Goldie River Valley. and elements of the 126th were attempting to work their way up from Moresby over the almost impassable Kappa Kappa Trail. The Japanese advance over the Owen Stanleys, from a military point of view, was a triumph of discipline and rugged determination. Allied air strafing undoubtedly made the maintenance of supply difficult, but I imagine that the inefficiencies of Japanese headquarters planning were equally guilty in the situation. Fortitude is admirable under any flag, and those Japanese foot soldiers had it. They pressed on, ill and empty-bellied. They had no way to evacuate their sick and wounded. Sanitation was wretched, and they suffered from tropical fevers and exhaustion. There is a limit to human faithfulness and fervor. Men must be rested and fed. The Japanese reached the Imita Range, and there a halt was called. Now, on orders from Tokyo, a rear guard was left behind, and the retreat began. Soon the Australians knew that the Japanese were attempting to retire over the same difficult mountain trails they had chosen for their offensive. General Blamey, the Allied Ground Forces commander in New Guinea, sent the 7th Australian Division in pursuit. This was not the first failure of the Japanese in New Guinea. In late August, a small seaborne expeditionary force had landed at Milne Bay, which is located at the southeastern tip of Papua. Enemy intelligence officers did not know that the Australians had strongly garrisoned Milne Bay and constructed airfields there. The invading Japanese found themselves faced, to their surprise, with a numerically superior force, and after several days of fierce fighting, the invaders were virtually annihilated. There are two routes overland from Port Moresby to the Buna area. One is the Kokoda Trot, which the Japanese had followed. It is the longer but permits the footsore traveler to get through the Owen Stanleys at Kokoda Gap, where the altitude is 6,500 feet. The other route is the Kappa Kappa Trail, which is more direct but climbs over the backbone of the Owen Stanleys at the height of 9,000 feet. The 7th Australian Division pressed after the Japanese over the Kokoda Trail, while a part of the American 126th Infantry Regiment challenged the steep wilderness of the Kappa Kappa Trail. Both expeditions could be supplied only by airdrop, and Kenny's flyers again did an excellent job in the misty, treacherous reaches of the Owen Stanleys. For the troops, the going was slow, and the going was difficult. General Blamey's plan called for a junction of the two Allied forces on the other side of the mountains, and then the assault on Buna and Gona. The Americans did not make contact with the enemy. Rugged nature was enemy enough. Old New Guinea hands told me later that no expedition of white men had been over the Kappa Kappa in half a century. The log of the 126th seems to bear this out. In many places the trail was so overgrown that the soldiers had to chop their way through. A tough assignment for youngsters whose knowledge of mountains and jungles came mostly out of movies. Under the curious Allied chain of command, the troops of the 1st Corps passed over to Australian control when they touched New Guinea soil. I flew to New Guinea with 3 of my staff officers in late September and made a brief inspection visit. At that time, the Americans were not yet in combat. With a considerable section of the 32nd Division gone, I concentrated at Rockhampton on stepped-up jungle training for the 41st Division. During October, I received my promotion to Lieutenant General. This, I suppose, should have made a career officer happy. But to tell you the truth, I wasn't happy at all. I knew the road to Tokyo would be long, and I felt that a responsible commander should be learning Japanese methods of warfare and getting first-hand information on problems which were certain to engage American attention through the foreseeable island-to-island campaign ahead. I was sure that I had plenty to learn, and the best way for a general to learn is to go up where the bullets are being fired. Then he doesn't have to take other men's opinions on what the problems are. He finds out for himself. When the decision was made to send the 32nd to New Guinea, I had suggested that I go with them, taking along an advanced section of the 1st Corps staff. The main purpose was to enable the 1st Corps to plan intelligently a training program to fit other troops for combat against the Japanese. General MacArthur told me he favored the idea, but since Sutherland was opposed, the answer was no, and that was that. By the beginning of November, the Australians and Americans were ready to strike against the Japanese strongholds on the north coast of Papua, and Generals MacArthur, Kenny, and Sutherland went forward to establish an advance Allied headquarters at Port Moresby. The opinion in military circles apparently was that our first ground victory against the Japanese was immediately in the offing. A fortnight later, accompanied by Colonel Rex Chandler, my deputy chief of staff, I flew to Moresby to observe our troops in combat. This journey was made with the hearty approval of General MacArthur, and his chief of staff had been so informed. My experience there was a baffling one. I saw General N.S. Whitehead, who commanded the air forces at Moresby and was in charge of the airlift. Whitehead was a good friend of mine, and when he remarked that he was going over the Owen Stanleys next day by plane, I said, "Going over the mountains? How about taking me along?" "I'd like to," said the rough, gruff Whitehead, "but Sutherland says he's going to run you out of New Guinea tomorrow." This was surprising news to me, and I was a little incredulous. I had talked to General MacArthur earlier in the day, and he had said nothing about a hasty departure. I immediately called on General Sutherland. Had General MacArthur, Sutherland inquired, told me that I was to return to Australia and pick out a campsite for the incoming 25th Division. Incidentally, the 25th Division never did come to Australia. Of course, General MacArthur hadn't, but Sutherland was chief of staff, and I understood. "Okay," I said, "I'll pick up a ride in a bomber tomorrow." "He wants you to go out on the courier plane," said Sutherland, "and you should be at the airfield at 4 tomorrow morning." I had no quarrel with the courier planes. They were well-worn, two-engine Lockheeds, and looked like accommodation cars on a whistle-stop railroad. They carried everything from rope to cable wire, and passengers sat on benches. Even the toilets were loaded with freight. I had flown in worse planes before, and I was to fly in many less stalwart later on. However, I recalled with some amusement that Sutherland had once told me that he would never essay the stormy and treacherous air currents over the Coral Sea. It was called the graveyard of planes, in anything except a 4-engine job. It was storming when Chandler and I reached the airstrip in the early morning darkness. But orders are orders, and we took off. Actually, at the time, I think we were more entertained than angry. I was then, for whatever it meant, the second-ranking American officer in the Pacific, and I was being given a monumental brush-off. I was amazed by General Sutherland's thoroughness. Air Force friends had advised me that the courier plane passed directly over my headquarters and would drop me at Rockhampton. Once aloft, the pilot reported that he had orders not to land at Rockhampton. Chandler and I were to be carried on to Brisbane, 300 miles to the south, still in our jungle clothes. Fate took a hand. At Townsville in Australia, we dipped down to pick up a number of sick American soldiers. Their stretchers were placed on the floor of the plane. One of them was a very ill medical officer who was being rushed to the hospital in the custody of another medical officer. Because of the storm, the pilot swooped up to a high altitude and there was a melodrama in our cabin. The able-bodied doctor suffered a heart attack, and the ill doctor rose from his stretcher to give his colleague the hypodermic which probably saved his life. The pilot of the plane wirelessed ahead to Rockhampton for an ambulance and made an emergency landing there. Both sick men, I am glad to report, survived that extraordinary tussle with death. And Chandler and I got off at Rockhampton, too. General Sutherland had been rather explicit with me at Port Moresby, and had gone to considerable pains to clarify First Corps' function. My officers and I were not headed for combat. Our job was to train troops, and the training role was to be from then on. Neither Sutherland nor I knew that, in 2 weeks' time, I would take over American command in the embattled swamps of Buna. Chapter 2. Summons to Buna. Buna was the first Allied ground force victory in the Pacific. The Buna campaign was ended before the fall of Guadalcanal, and it was bought at a substantial price in death, wounds, disease, despair, and human suffering. No one who fought there, however hard he tries, will ever forget it. I am a reasonably unimaginative man, but Buna is still with me, in retrospect, a nightmare. This, long after, I can still remember every day and most of the nights as clearly as though they were days and nights last week. Buna Village and Buna Mission are God-forsaken little places on the inhospitable northern coast of New Guinea. A few score native huts and the coconut plantations around them represented before the war Buna's sole claim on an indifferent world's attention. The climate there is insufferable. The man-made gardens on the edge of swamp and jungle are only judicious scratchings of the rich earth near the ocean. The Australian planters, before they were dispossessed by the Japanese, didn't want to get very far from the sea breeze, which alone made life tolerable. In times of peace, a package of used razor blades might be, in terms of butter, a reasonable price for a native hut in Buna Village. But Buna cost dearly in war, because possession of the north coast of New Guinea was vital to future Allied operations. Were Buna and Sanananda campaigns really justified? An acquaintance asked recently. Why didn't you just bypass the Japanese garrisons and leave them there to starve and rot? The question shows a profound ignorance of the situation as it existed in 1942. It is true that later in the war we successfully bypassed many Japanese garrisons, cut across their sea and land supply lines, and in the words of the callous amateur strategists, left them to starve and rot. But that was at a time when we had secure bases from which such operations could be maintained, when we had achieved air superiority and were on the way to supremacy at sea as well. At this time, it should be made clear that the Allies were also dealing with another Japanese offensive in the Pacific, the drive down the Solomons. This theater action was under Navy command with the headquarters in Noumea. The area was called South Pacific to differentiate from Southwest Pacific, where General MacArthur was Allied chief. In the Solomons, operating on a shoestring and with heavy losses in fighting ships and planes, Americans were seeking to maintain a precarious foothold on the advanced beachhead at Guadalcanal. I still recall the dismal August day when Admiral Leary told me the results of the Battle of Savo Island. We had 5 heavy cruisers and a group of destroyers there to protect our Guadalcanal transports. The engagement lasted 8 minutes. The Japanese had no losses. We lost 4 of our cruisers. The Quincy, the Cenis, Astoria, and Canberra, Royal Australian Navy. The 5th cruiser, the Chicago, was damaged. It took considerable optimism in those days to believe we were on the winning side of the fight. It was a poor man's war in the Pacific from the Allied point of view when the Battle of Buna was fought. The miracles of production managed by American factories and American labor were slow to manifest themselves down under. We were at the end of the supply line. There were no landing craft for amphibious operations. Indeed, because the Japanese had air control in New Guinea waters, no naval fighting ship of any size was permitted to enter the area. The Japanese had gone into the war fully prepared. In 1942, it was they who had the specially designed landing craft for amphibious campaigns the equipment, the ships, the planes, and the battle experience. Supplies for the Buna campaign came either by air or by small coastal luggers, and many of these were sunk by enemy action, which traveled at night. Supplies often were transferred once they arrived off Allied-held beaches to native canoes manned by what our troops called fuzzy wuzzies. These dark-skinned natives, working under able Australian straw bosses or foremen, carried the supplies overland pack-a-back or on long two-man poles. In the beginning, 7-quarter-ton trucks and 3 one-ton trucks represented our total motor transportation. Why? There were no roads through the jungles and swamps. It was a poor man's war, in a good many other ways. Army censorship concealed from the American public as it very properly attempted to conceal from the Japanese how weak we were. When I arrived in Australia, as I have said, there were 2 American combat divisions present and undergoing what was called jungle training. It was not until May of 1943, 9 months later, that another American combat division arrived. This may answer the question, why didn't you relieve those tired men in New Guinea and send in replacements? There were no American infantry replacements in Australia. I shall comment only briefly on the first days of the New Guinea campaign. As it happened, and as it often happens in war, the Allies were under a number of misapprehensions concerning the Buna terrain, the strength and temper of the Japanese soldiers and Marines, and the vulnerability of Japanese positions. We had been encouraged by Japanese failure to take Milne Bay, and we knew that only a remnant of the force which had threatened Moresby had survived Australian bullets and the natural hazards of the return trip across the Kokoda Trail. Because of these Japanese reverses, I was told. Allied headquarters originally expected Buna would be taken almost without opposition. But fresh troops had been landed there, most of them veterans of the Jap campaigns in China, Malaya, and the Philippines. Actual fighting at Buna started on November 20th. So ill-informed was the intelligence section of our 32nd Division that enemy strength east of the Girua River was estimated at only 300, when there were about 3,000 men there. It is perhaps not surprising that aerial photography failed to disclose the location and strength of the Jap defenses. In a dense jungle where a bunker or entrenchment cannot be seen from 30 yards away, aerial photography must be swallowed with a full shaker of salt. Back at Rockhampton, on a sleepy Sunday afternoon, we of the First Corps got our first hint that the campaign was not going well. An alerting message came through from General Steve Chamberlain in Brisbane. General Byers, my chief of staff, was swimming 30 miles away at Yeppoon Beach, and I was obliged to send for him by messenger. Byers decided on his motor trip back to Rockhampton that Buna had gone wrong, and that General MacArthur was about to select me to take over combat command. Perhaps Byers was clairvoyant. The date was November 29. Sure enough, at midnight, orders came through that I was to take off at dawn for Port Moresby. 2 C-47 planes, one of them MacArthur's own, were sent for me and my staff. I was permitted to take along 6 officers, 1 civilian, and 9 enlisted men. We flew the Coral Sea and landed at Moresby late in the afternoon. I was met at the airstrip by a staff officer who told me Byers and I were to sleep at General MacArthur's headquarters. This was the big, comfortable structure which had been used by the civilian Australian governor in happier times as both home and office. There was fine, tropical furniture, a library, and still more important, a breeze. This was the chain of command at the time. General MacArthur, of course, was Allied commander. General Sir Thomas Blamey, Australian, was Allied Ground Force commander and commander of New Guinea forces. Lieutenant General Ned Herring, Australian, was commander of the advanced New Guinea forces, which meant all Allied troops in the forward areas, and Major General E.F. Harding, commander of the American 32nd Division, commanded American forces in the Buna area. Byers and I were conducted to a sweeping veranda where General Sutherland sat at a desk grave-faced. He had flown back over the Owen Stanley Mountains from Dobodura, and it was plain that his report on conditions at Buna was responsible for my abrupt summons. General MacArthur was striding up and down the long veranda. General Kenny, whose planes were to do so much to make the ultimate victory possible, was the only man who greeted me with a smile. There were no preliminaries. "Bob," said General MacArthur in a grim voice, "I'm putting you in command at Buna. Relieve Harding. I'm sending you in, Bob, and I want you to remove all officers who won't fight. Relieve regimental and battalion commanders. If necessary, put sergeants in charge of battalions and corporals in charge of companies. Anyone who will fight. Time is of the essence. The Japs may land reinforcements any night." General MacArthur strode down the breezy veranda again. He said he had reports that American soldiers were throwing away their weapons and running from the enemy. Then he stopped short and spoke with emphasis. He wanted no misunderstandings about my assignment. "Bob," he said, "I want you to take Buna, or not come back alive." He paused a moment, and then, without looking at Byers, pointed a finger. "And that goes for your chief of staff, too. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," I said. Well, that was our send-off, and hardly a merry one. There were conferences and briefings until late at night, but there really wasn't much information to be had at Moresby about our forthcoming job. Perhaps I should say that our campaign maps turned out to be inaccurate and obsolete. It is significant of the confusions of that early war period that several months after the Buna campaign was ended, I found, to my wrath, that new large-scale aerial maps had been made by the Air Forces before the campaign was even well started. I never saw them. Somehow they had been lost in the shuffle. I told General MacArthur that I would take off after breakfast, and I did. That breakfast of orange juice, bacon, eggs, fruit was the last good meal I was to have for a long time. General MacArthur and I joked at the table about old days in Washington, when I had served under him as Secretary, General Staff. After breakfast, he put an arm around my shoulders and led me into his office. "If you capture Buna," the Allied commander said, "I'll give you a Distinguished Service Cross and recommend you for a high British decoration. Also," he continued, referring to the complete anonymity under which all American commanders in that theater functioned, "I'll release your name for newspaper publication." Ribbons and publicity are well enough, but I soon was to find myself fighting against invisible jungle veterans in places where, short of the mandatory summons of duty, neither my soldiers nor I would have stayed a day for all the pretty ribbons of all the nations of the world. It takes many days to tramp over the mountain trails to Buna, and it is several days by sea. It took only 40 minutes for us to go by plane. My staff and I landed at 11 a.m. on December 1st, 40 minutes from Moresby, but when the stink of the swamp hit our nostrils, we knew that we, like the troops of the 32nd Division, were prisoners of geography, and like them we knew we would never get out unless we fought our way out. A great deal has been said and whispered about the 32nd Division, and much of it makes no sense. The 32nd, which failed at Buna, was the same 32nd that won the victory there. No one else did. Later rejuvenated and retrained, the division went on to establish a superior combat record in the Philippines campaign. The 32nd originally was a Wisconsin-Michigan National Guard outfit. It went in to New Guinea high on itself, full of confidence, but quite unprepared and untrained for the miseries and terrors of jungle warfare so alien to the experience of boys from the clipped green lawns and serene streets of small-town Middle West. Almost all troops are afraid in battle because almost all men are afraid. That is where leadership comes in. There were men and officers who failed at Buna. But any historian will be hard put to discover in this war a division which earned and deserved so many citations and decorations for individual bravery. The record is there. And often beside the printed citation is the sad and significant little star, which means posthumous. To understand the 32nd, one must remember what it had gone through. One detachment had made that grueling and exhausting march over the Owen Stanleys on the Kappa Kappa Trail. Other units of the American force had been flown from Moresby in October to points east of Buna, and then had trudged on foot to their present positions in the swamps. 2 battalions of the 128th Infantry had tried to go overland from Winigella Mission, an old Australian landing field, to Pongani. The rain started, as they regularly do at that time of year, and those battalions got nowhere. They found themselves bogged down in the Musa River Valley, which had become an impassable quagmire. Subsequently, they were carried to Pongani by an improvised ferry service of small coastal boats. Although the 32nd did not have its baptism of fire until mid-November, these troops even then were riddled with malaria, dengue fever, tropical dysentery, and were covered with jungle ulcers. I'll give you the personal testimony. Shortly after I arrived in Buna, I ordered the medicos to take the temperatures of an entire company of hollow-eyed men near the front. Every member, I repeat, every member of that company was running a fever. Yet to evacuate all those with fever at Buna would have meant immediate victory for the enemy. I had to encourage most of those troops back into combat. Sick troops can fight. Colonel, later Major General Clarence A. Martin, a brilliant commander in the field, fought throughout the entire campaign with the malarial fever well above the human boiling point. No commander wants to make sick troops fight. But hard as was my decision, there was no alternative. If the Japanese could not be driven from their comfortable coastal positions, and quickly, the whole Buna force would meet defeat and death in the swamps. Retreat back over the mountains was impossible. I was well aware of the importance of the Buna area to the Allied cause. We needed it to provide ourselves with sea-level bases from which to attack main Japanese strongholds by air. Rabaul, where there were about 150,000 of the Emperor's soldiers, was 400 air miles away. Facey, 500 miles. Leyte, 167 miles. Salamaua, 147 miles. Subsequently, there were 10 airfields in that hard-won region which helped to make possible Australian advances against Leyte, Salamaua, and Finschhafen, each invasion a 7-league stride on the hard way back. That was much later. My first day at Buna was spent in a series of conferences, learning what I could from the officers already there. It was a melange of information that I got much of it incorrect. Too many of the officers who reported to me had never been up front with the doughboys. The military positions at Buna, however, can be described in a few words. The Japanese occupied a coastal perimeter extending from Buna village to the coconut plantation at Cape Andayadir. This was, in all, not more than 3 miles in length and sometimes as shallow as 500 yards in depth, but it was all on dry land. A good military road extended the whole length of the beach so that Jap troops could be moved quickly by motor to the points of concentration whenever an American attack took place. The Jap utilization of terrain was admirable. At their back was the sea, no danger from that quarter in those days. Their left flank also rested on the ocean, while on their right there were two unfordable streams, the Girua River and Tidal Entrance Creek. Almost the entire Japanese position was in a coconut plantation in which they had built up a series of concealed bunkers and connecting trenches, which took weeks and artillery and tanks to penetrate. In front of the enemy were the morasses where Michigan and Wisconsin boys hunched themselves above water on extruded tree roots to eat their rations. Since American advances from the morasses could only be made on a few known trails or tracks, it was simple enough for Japanese machine guns to cover them with fields of fire. When I went to the front on December 2nd, I couldn't find a front. I had been told the day before that our men were within 75 yards of Buna village and attacking. I knew that 400 artillery rounds had been laid into the troubled sector. When I came back that evening to my headquarters tent on a creek bank at Henahamburi, I wrote to General Sutherland in Port Moresby. The rear areas are strong, and the front line is weak. Inspired leadership is lacking. In a circuit of Buna village, I found men hungry and generally without cigarettes and vitamins. Yesterday afternoon, the men immediately in contact with the Japanese had had no food since the day before. About 4 o'clock, the rations arrived, 2 tins of sea ration. Our troops were divided because of swamps into 2 units, the Urbana force on the left and the Warren force on the right. That same day, I sent 2 of my staff officers, Colonel Martin and Colonel Gordon Rogers, to observe the attack on the Warren front. There was no more reality to the purported attack on the Warren front than there had been on the front I saw. The attack had been ordered and it could be entered on the headquarters diary, but it didn't exist. Here is what Colonel Rogers, then First Corps intelligence officer, wrote me about his inspection trip. The troops were deplorable. They wore long, dirty beards. Their clothing was in rags. Their shoes were uncared for or worn out. They were receiving far less than adequate rations, and there was little discipline or military courtesy. When Martin and I visited a regimental combat team to observe what was supposed to be an attack, it was found that the regimental post was 4.5 miles behind the front line. The regimental commander and his staff went forward from this location rarely, if ever. Troops were scattered along a trail toward the front line in small groups, engaged in eating, sleeping, during the time they were supposed to be in an attack. At the front there were portions of 2 companies, aggregating 150 men. Outside of the 150 men in the foxholes and the front lines, the remainder of the 2,000 men in the combat area could not have been even considered a reserve, since 3 or 4 hours would have been required to organize and move them on any tactical mission. This was Rogers' picture of the situation at the time. Eventually, it turned out that his report was not entirely accurate. For instance, the regimental command post, although distant from one part of the front lines, was actually fairly close to the vital Japanese positions at Cape Andeadir. 2 things were imperatively necessary: reorganization of the troops and immediate improvement of supply. The latter assignment I placed on the capable shoulders of Colonel George de Graaf, First Corps Supply Officer, who throughout the rest of the campaign performed prodigious and sometimes ruthless feats of magic to bring in food and medicine and clothing by air and sea. But of de Graaf more later. Men in the front lines were half-starved, and what rations they had they were eating cold. They had been told that the cooking of rice to augment their tinned food would draw enemy fire. I changed all that. Hot food and warm stomachs are elemental as morale builders and well worth the hazard of a sniper's bullet. Anyway, our troops were clearly visible to any Japanese who wanted to look at them. It was only the Japanese, high in the trees, low under tree roots, and secure in concealed bunkers, who were invisible to us. Reorganization began at once, Brigadier General Albert W. Waldron, artillery officer of the 32nd, succeeded General Harding as division commander. I replaced some ranking officers. There is a legend that corps officers sleep between sheets in their rear areas while field officers sleep on the ground. It didn't happen that way at Buna. Several of my corps officers quickly assumed combat commands. Even one of my aides was soon leading troops. I am sure no lieutenant general ever had a smaller personal staff. Toward the end, because of illness and wounds, it seemed that my staff might be reduced to Sergeant Glide Shuck, my secretary, and Sergeant Thaddeus Dombrowski, my orderly. There was no time at Buna for protocol. The first thing I found out was that troops in the frontline positions had no trustworthy knowledge of Japanese positions. Our patrols were dazed by the hazards of swamp and jungle. They were unwilling to undertake the patrolling which alone could safeguard their own interests. To get accurate information was almost impossible. And yet men die if orders are based on incorrect information. Actually, this long after, I am inclined to believe that the men were more frightened by the jungle than by the Japanese. It was the terror of the new and the unknown. There is nothing pleasant about sinking into a foul-smelling bog up to your knees. There is nothing pleasant about lying in a slit trench, half submerged, while a tropical rain turns it into a river. Jungle night noises were strange to Americans, and in the moist, hot darkness, the rustling of small animals in the bush was easily misinterpreted as the stealthy approach of the enemy. I can recall one night hearing a noise that sounded like a man brushing against my tent. It turned out that a leaf had fallen from a tree and struck the canvas side. The stem of the leaf was as thick as my thumb. It measured 2.5 feet long by 1.5 feet wide. Then, too, there was the understandable but exaggerated fear of snakes and crocodiles. I never saw a crocodile in that whole region of creeks and bayous, and the only snake I saw was satisfactorily dead. The geographies report that snakes and crocodiles lived there, but if so, the war must have prompted them to emigrate to calmer and more peaceful places. It was obvious that there was need of personal leadership. 2 members of my staff, Colonel John E. Gross, 1st Corps Inspector General, and Colonel Martin, my operations officer, had had combat experience as infantrymen in World War I. I placed Gross in command of the Urbana force on the left, which was committed to the capture of Buna village and Buna mission. Martin took command of Warren force on the right, which had one flank on the sea. Although the 2 forces were only 2 or 3 miles apart as the crow flies, liaison between them could only be managed by walking over roundabout native trails, and as a result, distance became not a matter of miles, but of hours. Trails were narrower than your 2 arms outstretched. I carried a big Japanese knife to cut my way through undergrowth, and jeep transportation was out of the question except for short distances on a few trails. It took 6 or 7 hours to walk from one flank to the other, and sometimes during the rains, as I can testify from personal experience, the traveler walked up to his hips in water. One result of this lack of communication and the density of the jungle was that companies and platoons were as scrambled as pied type on the floor of a printing office. There were breaks in the chain of command, and any essay of the situation added up to confusion. I stopped all fighting, and it took 2 days to effect the unscrambling of the units and an orderly chain of command. While jungle fighting is usually and necessarily carried on independently by small clusters of men, they must know where they are going, and more important, why. We attacked all along the line on December 5th. Our artillery and mortar fire failed to neutralize enemy positions, and there was heavy resistance. On the Warren front, 5 Bren gun carriers leading the attack on our right were knocked out 30 minutes after the jump-off. Through the day, our troops there hammered determinedly away, but by nightfall our gains were negligible. Long after dark, the litters of the wounded continued to stream down the difficult trails toward the field hospital. I went to the Urbana front with a party consisting of, among others, General Waldron, Colonel DeGraff, Colonel Rogers, and Captain Daniel K. Edwards, my senior aide. Edwards, a North Carolina boy, had been with me for a considerable time, and my regard for him was akin to that of father for son. Rogers and Edwards had already distinguished themselves a day or so before. Rogers, unable to recruit volunteers for patrol, had snaked his way through 5-foot, knife-bladed Kunay grass to discover that the old strip, the original Jap airfield, was comparatively undefended. Edwards had crawled forward to look into Buna village, and he had brought back our first concrete information about enemy positions there. I watched the advance from the forward regimental command post, which was about 125 yards from Buna village. The troops moved forward a few yards, heard the typewriter clatter of Jap machine guns, ducked down, and stayed down. My little group and I left the observation post and moved through one company that had bogged down. I spoke to the troops as we walked along. "Lads, come along with us." And they did. In the same fashion, we were able to lead several units against the bunkers at Buna village. There is an ancient military maxim that a commander must be seen by his troops in combat. When I arrived at Buna, there was a rule against officers wearing insignia of rank at the front because this might draw enemy fire. I was glad on that particular day that there were 3 stars on my collar which glittered in the sun. How else would those sick and cast-down soldiers have known their commander was in there with them? They knew, being sensible men, that a bullet is no respecter of rank. As I wrote to General Sutherland that evening, the number of our troops who tried to avoid combat that day could be numbered on your fingers. The snipers were there all right. On one occasion, all of us were pinned to the ground for 15 minutes while tracer bullets cleared our backs with inches to spare. 15 minutes, with imminent death blowing coolly on your sweat-wet shirt, can seem like a long time. Later, a sniper in a tree opened fire at the range of about 15 yards. My companions returned the fire with Tommy guns, although in that green and steaming jungle, they couldn't see the sniper. Someone scored a direct hit. The afternoon, all told, was eventful. I wanted to take Buna village, and I had thrown in my last reserves under the very best commanders I could find. The observation post was at a junction of 2 native trails, and as we attempted to advance from that junction point, we encountered, in no man's land, other snipers in and under trees. Their expertness in concealment is well known. Obviously, they had been there for several days. During those days, for inexplicable reasons of their own, the Japs had held their fire, allowing fitter bearers carrying the wounded to pass in broad daylight and ignoring any of our troops who made targets of themselves. Doc Waldron had gone some 50 yards ahead of me along the right-hand trail when a sniper drilled him through the shoulder. General Waldron's wound did not seem like a grave injury when he was carried to the rear, but it eventually ended that fine soldier's military career. After a long siege in hospitals and subsequent return to duty, he was retired for disability. Edwards and I went forward along the left trail, seeking a favorable spot to observe enemy activities in the village. I had watched a medical corps sergeant cross this trail several times to go into the high grass to look for wounded. The corpsmen had not been fired on, so Eddie and I headed for the big tree with luxuriant overhanging branches, which we thought might provide some concealment and a view of the near-at-hand Japanese positions. Suddenly a bullet, the type technically called a disruptive cartridge, whizzed past my stomach and struck Edwards in the side. It was like a slow-motion picture. Slowly, his knees began to bend, and then he fell forward, calling me to keep cover. I dropped to the ground automatically when he was hit. There was then no more firing. It was some time before our group could round up a stretcher. Finally, Colonel de Graaf returned with 4 litter bearers. They put Eddie on their stretcher, and we all started toward the presumable safety of our rear, which, ironically enough, was all of 75 yards away. Just as we did, a machine gun opened up from Buna village, and the tracer ammunition passed directly between de Graaf and me. Then all hell broke loose. 3 snipers, completely invisible to us, began firing, and Colonel Rogers rushed toward us from the observation post with the Tommy gun and blazed over our heads into the trees from which this new assault seemed to come. Eddie's litter bearers dropped him 3 times during this battle of bullets, but finally there was silence. There were no more casualties. Such enemy concealment may seem implausible to people who have never seen wet, luxuriant, close-branched jungle. I looked over the whole situation a few days later. The sniper who shot Edwards had been living in a spider hole under the roots of that big and luxuriant tree. He had used immense palm fronds to conceal the opening to his lair. I believe he was the same man who wounded General Waldron. An abdominal wound is always serious. That sinister explosive Japanese bullet had carried through to make a gaping hole near Edward's spine. But after I accompanied my aide out of the combat area, I had to turn back. We were still battling away at Buna village. Edward's litter was only one of the many which were going to the rear. By 4:30 that afternoon, we had pressed up tight against the Buna defenses, but we couldn't get through. On the way back to my headquarters, still full of grief about the shooting of Captain Edwards, I stopped at the Trailside Hospital. The physician there told me that Edwards would probably die. There were no facilities forward for taking care of a man so severely wounded. And Edwards, he said, was so ill he must not be moved. Right then and there, I decided to take Edwards back to the field hospital. If he were going to die, he might as well die on the hood of my Jeep. We carted him out like a sack of meal, lashed him to the hood, and started down the trail. Much of it was a corduroy road. Coconut logs had been embedded in the mud to give our vehicles purchase. Edwards took a terrific and painful jolting, but he offered up only one protest. Once he said, "Could you stop just a minute while I rest?" We stopped. We got him to the field hospital, where he was operated on next morning. The operation saved his life. There had been one important success in that day's fighting. A platoon of G Company 126th Infantry had found a crevice in the Japanese defenses and had driven through to the sea on the narrow spit of land between Buna village and Buna mission. The commander of the platoon was Staff Sergeant Herman J. Botcher, a fine combat soldier. The breakthrough was possibly lucky. The holding of the position was accomplished by intelligence and sheer guts. Botcher had only 18 men with him, and he was sure that next morning his toehold on the sea would be attacked from both sides by infuriated Japs. He kept his men at work all night in the darkness. They dug themselves in. Before morning, I managed to see to it that ammunition and a few additional men were sent into that spot. Their one machine gun was emplaced in the sand. It seemed unlikely that this small force could hold off an attack from 2 sides. But Botcher, in his calculations, accepted gambler's odds. It was a narrow beach, and he guessed that there would not be simultaneous attacks because of the enemy lack of communications. Botcher was right. Japanese from Buna village attacked about dawn, and the machine gun discouraged them. Japanese from Buna mission attacked in force a while later, wading across the shallows from the other direction. With his hand on the hot machine gun, Botcher was able to mow them down like wheat in a field. It was sharp and clear daylight when the last attack took place. For days after, the evidence of Sergeant Botcher's victory rolled in and out with the tide. The evidence was the sea-carried and drifting bodies of Japanese soldiers. Because American newspaper and magazine photographers appeared some days later to snap. Chapter 3. The Bitter Days at Buna. When the going is tough in a brawl or a battle, there is no better fighting partner than the man from down under. While the Americans, new to combat, slugged it out at Buna, the 7th Australian Division was driving against Japanese strongholds in the region of Sanananda, a few difficult miles to the west. These Australians were not the untrained militia troops who, earlier, had fallen back along the Kokoda Trail before the Japanese advance. The 7th Division and the 18th Brigade, which came in later, were crack outfits with 3 years of war behind them. They were troops tanned by a desert sun, who had served with the British in North Africa. They belonged, in fact, to the celebrated fraternity of the Rats of Tobruk, who, encircled by the Germans, held out indomitably for many months. Churchill reluctantly had dispatched them home when invasion of Australia seemed threatened. They were intrepid, hard-bitten soldiers, but they too were strangers to jungle fighting. All of us were to learn a lot before the New Guinea campaign was done, for jungle fighting against the Japanese was a good deal like the Indian fighting of America's pioneer past. It was a sly and sneaky kind of combat, which never resembled the massive and thunderous operations in Europe, where tank battalions were pitted against tank battalions, and armies the size of city populations ponderously moved and maneuvered. The Pacific War was a different war. In New Guinea, when the rains came, wounded men might drown before the litter bearers found them. Many did. No war is a good war, and death ignores geography. But out there I was convinced, as were my soldiers, that death was pleasanter in the temperate zone. The New Guinea campaign was an Allied operation. My immediate superior in the field was Lieutenant General Herring. He is now Sir Edmund Herring, Lord Chief Justice of Victoria, and the friendship we established in the wilderness will, I am sure, last out our lifetimes. Allied operations are always difficult. There are jealousies, rivalries, suspicions, and it is only normal for commanders to favor their own. These things are to be expected. But I can honestly say that from Australian commanders in the field I received cooperation, sound advice, and the fraternal understanding which arises from what St. Paul describes as the fellowship of suffering. When disagreements occur among allies, you may count on it that both sides have a case. Luckily for American troops, Colonel George de Graaf was prosecuting, I use the word advisedly, our case in the matter of supply. It is not too much to say that Colonel de Graaf's independence and indifference to good relations between allies were responsible for the fact that by the middle of December, hungry American infantrymen got enough to eat. They were living, when my staff and I arrived, on about a third of a ration. It is a little late now to fix responsibility for this state of affairs. The Australians, to be sure, were in charge of supply, and de Graaf felt strongly that our forces were not receiving an equitable division of the transport available. Australian officers at Port Moresby determined the character and allotment of cargo, but the basic fact was there just wasn't sufficient transport to go around. Almost everything, food, clothing, ammunition, field wire, engineer material, American reinforcements, Australian troop replacements, had to come in from Port Moresby by plane. The transport planes were American planes piloted by American flyers. Both Australian and American ground forces would have perished without George Kenney's air. There were 2 airfields on our side of the mountains, and the mire was so soft and thick at both that I have seen clots of mud fly 50 feet high when the planes took off. Dobodura Field was in our sector. Popondetta Field was in the Aussie sector. The Owen Stanley Mountains were capricious and closed in much of the day by tropical storms. Some days planes could not fly at all. However hard he and his subordinates might try, General Kenny could not supply adequately all the Allied troops in the field with all they needed. When de Graaf went to Moresby to seek to increase American shipments of food, he got no results at Allied headquarters. So he went to our own General Whitehead, commander of air transport. Whitehead studied de Graaf's inventories closely. "Do you realize," he demanded, "that if there were bad luck at the Gap, if the Owen Stanleys were closed in for 3 or 4 days, your troops would starve to death?" De Graaf understood it very well. At Moresby he pleaded, blustered, cajoled, threatened, and made a thorny nuisance of himself. He ignored military protocol and stuck completely outside of regular channels. Eventually, Whitehead placed every available American transport plane at his disposal, and at the end of 3 days, we had accumulated at the Bodura a reserve of 300,000 pounds of critically needed supplies. The Australians were wrath at de Graaf, but the storm blew over and the whole incident had a happy ending. Not long afterward, recognizing efficiency in the field, General Herring placed de Graaf in charge of both Australian and American supply depots. De Graaf was one of the few Americans at Buna to receive a decoration from Britain's king. He also won a Distinguished Service Cross for risking his life in Buna's front lines. Another staff officer was Lieutenant Colonel S.S. Auchincloss, my signal officer. In civilian life, the AUK had directed the communication system of the New York Stock Exchange. At Buna, he performed miracles under outrageous conditions. There were 300 miles of telephone wire to be kept open. In impassable terrain, signal parties sometimes laid wire along creek banks, while floating downstream on rafts. At night, the Jap patrols cut our communication lines, which lay embedded in the swamp mud, and each morning Auchincloss and his men sallied forth to make repairs. The AUK would take his linesmen as far forward as a jeep could go, put them out to continue on foot, and then load the jeep with battle wounded for a quick return trip. Often this shuttling back and forth between troubled spots lasted from dawn until nightfall. One anecdote about Auchincloss is warm in my memory. On our first night at Buna, a young captain who was signal officer for the 32nd Division came into headquarters with news that the vital telephone line to Urbana front was dead. He reported also that his men were loath to go forward because of the steady infiltration of the Japanese. Auchincloss said, "That's my job, I'll handle it." He walked across to the signal tent, glanced at the men assembled there, and then with considerable care selected a sharp knife and a pair of pliers and put them in his leather linesman's kit. As he started out of the tent, he looked over his shoulder at the silent signalman. "I am going to fix that line," he said. "Any of you want to come along?" Every man rose to follow him. It was only a relatively short time before the telephone rang at headquarters. It was Auchincloss. His report was terse. The line to the Urbana front was repaired. I have told these stories to show the kind of staff officers I was blessed with. I needed them. Our line to the sea was a noose around Buna village, and the enemy in subsequent attacks failed to break through. The morale of our troops improved, and daily we inched forward. Rations were better, patrolling became extensive. We began to look like an army. It is significant that morale improved while the weather grew worse and the incidence of malaria and dengue fever and scrub typhus increased. For now we were visited with a series of torrential nightly rains which turned all the jungle into tanglefoot morass. Sometimes I have wondered whether the high command back at Port Moresby ever really understood our battle with weather. Moresby in winter months, summer there is brown and burned and ugly. Yearly rainfall is 40 inches a year, about the same as my native Ohio. Mountains intercept the rain clouds. North of the mountains, and all this is dramatically evident from the air, the whole landscape is voluptuous, dripping and sinister green. At Buna that year, it rained about 170 inches. I have found out since that we got more than our share in December and January of 1942 to 1943, but it is small comfort now. My first tent camp was located beside a small crystal-clear creek, which after an 8-inch rain in a single night became a roaring torrent. I was so tired that night that not even nature's explosions waked me. Next morning I found the creek in my tent and within an inch of the bottom of my cot. Various personal possessions floated around like chips in a millstream. I waited knee-deep to get my shaving mirror, which hung on a bamboo tree outside. I could and did move my headquarters. But that same morning, it should be remembered, the soldier up forward had to stay where he was. Japanese air added to our misery. American combat planes were ordinarily in complete command of the sky during the early morning. Then big black tropical disturbances gathered over the Owen Stanleys, sometimes to heights of 30 to 40,000 feet, and our planes had to scurry home. From noon until next morning, the Japs usually came over as they pleased. Our field hospital, crowded with 3 times the number of patients it was designed to accommodate, was a favorite target. The hospital was plainly marked with many immense red crosses. I recall vividly a visit by 21 Japanese bombers on the afternoon of December 7th, the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor. I was returning from the front when the bombing began. American doctors distinguished themselves that day. There were desperately wounded men on the operating table when the trouble began. The Japs did both high-level and dive bombing, ignoring our front lines and headquarters positions to concentrate on the hospital site. Surgeons continued to operate bravely and coolly. Anesthesists did not leave their post, but the tent installation was a shambles. There were 40 casualties from the bombing. When I got there, medical corpsmen were proceeding efficiently with first aid measures, but shock and terror had created hysteria among the sick and wounded. They were sure the Japs would be back next day. I immediately picked a new location for the hospital, and the transfer of patients and equipment went on all night in the darkness. I chose a spot which was near enough to Dobodura to make air evacuation easier, but which also offered jungle protection and concealment. That afternoon, as I picked my way through the scene of carnage and desolation, I came upon the beaten about but still lively Captain Edwards. Trussed up in bandages, supposedly within nodding distance of death, he had heard the first whistles of bombs and rolled himself off his cot and under it. Edwards, who had been an intercollegiate boxing champion while a student at Duke University, did not give up easily. Once again, I laid him across the hood of my Jeep. I carried him to an empty native shack near Dobodura, and then went back for saline solution and blood plasma. Somehow, the incredible Edwards lived through it all. He was evacuated by air next day. We took Buna village on December 14th, and I received a congratulatory message from General MacArthur. The worst of the campaign still lay ahead of us. The prodigious rains continued. Because of the inundation, it took miles of winding communications and many stumbling, heavy-laden men to get food and ammunition forward. At a place like Buna, figures on available riflemen are completely deceptive as the real strength of the front line. We had virtually no motor transport, and no roads for truck travel anyway. Native bearers flatly refused to go near the front lines. This left us no alternative but to use many of our combat troops as carriers to sustain the rest. No one could remember when he had been dry. The feet, arms, bellies, chests, armpits of my soldiers were hideous with jungle rot. The sun appeared when the skies wrung themselves out briefly and steam rose like gray smoke in the dank undergrowth. Then the soldiers themselves steamed and sweated in their heavy jungle suits. These suits were supposedly porous. Back in Australia before the New Guinea expedition, it was I who had ordered them dyed a mottled green to aid troop concealment. This was well meant, but a serious error. The dye closed the breathing spaces in the cloth. The Australian headquarters at Soputa was only 9 miles away from my new camp at Senemi, but also difficult were the trails I usually went by air to attend military conferences. It saved time. I traveled in a gypsy moth, standing up and hanging on to a wooden crosspiece or sitting in the rear seat of the wheelway with a machine gun between my knees. The gypsy moth was a small, frail Australian plane, which looked to our men and to me antiquated enough to be an exhibit in the Smithsonian Institution. It was a fabric-covered job with 2 tiny engines. There was no self-starter. The propeller had to be spun by hand. One of our Cubs artillery liaison planes would have been worth its weight in gold there. We received no Cubs until months later. A squadron of Weirways was stationed at Dobodura. The Weirways were more substantial than the Moths, and we depended upon them exclusively for aerial reconnaissance. They were manned by flyers who knew the terrain and knew our ground force positions. In command was a grand soldier, Flight Officer Olone. Every one of those planes, and their selfless pilots, crashed in the jungle or were shot down over enemy lines during my tour of duty at Buna. The Weirway pilots had never received adequate credit, even in their homeland, for their deeds of exceptional gallantry during those rough early days. In those days there was not adequate communication between ground forces and combat air. I am an old enough campaigner to admit that some of these failures in coordination were inevitable. To new and unvetted troops, who dread even their own artillery fire because an occasional shell falls short, such lamentable accidents are dispiriting. American bombers and strafers did not always drop their eggs or direct their machine gun fire on Japanese coastal positions. I remember that first day. We put the new troops of the 127th Infantry into the line. A stick of American bombs fell among them, causing more than a dozen casualties in one company. I sent a number of messages to Port Moresby, suggesting methods by which such accidents might be avoided. I never received a reply. It was not until after the Buna campaign that I was able to make my point. Then General Blamey came over the mountains on an inspection trip. In my Jeep we were weaving around bomb craters along the captured Jap motor road when an American A-20 came over, flying treetop high and firing with everything it had. Troops on the ground answered with everything they had. "My God," said General Blamey, "what's that?" Nobody had been hurt, and I could laugh. "Just another all-American battle," I said, "similar to those I have been reporting all along. Those planes think they are firing on the Japs at Sanananda 3 miles away. Our men get fed up and fire back." 5 or 10 minutes later, any possible humor vanished from the situation. Another friendly plane came over and strafed us. 3 infantrymen were wounded. Back home, our Army Command and General Staff School was located at Leavenworth, Kansas. In a letter to the Allied commander, no matter how weary I was or how late the hour, I wrote 2 letters a night during this period, one to my wife and one to the MacArthur headquarters. I described the Buna tactical picture as a Leavenworth nightmare. Everything favored the enemy. It may be enlightening to compare Buna to Guadalcanal. At Guadalcanal, the Americans were in the coconut groves and on the dry land at the coast. They had the sea breeze, and the Japanese were in the jungle. At Buna, the situation was reversed. We were in the jungle, and the trails by which we could advance splayed down from the seacoast through otherwise impenetrable territory like the fingers of a hand. It was easy for the Japs, secure in buried log bunkers, able to move reinforcements swiftly along a motor road, to command our approaches with heavy automatic weapons fire. General Byers was wounded during December 16 operations and was evacuated days later to Australia. Buna was not a happy climate for generals. Brigadier General Hanford McNider had been wounded earlier, and now both Waldron and Byers were hospitalized along with him. I was the only general left in action, so I added direct command of the forward elements to the command of the First Corps. I permitted myself a grim chuckle as I did so, because I suddenly remembered a fragment from a roaring ballad of World War I. The general won the Croix de Guerre, but the so-and-so was never there. Hinky-dinky, parlez-vous. Obviously, Buna was a different kind of battle. 3 generals had been shot, and the one farthest removed from the Japanese lines had been 75 yards away. I can quickly record the casualties among my other staff officers. Colonel Gordon Rogers was shot through both legs on December 28th while directing the bridging of Entrance Creek. Major William Duncan, standing beside Rogers, also suffered 2 wounds. Duncan, who served as a courier between Buna and Moresby, had arrived at Dobodura only that morning. He asked to see something of the front and went forward with me for a visit that was brief indeed. Captain M.G. Gray came on from Australia to succeed Eddie Edwards as my aide and asked for combat duty. Gray was never creased by a bullet, but after many days as a brilliant infantry leader, he was invalided out with a rich, ripe case of malaria. There were many great combat commanders among the National Guard officers of the 32nd Division. In crises, I would like to have them again as comrades. I can mention only a few here. Colonels Merle H. Howe and Herbert M. Smith of Wisconsin, Major H. E. Hantelman of Iowa, Major Edmund R. Schroeder of Wisconsin, the inimitable Captain W. H. Dames, whose Company G, 127th Infantry, never made a wrong move in battle. A tower of strength at this time and later was Colonel Frank S. Bowen. Bowen served under me for 8 years, from the summer of 1939 to the summer of 1947. He was with me in the 30th Infantry, went along to West Point as my aide, served as G1 Personal Officer of the 77th Division, and became Assistant G3 Operations Officers of the First Corps. When I found it necessary to put Colonel Clarence Martin in command of my right flank at Buna, Bill Bowen succeeded him as G3. Bowen was about 37 years old at that time. He was an indefatigable worker, had an extraordinarily clear mind, and was one of the bravest soldiers I have ever served with. By mid-December, the 126th and the 128th Infantry were badly depleted by illness and wounds. Companies with the strength of 250 at full muster were down to 40 and 50 men, and attrition among line officers was tragic. There were subordinates of mine, understandably torn by the sufferings of their troops, who suggested we abandon attempts to advance and settle down to starve out the Japanese. But my orders were to advance. General MacArthur continued to advise me that time was of the essence. Here is one letter and military order I received from him. General Headquarters, Southwest Pacific Area, Office of the Commander-in-Chief, 13 December 1942. Dear Bob, time is fleeting and our dangers increase with its passage. However admirable individual acts of courage may be, however important administrative functions may seem, however splendid and electrical your presence has proven, remember that your mission is to take Buna. All other things are merely subsidiary to this. No alchemy is going to produce this for you. It can only be done in battle, and sooner or later this battle must be engaged. Hasten your preparations, and when you are ready, strike. For as I have said, time is working desperately against us. Cordially, Douglas MacArthur, Allied Commander. There was the constant danger of enemy reinforcements by sea. Indeed, on the night of December 13th and 14th, Allied air sighted a convoy moving toward Buna. Despite bombing missions, the enemy was able to land 1,200 troops to the north of the immediate battlefront. There were a number of attempts to reinforce Buna by small boats under the cover of night. More important still was the fact that time was on the side of the Japanese. Disease was a surer and more deadly peril to us than enemy marksmanship. We had to whip the Japanese before the malarial mosquito whipped us. It is useless, I suppose, to comment on how much easier our job would have been if we had had better tools. Later on in the war, we would have been able to use napalm, a bomb of jellied gasoline, which would have burned out the log bunkers, which resisted artillery and mortar fire. The American flamethrower also proved invaluable later for similar jobs, but that was an improved flamethrower. The flamethrower we had at Buna was mechanically deficient. In that wet wilderness, it accomplished only the death of our chemical warfare officer and made casualties of his personnel. Our artillery consisted mainly of Australian 25-pounders and one prized 105 howitzer. This had been taken down in Australia, and the parts flown to New Guinea in 3 airplanes. The howitzer, when again assembled, did excellent service until the ammunition supply we penuriously rationed ran out. We would have had more ammunition if the Japs had not sunk the boats which were bringing it up. I would have been delighted to have had many more howitzers because they were effective against the Japanese bunkers. But since we ran out of ammunition for one, what would we have done with others? The simple truth is that transport by air or sea was unequal to the job demanded. We made out as best we could. Along about this time, there was some cheering news. Fresh troops of the 32nd's own 127th Infantry began arriving in job lots via the overworked transport planes. And over Hariko, our port on the sea, 7 light tanks and a battalion of the 18th Australian Brigade came in by water. Shortly after my arrival at Buna, it had been agreed at a conference between General Herring's staff and mine that we would attempt to bring in secretly from Milne Bay a platoon of light tanks. Our hope was that a surprise tank attack against Cape and Deer might plow through to the sea. The stubbornly resistant Japanese positions at the Cape were nearly all in a coconut grove. There were firm approaches which tanks might use without bogging down. Combat-wise, Brigadier George F. Wooten was to command the Australians, and because he was senior to Colonel Martin, I suggested he assume command of the American right flank, which we called Warren Force. The tanks were of American manufacture. Back in the States, they were called M3s. The Aussies called them Matildas. With great caution, they were moved from Hariko and jockeyed up under the cover of night to the edge of a Japanese dummy airfield which we had named the New Strip. There was no discovery. Surprise was complete. On December 18, tanks and troops jumped off. It was a spectacular and dramatic assault, and a brave one. From the New Strip to the sea was about half a mile. American troops wheeled to the west in support, and other Americans were assigned to mopping up duties. But behind the tanks went the fresh and jaunty Aussie veterans, tall, mustached, erect, with their blazing Tommy guns swinging before them. Concealed Japanese positions, which were even more formidable than our patrols had indicated, burst into flame. There was the greasy smell of tracer fire from the sniper seats in the trees and heavy machine gun fire from barricades and entrenchments. Steadily, tanks and infantrymen advanced through the spare high coconut trees, seemingly impervious to the heavy opposition. There were 150 Japanese bunkers on Cape and Deer. 3 tanks were destroyed by Japanese pom-pom fire, and infantry casualties were extraordinarily high. I have never seen Australian official figures, but I am sure that Aussie battalion lost nearly half its fighting force in killed and wounded. Nevertheless, the job was done. The sea was reached and mopping up began. The next day the attack changed direction, and the Americans and the Australians pushed the surviving enemy toward Buna Mission. Now Allied troops of the right flank were on dry ground at last. Back in the swamp area, American troops were struggling still to cross Entrance Creek. Tanks would have been useless there. Even horse-drawn carts would have been bogged down. I had orders from General Herring to break through to the sea between Buna Mission and Giropa Point. This made military sense. The Japanese were in a pocket. If our troops on the left flank could drive through to the coast, there was an excellent chance that the enemy forces could be cut in half and Buna Mission isolated. To accomplish this, American troops on the left flank had to advance straight through the jungle and cross tidal streams. We had already had our troubles. After the fall of Buna village, we pushed hard against two important Japanese positions. They were known to the men as the Grove and the Triangle, and even in retrospect these names ring no happy chiming bell. The Grove was on our side of unfordable Entrance Creek. On December 16th, we laid on mortar and artillery fire, and 20 minutes later our troops attacked. The attack was short-lived. Our artillery preparations had failed to neutralize enemy positions. By sundown, our troops managed to reach the edge of the grove but were unable to enter it. Throughout the night, they clung to their positions in a rain reminiscent of Niagara. At dawn, they charged and overran the grove. The next job was the Triangle. It had been believed at my headquarters that the Triangle was lightly held, but battle intelligence showed us at considerable cost our air. Actually, it was a carefully prepared defensive area with 17 mutually supporting bunkers. Our forces determinedly tried to advance. Despite their best efforts, they failed to gain. Still, Entrance Creek had to be crossed, and I ordered the sore spot of the Triangle contained while the fresh troops of the 127th Infantry came forward. They were brisk and free of malaria. They were full of enthusiasm and full of fight. These troops took on the job of crossing Entrance Creek, and I still am proud of them. The job chosen for them in their first introduction to battle was the most difficult of all military maneuvers: a crossing of an unfordable stream under fire at night. They made it. The first men crossed in small canvas boats and established a narrow bridgehead on the western border of government gardens. Then pontoons were laid down, and the anchored boats became stepping stones. Once upon a time, the gardens had been cultivated ground. Now they were overgrown, high in cune grass, and well fortified. Enemy resistance was stiff. Every crossing of the deep stream drew heavy fire. Every inch on the east bank was sorely contested. Yet, by December 23rd, the bridgehead had been so enlarged that the Americans could take off from there in an all-out attack next morning. Now 5 other companies were poised to make the projected breakthrough between Buna Mission and Giropa Point. The tanks had been successful. The rains had let up. For the first time in many days, I felt a lightening of spirit and a surge of optimism. As a result of clearing weather, Allied combat planes were in our sky again. On December 24th, the rolling barrage started on the American left flank, and the troops jumped off. The calendar being what it is, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day rolled around to New Guinea inevitably. They were hard to recognize. There were no lights and no tinsel on the palm trees, and a chubby-cheeked Santa would have found himself sweating in his furs. The Red Cross had valiantly delivered some Christmas packages and Christmas delicacies to Dobodura, but only the rear echelons could enjoy them. The soldiers up front already had their hands full. I am glad that none of them knew of the peculiar communiqué released to the press of the world by Allied headquarters. It read, "On Christmas Day, our activities were limited to routine safety precautions. Divine services were held." I am convinced that this equable and pious sentiment was issued by rear echelons in Australia without General MacArthur's knowledge, because on Christmas Day at Buna, the only place in the theater where there could be American ground force activities, the fighting was desperate, and the outcome of the whole miserable, tortured campaign was in doubt. Indeed, it was on the day before Christmas that two now famous Wisconsin infantrymen were killed. They were Sergeants Kenneth E. Gruenert and Elmer J. Burr, two men posthumously awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. During an attack, Sergeant Burr lost his life but saved his company commander by smothering the explosion of an enemy hand grenade with his own body. Sergeant Gruenert was second in command of a platoon pushing toward the sea, which encountered two hostile pillboxes when within 150 yards of the objective. He advanced alone on the first pillbox and put it out of action with grenades and rifle fire, killing 3 of the enemy. Shot through the shoulder, he bandaged his wound under cover of the pillbox and refused to go to the rear. Still alone, he attacked the second pillbox. He threw grenades which forced out the Japanese defenders, who then became easy targets for his men. Before his platoon could reach him, Gruenert was killed by snipers. I was awakened on Christmas morning by heavy Japanese bombing from the air, and my Christmas dinner was a cup of soup given me by a thoughtful doctor at a trailside hospital. For the projected American advance had not proceeded as expected. Troops of Urbana force bogged down in the Kune grass of the government gardens, and their commander lost contact with his forward units. One platoon of L Company, 127th Infantry, went on to the sea in a glorious manner. They waited for other Americans to reinforce them. 1 officer and 8 men got through as reinforcements, but that was all. The platoon of L Company took a wistful farewell look at the ocean and retired. Next morning I wrote General MacArthur. I think the low point of my life occurred yesterday. I was wrong. I was to explore the depths of depression more thoroughly on the night of December 27th. My diary tells me that was the evening I received a dismal telephone call from Colonel Bowen, my operations officer. He told me that there was grave news on the Urbana front. An American commander who had just toured the lines was on his way back to headquarters with the summation of the situation. At 2 a.m., a conference took place in my tent. We heard the reports, and they were grave, all right. Our troops, if the reports were to be credited, were suffering badly from battle shock and had become incapable of advance. A number of my senior officers were convinced the situation was desperate. I think I said as I had said before, let us not take counsel of our fears. Nevertheless, I was thoroughly alarmed. There was no way to evacuate our units. Could I get reinforcements? I decided to sleep an hour or so and then go forward to discover the truth for myself. Tossing on my cot there in the tropical darkness, I remembered my conversation with General MacArthur 3 weeks before on the veranda at Port Moresby. At one point he had turned to me with the memory of Bataan in his eyes and a bitter query on his lips. Must I always, he demanded, lead a forlorn hope? Was Buna, I asked myself, to be an American military disaster? Were the sacrifices represented by the rude crosses in Buna Cemetery to have been made in vain? Daylight is good medicine for the fears of darkness. When I reached the Urbana command post, Bill Bowen was already receiving telephone messages from such line commanders as Colonel Howe and Major Schroeder. The tenor of all messages was the same. The military situation was not desperate. It was encouraging. The field commanders were confident of attaining the beach. And a little more than 24 hours later they did. Buna mission was isolated, and final victory became a certainty. In battle, the margin between victory and defeat is often narrow. Under the terrific pressures of combat, officers and men alike tend to forget that the enemy is hard-pressed too. Sometimes, just plain stubbornness wins the battle that awareness and wisdom might have lost. That's what happened at Buna. The Japanese morale cracked before ours did. Major Schroeder was one of the brave, stubborn men. He was killed in the very attack that won us the sea. Several days of hard fighting followed. On January 2nd, a coordinated attack was made by both Urbana and Warren forces. More tanks had come in to spearhead the Warren force attack, and the Urbana force had succeeded in surrounding the mission. Before nightfall, we controlled the entire coastline east of the Girua River. I found that I wrote that evening. At 4:30 p.m., I crossed the bridge from the island, after C Company had passed, and I saw American troops with their bellies out of the mud. It was one of the grandest sights I have ever seen. Organized resistance ended on January 3rd, but for many days thereafter our soldiers were hunting out Japanese stragglers in the jungles and swamps. Almost all resisted capture and had to be killed. It is difficult to convey to the reader the immense relief, the feeling of freedom, the outright joy that came with victory. I was pleased, of course, by the warm congratulations of Generals Blamey and Herring. I was also pleased when General MacArthur wrote 6 days later to advise me that he was returning to Brisbane and to congratulate me on the success which had been achieved. He ended his note. "I am so glad that you were not injured in the fighting. I always feared your incessant exposure might result fatally." With a hearty slap on the back, most cordially, MacArthur. There was something about winning at Buna that was above and beyond personal satisfactions and gratitude for survival. I had been luckier than most of my soldiers. I had not been wounded, and I had not been ill. To be sure, I was having trouble with the waistband of my trousers. I had lost 30 pounds in 30 days. But I think I can honestly say that the real reason for my joy was to be found in the fact that brave men who had fought one of the weariest campaigns in history, albeit an important and decisive campaign, could see the sea again. They had proved themselves. Chapter 4. Sanananda. No new principles of warfare were learned at Buna, but the nature of the terrain and the disposition of enemy positions necessitated some novel applications of well-known principles. In the beginning, there was an unwise willingness to accept success of the Buna campaign as a foregone conclusion. Air reconnaissance reports, for instance, said flatly that there were only straggling Japanese in the area at a time when 3,000 enemy troops were busily at work constructing fortifications. Many members of the general staff were overconfident, and in the large sense, ignorant of conditions as they actually existed. Few of them came to the jungle front to learn at first hand. There is one rather entertaining personal story which I have told many times. Back in the United States on Christmas morning, the newspapers reported for the first time that 3 American generals, McNider, Waldron, and Byers, had been wounded at Buna. Mrs. Eichelberger was living in Asheville, North Carolina, and a local paper at about the same time printed news of the wounding of Dan Edwards, my aide. Naturally, my wife was tremendously worried. She was without news, but she drew the logical conclusion that if Byers and Edwards had been hit in New Guinea, I must not be too far away. She telephoned mutual friends in the War Department, but lying like gentlemen, they assured her I was still in Australia. Miss M was a little crisp in her comment. If he's in New Guinea, the Japanese already know it, and you're only fooling me." On December 27th or 28th, an article written by Merlin Spencer of the Associated Press was published by many newspapers under a New Guinea dateline. Without being able, because of censorship, to mention my name, Spencer described a trip he made to the front with me on Christmas Day. By jeep, as far as we could go, and then wearily through the swamp by foot. Spencer described the wounded and sick he saw in the litters along the trail, and how the tall, gray-haired general commanding Buna frequently stopped to speak to them in this fashion. "Good morning, lads. I only hope you will all be home next Christmas." Miss M. read this story at her breakfast table. She immediately wrote Merlin Spencer, a superb correspondent and a good friend of mine still. "I recognize my husband from your description, because he is the only general I know in the Army who uses the term lads to address soldiers. Thank God I know he was alive on Christmas morning." At Buna, it was siege warfare, and that, as history records, is the bitterest and most punishing kind of warfare. Considering the number of troops in the front lines, the fatalities closely approach, percentage-wise, the heaviest losses in our own Civil War battles. Few prisoners were taken on either side, and the record indicates the quality of opposition which our troops met. The battle had to be fought through until, as one Australian writer phrased it, there was not one Japanese left who was capable of lifting a rifle. The Japanese had had time enough to construct an excellent complex of bunkers and dugouts, and there were connecting trenches. Foot-wide coconut logs increased protection so that small arms fire made no impression, and because the bunkers were so close to the ground, 25-pounders were often ineffective. Dense jungle and camouflage of grasses and tree branches made these strongholds almost invisible in daylight. Clever concealment and thick vegetation made reconnaissance very difficult for our soldiers, and also very important. Not only the hard-pressed GI, but experienced commanders frequently erred in estimating the strength of an enemy position. For one thing, the Japanese hesitated to deliver fire which might disclose a bunker's whereabouts, and generally fired only when being actively attacked. Frequently, the enemy allowed our troops to expose themselves, unknowingly, for hours without a trigger being pressed. This led casual observers to believe that few or no Japanese were present in areas where, in fact, they might be concentrated in force. An example comes to mind. It was reported that one spot along the Sanananda track west of the Girua River was defended only by one machine gun and a few riflemen. This was attacked by the Australians and elements of the American 126th Infantry. Resistance was stubborn. Reconnaissance parties were sent out and reported themselves unable to determine the enemy's strength. When the position was finally captured, between 75 and 80 machine guns were discovered, and more than 300 dead Japanese were counted in the overrun bunkers. The invisibility of the Japanese gave a haunting and fearsome quality to any advance, and indeed even to a routine supply trip forward with rations. Every GI knew there were snipers high in the trees, but he could not see them, and there seemed to him no rhyme or reason in their tactics. For 3 days a patrol might proceed forward and backward over a trail without molestation. On the 4th day, enemy bullets would turn the swamp mud red, and our survivors would shoot angrily but unseeingly into the impenetrable green above. This was, of course, a calculated Japanese technique intended to mystify the Western soldier and to heighten that sense of insecurity which is inevitable in combat. I can say this: the technique worked. Frequently, the enemy would allow a large part of an attacking force to pass by his concealed strongholds, and then open up with automatic weapons and grenades. I find in one of my own military reports a calm sentence which now provides me with a certain grim amusement. I wrote. This procedure proved disconcerting to our troops. Another masterpiece of understatement. The Japanese troops were not improvising. Over a period of many years, expeditionary forces had been built up and trained for just that kind of fighting. They had been conditioned for it too. They could exist on short rations, and they could travel light. They could climb trees stealthily, and were willing to live and die underground with surprising patience and unflagging courage. As a matter of fact, in strategy and tactics, the Japanese were rarely improvisers. They fought a battle just as they had been told to fight it. Once the plan of the campaign had been drawn up, commanders in the field adhered adamantly to their book instructions. There was no flexibility of decision to meet unexpected situations. During the worst period at Buna, when the advantage lay with the enemy, it would have been greatly to their benefit to take the offensive. I have frequently said at military conferences that I would have been happy to exchange tactical positions with the Japanese. With the natural advantages which accrued to them, I would have guaranteed to encircle and rout the prisoners of the swamps. But the Japs, whose interior position permitted them to concentrate great numbers at any one point, would not leave their strongholds. It is always interesting to look at a battle through the enemy's eyes, but rarely possible. After Buna, we captured many diaries kept by individual Japanese soldiers. These diaries, when translated, were informative. From them, we learned that the enemy feared our mortars most, our artillery next, and our aerial strafing and bombing least. During the early stages of the campaign, the entries clearly reflect the official Japanese Army propaganda line that the American was not a formidable soldier. As the siege proceeded, the point of view of the besieged began to change, but the diaries tell their own story. Dates of the entries are omitted here, but the excerpts selected follow chronologically the progress of the battle. The enemy has received almost no training. Even though we fire a shot, they present a large portion of their body and look around. Their movements are very slow. At this rate, they cannot make a night attack. The enemy has been repulsed by our keen-eyed snipers. In the jungle, it seems they fire at any sound, due to illusion. From sundown until about 10 p.m., they fire light machine guns and throw hand grenades recklessly. They hit the coconuts that are 15 meters from us. There are some low shots, but most of them are high. They do not look out and determine their targets from the jungle. They are in the jungle firing as long as their ammunition lasts. Maybe they get more money for firing so many rounds. The enemy is using ammunition wildly. I wish the main force would hurry and come. The enemy has become considerably more accurate in firing. Enemy approached to about 50 meters. Difficult to distinguish their forms in the jungle. Can't see their figures. The nature of the enemy is superior and they excel in firing techniques. Their tactics are to neutralize our positions with firepower, approach our positions under concentrated mortar fire. Furthermore, it seems that in firing, they are using treetops. During daytime mess, if our smoke is discovered, we receive mortar fire. This entry was a turning point in the diary serial story. It seems to me probable that this was the enemy's unconscious acknowledgement that we Americans had learned our hard lessons and that the 32nd Division had found itself. From that time on, the military observations are discouraged and very brief. From today's mortar fire, the 3rd Platoon received great damage. Headquarters is a pitiful sight due to artillery fire. Carried in one coconut tree and filled in all of the shelter, now we are safe from mortar fire. Artillery raking the area, we cannot hold out much longer. Our nerves are strained. There is a lack of sleep due to the continuous shelling. The enemy's scouts, which have been bothering us all night, quit about 2 hours before dawn. The night strain has passed. Enemy scouts appear everywhere and attack, shooting automatic rifles. A second series of diary excerpts, collected by my staff, presents an even more interesting and unusual picture of the garrison troops. These paragraphs are highly personal and represent the aspirations, fears, and frustrations of men. They demolish the idea that the Japanese soldier, however rigorously trained, is unemotional, an automaton. Morale of troops is good because we feel reinforcements will come. Received word of praise from the Emperor today. We will hold out to the last. Our troops do not come. Even though they do come, they are driven away by enemy planes. Every day my comrades die one by one and our provisions disappear. We are now in a delaying holding action. The amount of provisions is small and there is no chance of replenishing ammunition. But we have bullets of flesh. No matter what comes, we are not afraid. If they come, let them come, even though there be 1,000. We will not be surprised. We have the aid of heaven. We are the warriors of Yamamoto. How I wish we could change to the offensive. Human beings must die once. It is only natural instinct to want to live, but only those with military spirit can cast that away. Now the temple of retrogression heightens and despair takes hold like young men everywhere. The Japanese soldiers are sad and unwilling and self-pitying in the coming presence of death. Sentences from the journals tell the story in a staccato fashion. There are some who are completely deteriorating spiritually. We can't eat today. Mess gear is gone because of the terrific mortar fire. Everyone is depressed. Nothing we can do. It is only fate that I am alive today. This may be the place where I shall find my death. I will fight to the last. December becomes January, and the final onrush of the Americans is at hand. These are the last entries. With the dawn, the enemy started shooting all over. All I can do is shed tears of resentment. We are now waiting only for death. The news that reinforcements had come turned out to be a rumor. All day we stay in the bunkers. We are filled with vexation. Comrades, are you going to stand by and watch us die? Even the invincible Imperial Army is at a loss. Can anything be done? Please, God. Night falls. Thought we saw 2 enemy scouts. It turned out to be a bird and a rat. It is certainly lamentable when everyone runs off and not a single person remains to take care of things. Can these be called soldiers of Japan? I pray, with the symbol of the clan deity in my hand. At the time of the fall of Buna, the battle west of the Girua River was still in a condition of stalemate. The 7th Australian Division and the American elements of the 126th Infantry had been fighting there for weeks. Casualties had been high, and luck had been low. The Australians were the hardy veterans who had crossed the Kokoda Trail, driving the Japanese before them, and the soldiers of the 126th, less the 1st and 3rd Battalions, were the courageous lads who had conquered the Kappa Kappa Trail. Both the Aussies and the Americans were tired, ill, and depleted by those epic-making marches. And after arrival in the lowlands, they were committed to a battle of attrition and trench warfare, which resembled in miniature the hateful Battle of the Somme in World War I. In the beginning, it had been decided that the Girua River would be the separating line between Australian and American commands. The 126th crossed the Girua River in November and joined up with the Australians at Sopuda, and thus came under Australian command. This geographic inadvertence caused a considerable bitterness among officers of the 32nd Division, and their position was understandable. Early in December, the Allied command decided to fly in a regiment of the American 41st Division to take the place of the exhausted American units before Sanananda. the 163rd Infantry was alerted about mid-month and appeared in the Buna sector just after the victory at Buna had been won. I had some knowledge of the condition of both Australian and American troops in the Sanananda operation, but I was soon to discover that it was infinitely worse than I had known. When the 163rd went forward, the 126th was returned to American command with rather elaborate military ceremony. I received these troops with band music and with what might well be described as a martial welcome. Actually, it was, whatever face could be put on it, a melancholy homecoming. Sickness, death, and wounds had taken an appalling toll. Out of the 1,100 able-bodied men who had been sent from Australia, only 95 were left to cross the Girua River and answer the muster. They were so ragged and so pitiful that when I greeted them, my eyes were wet. When Buna was taken, I had supposed my job was done. The first American Army victory over the Japanese had been announced to the world, and Generals MacArthur and Blamey had returned to Australia. General Herring took over the Port Moresby headquarters, and abruptly, with no joy, I found myself commander of the Allied forces on the north coast of Papua. Public relations officers on General MacArthur's staff chose to call this last phase of the Papuan command a mopping-up operation. Instead, it was a completely savage and expensive battle. Australian commanders who had been engaged in the nutcracker job at Sanananda were pessimistic about the chances of early victory, and many of them foresaw, as a result of optimistic reports released to the press, the ruin of their own careers. And mine. Sanananda would not be easy. I did not have an exact picture of the situation, but I had both admiration and friendship for the Aussie field commanders. Major General George Allen Vassey was a thin-faced, delicate-appearing veteran who had internal muscularity. He and I, from opposite sides of a river, had ridden a nightmare for many weeks and had been uneasy in the saddle. I listened while he and his staff officers told me what had happened in that theater. I shall summarize it as best I can. After arriving over the mountains at Popondetta, the Australians had struck immediately at Gona. They did well, until storms closed the cleft in the Owen Stanleys for 3 days, and no supply planes got through. Short of food and short of ammunition, the 25th Brigade and the attached 3rd Battalion were forced to retire some 3 miles south of Gona. Actually, Gona was a rest home for sick and wounded Japanese soldiers, but defensive positions had been effectively prepared, and the sick and wounded in pillboxes and timbered redoubts defended themselves very well. After an air attack and an artillery assault, the 21st Brigade hit the beach stronghold and broke through to the sea. The Japanese fell back into a network of field fortifications around Gona Mission, and they were not finally routed until Brigadier Ivan Doherty fought a second and bloody battle on the coastal dunes in mid-December. Little progress was made in the Sanananda zone between the fall of Gona and the advent of the new year, although many men on both sides died. The Japanese held an area shaped like an isosceles triangle with the broad base on the ocean between Cape Killerton and Tarakena, and the apex of the triangle at a point 3.5 miles inland from Sanananda. It was there that the trails from the Killerton and Sanananda merged and continued on fairly solid ground to the Australian headquarters at Soputa. It was the trails which were fought for. The swamps between were almost impenetrable. Immediately after the fall of Buna Mission, the fresher troops took over the action. Brigadier Wooden's 18th Brigade moved from Buna to the Soputa area. Our own, not-so-fresh 127th Infantry crossed the Girua River and started up a narrow coastal strip of sand and through an adjoining mangrove swamp toward Tarakena. It is simple to explain why this advance was hazardous. The strip of sand was so narrow that a man, at many places, could spit to his right in the ocean and spit to his left in a swamp. He had no concealment. This made Japanese marksmanship and communication lines difficult. Nevertheless, Tarakena was taken on January 8th, and the advance continued toward Sanananda Point, with some of the hardest fighting of the whole campaign ahead. The strongest Japanese positions were at the inland apex of the triangle where in the past the Allied advance had been held up. In the rear of the Japanese, to the north, however, the Allies had established a roadblock which prevented the enemy from using the trail from Sanananda for supplies and forced them to rely on the roundabout and more arduous Killerton track. The situation on the Sanananda Trail was truly extraordinary, with Jap positions and Allied positions lined up in leapfrog fashion. We were in their rear, and they were in our rear. The original Allied roadblock was about half a mile back of enemy advanced positions. But behind this was a second Japanese defensive position, and behind that, another Allied roadblock. A quarter of a mile to the north, there was another group of enemy defenses. The 163rd Infantry, under able Colonel Jens A. Doe, now took over these roadblocks. Our supply lines to them ran through dense jungle, and these dangerous routes were necessarily under constant patrol. Censorship had been very strict during the Papuan campaign. Australian and American troops were always Allied troops. Divisions and division commanders, brigades and brigadiers were strictly anonymous. Yet over the radio, on January 11th, we heard from San Francisco an announcement that Brigadier Wooten would attack with his tanks next day. That was indeed the plan, and it was carried out. Wooten and the 18th Brigade struck north from Sapuda. The Japanese were ready. Wooten's tanks were demolished by noontime, and the 18th Brigade repulsed. I took over formal command next day, and Major General F. H. Berryman, Australian, became my Chief of Staff. I was roughly familiar with General Vassey's plan for the envelopment of the Japanese, but I was not at all satisfied with our knowledge of enemy positions and supply lines. I wanted to know how the Japs were bringing in the food and ammunition which enabled them to fend us off. I ordered vigorous and far-flung patrolling, which made life even more miserable for the American GI and the Australian digger. The rains had started again, with a 10-inch downpour in a single evening. Our patrols waded hip-deep and shoulder-deep in water. But the patrolling in the swamps paid off. Our troops discovered Japanese soldiers with full packs on their backs who were headed toward Cape Killerton. A general evacuation of the able-bodied, the sick and wounded were left behind, was underway. I gave orders at once for an attack with all the power we had. The Australians hit the enemy head-on while the Americans cut in from behind. By the morning of January 15th, Japanese strength at the apex of the triangle was wiped out. The 18th Brigade was pushing rapidly up the Killerton track and meeting only slight resistance. When Wooten reached the sea, he turned down the coast and on January 18th made junction with the American 127th, which had fought its way up the coast from Tarakena to Girua under the leadership of colorful Merle Howe. Colonel Howe, a National Guard officer and a former school teacher, was the master par excellence of the Indigo phrase, and a stalwart fighting man. He was to be killed in a plane crash in the Philippines 3 years later. The encirclement of the Japanese was complete, but the battle was not done. I had shifted my Buna headquarters to General Herring's old command post at Samboga. I had been there many times before. The campsite was located on a dry, grassy knoll, and to reach it one crossed over a small, calm creek on a rudimentary footbridge. When I came as commander in January, I needed no measuring instruments to acquaint me with the amount of rainfall. The footbridge itself was underwater, and I was paddled across what was now a wide river in a canvas boat. Even on dry land in New Guinea, I often dug my own well with a shovel, struck water at 2 feet, and filled my canteen. Crystal clear water gushed up through the black mud. But like every sensible GI, I never failed to dump in germ killer pellets. It was at Samboga that I got news that General Herring in Port Moresby was not satisfied with the progress of Colonel Doe in the 163rd. Herring thought Doe was moving too slowly and was not in contact with the enemy. The truth was that the 163rd had its hands full. Up the Sanananda Trail, it ran into the enemy's main resistance. Moreover, the 2nd Battalion of the 163rd, which attempted to cross over from the Killerton Track to the Sanananda Trail, found that its road vanished after half a mile. With only a compass as a guide, the troops had to chop their way through the jungle. I had the utmost confidence in Colonel Doe, but to satisfy Herring, I took General Vassy and our staff officers forward. The waters had retreated, and we were able to proceed by jeep beyond the apex of the triangle. We went up the Sanananda Trail. American soldiers were lying across the road and firing. There was also American and Japanese firing behind us. We were at the Fisk perimeter, so called for Lieutenant Harold R. Fisk, the first officer of the 163rd to be hit in battle. Vassy and I got out of the jeep and crawled down into a trench. This was Doe's command post. It had a roof of sorts and revetments to protect it. I said, "Where are the Japs?" Doe answered, "Right over there. See that bunker?" I saw it, and Vassy saw it, and it was only 50 yards away. Doe was in the front line, and so were we. He gave us some hot tea and then went on with the attack. Vassy was satisfied with Doe's determination, and so was I. The 163rd had to do most of the nasty job of obliterating the enemy in a series of scattered skirmishes. The defeated Japanese would not give in, because they were willing to accept death, because even hopeless odds did not hasten surrender. Every single small outpost had to be taken at the sacrifice of Allied lives. But by January 22nd, all organized resistance of the Japanese in Papua was over, and the long, heartbreaking campaign was done. General Herring, my Allied commander in Port Moresby, sent me this generous personal message. Please accept on behalf of yourself, your commanding officers and men, the heartiest congratulations and gratitude of General Blamey and myself for the carefully planned and magnificently executed operations which have resulted in the capture of Sanananda and the virtual clearing of Japanese from Papua. In those early days, we consistently underestimated the enemy. Intelligence guessed there were 300 Japanese at Buna, and there were 3,000. Intelligence guessed there were 500 Japanese at Sanananda, and there were 5,000. However you look at it, the assignment was tough. Japanese casualties mounted up to about 8,000 dead. There were some high-ranking Japanese officers who did not become casualties at Buna and Sanananda. They dumped their wounded out of motor barges and saved their own skins by departure by sea. What did it cost us? I have before me the casualties of the 32nd Division from September 26, 1942 to February 28, 1943. Killed in action and died of wounds, 690. Total deaths, including disease, 707. Wounded in action, 1,680. Fever and disease cases, including shell shock and concussions, 8,286. The Australian casualties should be added to the high purchase price for inhospitable jungle. Between September 25th and January 22nd, a period which covers their pursuit of the Japanese over the Kokoda Trail, 3,359 Australians were wounded, and 1,602 were killed in action or died of wounds. We had our victory, and we were started back. Chapter 5. Australia and the Amphibs. My instructions from General MacArthur were to return to Australia as soon as the Sanananda operation was completed. The 32nd Division was to be rehabilitated in Australia, and a new division, the 24th, was scheduled to arrive there. Major General Horace Fuller of the 41st Division was on the ground to take over American troops in advanced New Guinea for further operations under Australian command. Horace Fuller was a classmate and friend, and I was glad for the time being to bequeath the jungle to him and to Vassie. A young staff officer of mine, at the moment of departure, remarked alliteratively that he was one of the lads not loath to leave. I was another. I was very tired, but I knew, being a reasoning man, that I was not nearly so tired as many of the GIs who had already returned to Australia. In fact, with the removal of great responsibility, I felt reasonably good. Remembering the fallen, remembering the wounded and the maimed, I was convinced I had been lucky beyond my deserts. I had been shot at repeatedly and never hit. At the age of 56, a man is not in the heyday of youth, but I had endured days of physical exertion calculated to kill an ox. Soldiers who served throughout the campaign and did not get malaria were few, yet I never got it. I felt poorly and lost weight, but I must confess I did not even have indigestion. Why I was never sick I did not know then and do not know now. The Anopheles mosquito is not choosy, and the doctors say likes one bloodstream just about as well as another. The Anopheles mosquito avoided me. There are certain ancient superstitions which seem to be part of soldiering. When I asked Brigadier Wooten to attack the commanding positions at Sanananda, where so many assaults had been beaten back before, he was silent for a while and indecisive. Then he said, "If you want me to attack, I'll attack. I like a lucky man." My corps officers and I, both General Byers and Colonel Rogers, had come back from the hospital, took off by air on January 24th, and spent that night in Port Moresby. Generously, Ned Herring rolled out for us all the red carpets he had. There was a press conference with Australian newspapermen, and I took the occasion to tell them of the heroic job the Weirway pilots had done beyond the mountains. Because of some curious caste system I failed to understand, the Weirway pilots did not belong to the Royal Australian Air Forces, and I resented public indifference to their flying ability and heroism. My men saw one Weirway shoot down a Zero. This was about like seeing Lindbergh's Old Spirit of St. Louis shoot down a fighter pilot. It was comforting to go to General Herring's camp against a mountainside and to feel dry, and to feel free, and to sleep. That night there was a Japanese air raid on Moresby, a great deal of excitement and an inordinate racket. The anti-aircraft guns were busy and noisy, and searchlights lighted the sky. I slept all night and never heard or saw a thing. I woke clear-minded and ready to leave for Rockhampton. Our Australian friends went to the airfield to see us off, and my own particular contingent traveled in 3 planes over the Coral Sea. There was a certain understandable exhilaration. Going back to Rockhampton seemed like going home. I have on hand a note to my wife, pencil-written on the plane, which reveals some of our sense of release. Here is a paragraph. "We are all as happy as kids. Eddie Gross, whom I have cussed so much and decorated 3 times, is chewing gum. Gordon Rogers, with 2 holes through his legs, is reading a detective story. Also Bill Bowen. Clovis is beside me reading a magazine. There are 14 of us in addition to the crew. Altitude has made the plane cool, but the aluminum seats were never intended for a boudoir. Sergeant Drombowski, wrapped in a blanket, is asleep on the floor." I find in the closing sentences of the note evidences of that loneliness which is the daily and unshakable companion of every soldier on foreign duty. I hope you will sleep better now that the campaign for Papua is over. We fought them on the ground of their own choosing, under conditions which were indescribable. I believe I did my duty, and that is what you would have wanted me to do. I didn't have to ask anyone to do anything I was unwilling to do myself. I have received from the Australians and from my friends many compliments, but to do well in your eyes means 100 times more than the things the others say. Back at 1st Corps headquarters, our homecoming had been anticipated, and to our surprise there was a band on hand when our planes bounced to a halt on the grass landing field. Many of our Rockhampton Australian friends were also there to make it an Allied welcome, and my officers and I proceeded with the greatest pleasure to the comfortable living quarters we had deserted almost 2 months before. Because of censorship, I was never able to describe my home, where 5 officers and 3 sergeants lived with me, to my wife. But some months later, Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt came to Australia and did the job for me. In her newspaper column, My Day, she wrote of Rockhampton, without, of course, naming the town. By 5 in the afternoon, we reached our destination, a city of some 30,000 inhabitants. My first impression is of the most beautiful and elaborate gardens I have ever seen. There are flowers everywhere, and opposite the general's home, a gorgeous hedge is in full bloom. After the savagery and anarchy of the jungle, it was agreeable indeed to be back in the beauty and order of Rockhampton. Most of us had forgotten what civilized living was like. Our headquarters company was established through the goodwill of the citizens in the city park and botanical gardens. Flowering shrubs bloomed along camp streets, and there were flower beds among the tents. The evening of our arrival back, General Byers, Colonel Bowen, and I sat on Mr. Grant's lawn and savored the satisfaction of quiet and peace. We remembered our first days in Australia. How long ago that now seemed. We remembered the fine group of American newspaper men who had been with us then and were now scattered. In Brisbane, they had asked for a press conference with me. I said that there would be a conference, but this time I wanted to ask the questions, because they knew much more about conditions in Australia than a new arrival like myself. Byron Darton, a great reporter from the New York Times, was the unofficial but acknowledged dean of the American correspondence, and Barney arranged that unusual conference. I went to dinner at the press house, which the correspondents shared. After a little preliminary wassail and an excellent meal, coffee was brought in and tunics were loosed at the neck. Barney acted as informal chairman, wise, balanced, humorous, as I began the cross-examination of my hosts. Darton had been a combat infantryman with the 32nd Division in World War I. He had known General Brett and General Barnes and other Americans who had been in Australia before me. He had watched the undercover feuding between the American and the Australian military, and his perceptiveness had discovered some of the causes. No military textbook with which I am familiar suggests the questioning of correspondence as a method by which a commander may inform himself. But around the dinner table that night, with everything off the record and no holds barred, I received from a group of intelligent newspapermen a first-rate orientation course. When they finished, I had a pretty clear idea about the currents in the waters in which it was my unchosen destiny to swim. Back in Rockhampton and there on the pleasant lawn, everything seemed the same. But remembering, Byers and Bowen and I knew it wasn't. It never is. Already, so early in the war, my friend Barney Darton was gone. Many gallant newspapermen died subsequently in posts of danger. And many people forget, because the newspapermen were not soldiers, that all of them came to posts of danger voluntarily. Darton was killed going forward with the 32nd Division in New Guinea. I have described earlier the failure of our troops who tried to go overland from Wanigela to Pongani. They were mired down. As an improvisation, it was decided to attempt a ferry service of small boats to the assembly point in the Buna area. Bruce Faunstock, American explorer and yachtsman who was familiar with tropical waters, Barney Darton, and a number of young American soldiers were passengers on one of those defenseless craft. Somewhere there was a failure of communications. The Air Force had been advised that all craft seen east of a certain coastal point must be considered enemy vessels. An American plane swooped down, dropped a bomb, and managed what is known technically as a near miss. The boat was not hit, but shrapnel from the bomb killed both Fawnstock and Darton. They were brought, sadly, ashore by their comrades. Darton was buried in a small weather-beaten cemetery at Port Moresby. There among the scrub eucalyptus trees, Australians, British, American Negroes, American white men, and men of other nationalities lay side by side. "That would please Barney," said Robert Sherritt of Time magazine in an interview. Sherrod had been Darton's roommate in Australia. Barney had a firm conviction that all men would one day be brothers or they would be slaves. In the Southwest Pacific, as in the Solomons, the first half of 1943 was a period of preparation, a lull in battle. An advance up the New Guinea coast had originally been contemplated, but heavy Australian and American casualties and the attrition of illness made such an advance impossible. Admiral Bill Halsey's furious sea battle off of Guadalcanal, in which both Admirals Dan Callahan and Norman Scott lost their lives, had made secure that American beachhead. The Japanese had been knocked back on their heels, and they too were concentrating on preparation and gathering strength for the next round of the battle. Every enlisted man knows the weary Army phrase, "Hurry up and wait." In the Southwest Pacific, the Americans hurried up and waited for many months. I had recommended that the 32nd Division be given a thorough rest and a long one, but my recommendations were not followed. Almost immediately, under efficient Major General Bill Gill, who had come on from the States as their new commander, they were returned to a routine of the most arduous kind of training. Official releases minimized the casualties they had taken. On one occasion, making an address to the GIs of the 32nd, I made a solemn promise sometime to tell their story to the American public. In this book, I have tried my best to do so. I have no intention of discussing here such an abstruse subject as the psychology of leadership, but it is just common sense that cheerful leaders soothe the anxieties of men, that calm leaders allay the hysterias which are both endemic and epidemic in battle, that optimistic leaders imbue their subordinates with confidence. No man in one section of a battle can have an accurate picture of the battle as a whole. It may be that at the very moment of desperation, comrades in another sector have broken through. Though it seems incredible to the GI, the leader, in Shakespeare's words, has eyes, hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections. He has a breaking point too. But because of the responsibility upon him, he cannot admit it. Several months after my return to Australia, I went to visit a friend of mine, Brigadier General George Honan, who was a patient at the 42nd General Hospital near Brisbane. George Honan said that his young Army doctor had been with me at Buna and had described me as a cold, hard man. Honan challenged his judgment because Honan had known me for a good many years. Just then, the doctor came in. We were introduced. I did not recognize him, and I suspect he did not recognize me. Neither of us wore jungle suits, neither had muddy pants legs and sweat-stained shirts, neither of us had the greasy, tired faces which were a commonplace in the jungle. And the doctor, now so neat, had been working all night with the wounded when I had last seen him, unshaven and splattered with blood. This is what we remembered in common. It was during December when the fate of Buna lay in the balance. We were trying to drive through to the sea. I had been at the front all day. I had seen the litters coming back. I had seen walking wounded being led from the front. I had seen men lying in ditches, weeping with battle shock. I had visited dressing stations. Yet there were advances to be made, and decisions which must not be governed by my own weakness or emotions. It was then that the Army doctor asked me to enter his trailside hospital and to speak to the gravely wounded. I refused. He interpreted my refusal as callousness. Actually, it was self-protection. I had seen pain and torture all that troubled day, and I did not know whether determination and a sense of duty would survive another scene of agony. Eventually, I mastered my weakness and went in to his wounded. Back in Brisbane, the doctor and I talked about that difficult time at the front, and I think he finally understood that war is such an unutterable, cruel enterprise that generals, being human, must ration their own emotions in order to have reason about them when reason is imperative. They cannot afford to crack. "You aren't the man I thought you were at all," said the doctor. Perhaps not. I was the man who, after the last Japanese shot had been fired at Buna, stood at the edge of the Buna cemetery with the tears running down my face. There is a time for all things, even a time for tears. In Australia, we waited for reinforcements. We waited for supplies. We waited for ships and planes and landing craft. Some of us in positions of power waited with gnawing impatience. But in a war of two oceans and two hemispheres, the nervous systems of commanding generals are expendable. It was plain that a successful campaign in the Pacific must be based on amphibious landings. Water was the only way back. Americans were ill-equipped for the job. The Navy and the Marines had practiced small movements in the Caribbean. There had been an amphibious landing in North Africa in the fall of 1942. But assault landings from the sea in the Pacific were brand new stuff to a brand new and hitherto land-bound army. The Japanese had already proved themselves masters of amphibious warfare. They had planned the conquest of Asia for a good many years, and they had equipped themselves for it. They were far ahead of us and far ahead of the British, and though few people appear to realize it, far ahead of the Germans too. They invented and accumulated in great quantity landing craft which vomited troops directly on tropical shores. When their convoys crept down the China Sea toward Malaya and the Philippines in the waning autumn of 1941, they had the tools to do the job. It is the fashion now, among some people who never fought against them, to minimize the military abilities of the Japanese. No veteran of the Pacific does. No fighter pilot who locked horns with the early Zeeks or Zeros does, nor does anyone who knows about equipment and supply. If the Germans had possessed the landing craft the Japanese marshaled in the Pacific, Hitler would never have abandoned the Channel crossing. Captured records of the German High Command reveal that Hitler turned his troops away from the beaches because he believed he did not have sufficient landing craft to make the invasion of Britain feasible. The first American landing boat I saw in Australia came off an assembly line at Cairns in April of 1943, about a year and 4 months after the war began. A few weeks earlier, I had inspected some of the just-arrived special troops who were to man these blunt armor-plated craft. The troops belonged to an outfit new to the American military roster, the Army Amphibian Engineers. To my mind, their importance to the winning of the war in the Pacific and their solid exploits under difficulties have been insufficiently heralded. The idea of the amphibian engineers was conceived in Washington but proved itself practicable on the brisk beaches of Cape Cod, some 10,000 miles away from the coral and mangrove and damp heat of New Guinea shores. Major General Dan Nosey, then a colonel, was the pioneer who saw the need for Army amphibian troops. The Navy had pushed hard for the development of landing craft, but in view of the immense demands made upon it, felt it could not train sufficient boatmen to meet the challenge of a channel crossing in Europe and simultaneous demands in the Pacific. The Navy welcomed Army help. Dan Nosey was able to convince General McNair and Mark Clark of the need of these specialized troops. With their enthusiastic backing, Nosey went to town. He and his staff did an admirable job in recruiting personnel. They tapped the records of 200,000 officers and 3 million enlisted men to search out maritime experience and aptitude. In 10 weeks, by canvassing yacht clubs and boating organizations, they produced 400 officers and commissioned them. Few had military or naval backgrounds, but they did have technical proficiency in the varied specialties which were part of the conception of an amphibian outfit. Many of them were familiar with all types of propulsion: sail, steam, diesel, gasoline motor, or just plain oars. Some of them knew navigation, astronomy, and geography. Some had master's licenses, and some just wanted to go to sea. Some could lay steel web on a beach, or man a radio, or handle the firing of 4.5-inch rockets when troops were going ashore. Their training was hardy, and it paid off. It paid off for Lieutenant General Walter Kruger when he came out in the spring of 1943 to command the 6th Army, of which my 1st Corps became a part. And it paid off for me later when I became commander of the 8th Army. Eventually in the Pacific, we had 3 brigades of these amphibs. They were known as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Engineer Special Brigades. They were not only boatmen who put soldiers ashore, they were shore engineers who knew how to handle cargo on a beach. Their engineer base shop battalions and boat maintenance battalions, I'm through with such technical subdivisions from now on, could assist in the construction and operations of shipyards, and they could supervise the assembly job of turning out the landing craft. Technical experts back in the States had worked out ways to send knockdown landing craft overseas by transport ship. Certain of the amphibs, who had been trained in the home plants, were experts in putting the parts back together. With transport ships landing in almost all the ports in Australia, and shipments subject to hazards of war, mix-ups and confusions were inevitable. In consequence, many of these particular amphibs had really a jigsaw job. Part A and Part B, each an integral part of the same vessel, were not infrequently landed at harbors 900 miles apart. Often it took weeks of effort to get the parts together for assembly. The pioneer group of 2nd Brigade, the first amphibs in Australia, ran into a particular tough situation. They expected to find an assembly plant at Cairns. When they arrived there, no plant had ever been started. Under considerable difficulties by employing their mechanics as carpenters and electricians, they built one. Once the assembly line was ready, they began turning out 7 completed boats each day. The original headquarters of the 2nd Brigade was 10 miles from Rockhampton, and in the company of the brigade's commander, Brigadier General W.F. Heavy, I had plenty of opportunity to inspect the landing craft and the boatmen at the throttles. These troops had also brought with them 2 important innovations in amphibious warfare: the swimming truck, known as the Duck, and the 4.5-inch barrage rocket. None of us had seen them before, yet even at that time, American ingenuity was not so far ahead of the Japanese. During the summer, a detachment of amphibs went to Milne Bay, which once a pestilential hole, was now being turned into an important Army and Navy base. A number of Jap landing crafts sunk in the original enemy invasion there were raised, repaired, and put to use. This gave the troops a chance to compare their craft with the Japanese models of 1942. Officers of the 2nd Brigade told me there were many good points about the enemy boats. Their design was so much better than that of the American blunt-nose, flat-bottom boats. The experts said that the Jap diesel engines needed only 1/3 as much horsepower as the American engines to make 8 knots. On the other hand, the ramps of the Jap craft were narrow and unwieldy, and restricted the types and sizes of vehicles which could be carried abroad. But their general excellence was such as to add one more injunction to the growing gospel that the Japanese must not be taken lightly. I had something to say about that line myself when I spoke in June to 400 graduates of an officers' candidate school near Brisbane. These men, from the ranks, had had the advantages of learning the principles of warfare from men, both Americans and Australians, who had had first-hand experience in the jungle. I was thrilled when I watched those 400 Yank youngsters take the graduation oath en masse, and when I addressed them I was never more serious in my life. The successful campaign in North Africa had just ended. "It will be a long time," I said, "before you hear of the surrender of 100,000 Japs as you have heard about the surrender of German and Italian troops. The enemy you are going to meet is one you can count on fighting to the last. You have read about soldiers and Allied armies accounting for hundreds of Japs, but I know one case where a lone Japanese routed out of a foxhole was discovered to have killed 32 Allied soldiers before he spent his own life. The Japanese is a wily, savage, courageous, and well-trained soldier who will make the job ahead of all of us a difficult one." The 3rd Engineer Special Brigade, under Brigadier General D.A.D. Ogden, and the 4th Brigade, under Brigadier General Henry Hutchins, came to the Pacific some months later, but they, like Bill Heavy's outfit, were tremendously valuable in the long climb up the ladder toward Tokyo. I remember many stories about the jack-of-all-trades who made up what was sometimes called the Army's Navy. One of them concerned a lone LCM, which was pushing along a tropical coastal line with supplies for an outlying infantry patrol. One of the crew called attention to an unusual small island, a few hundred yards offshore, which was masked with underbrush and low coconut trees. As a sort of automatic gesture of protection against snipers, the crewman gave the island a burst of machine gun fire. He was surprised to receive machine gun fire in return. Now the LCM maneuvered so that both 50 caliber machine guns could be brought to bear on the spot. Then for several minutes the American gunners raked the island with fire. The enemy's shooting ceased, and the LCM closed cautiously in. To the astonishment of the amphibs, the island turned out to be a landing craft heavily camouflaged. There were several dead Japanese aboard and a file of documents which our intelligence section found to be of considerable importance in the specific campaign then underway. In June of 1943, the 2nd Brigade had 3 groups in New Guinea. One group was divided between Port Moresby and Milne Bay. Another at Samurai was preparing a new base for the amphibians, and a third at Oral Bay was scheduled to support some of the troops of the American 41st Division in a drive from Buna to the northwest. Offshore at Cairns in Australia, in the waters where Zane Grey, the sportsman and novelist, once did his big-time fishing, a regiment of the 2nd Brigade was having combined training with the 9th Australian Division. On June 29, a convoy of all available landing boats picked up troops of the 41st Division at Morobe and made a night landing back of the Japanese at Nassau Bay. In the convoy there were 29 LCVPs and an LCM, and 3 captured Jap barges, a very small sea force indeed. But the amphibs were seeing first action. The 30-odd-mile trip was made in wind, rain, and heavy seas. Only a few minutes behind schedule, the first wave hit the beach. No Japs were encountered, but a 12-foot surf was too much for many of the 36-foot boats. Only a few were able to retract before being swamped. 21 of the 29 scattered LCVPs were pounded into distorted shapes by the heavy waves. But despite confusion and loss of equipment, the troops landed without the loss of a man. The enemy did not attack that night. The roar of boats trying to extricate themselves from the shoals convinced them that tanks were being landed. At daylight, the Japanese discovered there were no tanks and that the American force was small, and they counterattacked the following night. 68 boatmen fought in the line as infantry with the men of the 162nd Regiment. The Japs retired, leaving their dead behind them. One hero of the Nassau Bay engagement was 2nd Lieutenant Charles C. Keel. After the initial landing, medical supplies were urgently needed. Despite the probability of air attack, Keel took off in the small boat he commanded to make the delivery of supplies in broad daylight. Before the trip was half completed, enemy planes appeared and dived with guns blazing. Keel was wounded 5 times but refused to permit his crew to turn back from their mission. The supplies were delivered. More than 10 hours elapsed before the lieutenant could reach a hospital, and he died of his wounds 5 days later. Keel was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. The amphibs who had trained with the 9th Australian Division showed their mettle in the later Leyte and Finschhafen campaigns. Leyte involved, for those days, a large convoy: 44 LCVPs, 10 LCMs, and 3 LCSs, and 9 LCTs. The amphibs took off from Morobe and made an after-dawn landing at a beach 75 miles away. During the 12-day Leyte campaign, which was fought in torrents of rain, heavy small boat force carried over 12,000 passengers and 10,000 tons of cargo. Not even a jeep could negotiate the soaked coastal terrain during this period, and practically all supply had to be delivered by the brigade craft. One incident is memorable. A few days after the landing, a severe storm caught the Aussies in the midst of an attempt to cross the flooded Busso River. One infantry battalion, using rubber boats and swimming, managed to cross to the enemy side and establish a foothold. Many of the soldiers had lost their rifles and no machine guns had been carried across. The Japanese, who held the coast just west of the river's mouth, soon realized that only a small and poorly armed force faced them. The Aussie battalion was cut off and virtually helpless. Now the amphibs turned to valiantly. Because of the continuing rain and lack of visibility, their boats were able to go around the mouth of the river and get in the rear of the enemy. They worked for 60 continuous hours. They transported 1,500 Aussie soldiers and a great quantity of arms and supplies. They had absorbed bombing and strafing earlier. Now they absorbed machine gun bullets and fire from mortars. A typical story is that of the First Lieutenant H.E. McPherson. He made 40 trips to the beleaguered Allied troops and, declining relief, spent 48 hours on the job. When his steering gear was damaged by enemy fire, he rigged up an emergency tiller and steered his boat from an exposed position in the stern. My old friend, Wooten, by then deservedly a major general, was the field commander at Leyte. He said of the American amphibs, "Not for 1 hour has my advance on Leyte been held up by the failure of the 2nd Engineers Special Brigade to deliver troops, supplies, or ammunition at the time and place needed." Perhaps more important, at a period when relations between Americans and Australians were somewhat strained, was this paragraph which appeared in an Australian newspaper. The Leyte and Finschhafen campaigns have provided a fine example of the effectiveness of Australian-American cooperation. In addition, the AIF, Australian Imperial Force, has been supplied by its Navy a fleet of barges manned by the 2nd Engineers Special Brigade. Cooperation in the air is an impersonal, detached manner. In an entirely different category is the active and man-to-man cooperation of the U.S. boys who man the supply barges. These Yanks have fought, and some have died alongside Australians, and have done both so gamely as to win the respect and affection of the diggers. There's one final epic of the amphibs. It is concerned with Private Junior N. Van Noy, a 19-year-old high school boy from Brooklyn who received posthumously the Congressional Medal of Honor. At Finschhafen, Jap air reaction was more severe than at Leyte. The men in the foxhole saw a good many aerial battles overhead as American fighters intercepted Japanese bombers, and occasionally the enemy broke through to blast boat and shore installations, particularly at dawn and twilight. During the day, Kenny's planes kept the Japs at a reasonable distance. At night, our boatmen frequently cut motors to hide the sea wake from the sharp eyes of Japanese pilots aloft in the darkness. Early one morning, the Japanese attempted a surprise landing on an Allied supply terminal north of Finschhafen, known as Scarlet Beach. They had taken advantage of a black night and a calm sea. They let their ramps down a half-mile off the coast and quietly paddled their boats toward shore. 2 Americans, manning a .50 caliber machine gun, Junior Vanoy and Stefan Popa, waited silently in the darkness until they were sure that the bullet-deflecting ramps were down. Then they opened up at a range of 25 yards. It was a slaughter. Japanese were killed on the beach and the boats in the water. Others jumped overboard and closed on the gun with grenades. Vanoy handled the machine gun. His companion, who later was decorated with the Silver Star, served as loader. There were shouted orders for the 2 men to retire to a bluff 100 yards back of the beach, where the Aussies and other shore engineers were organizing to repel the attack. If Vanoy heard the orders, he disregarded them. So it was 2 men against more than 100. When the machine gun belt ran out, and with the grenades landing around them, Vanoy and Popa managed to load a second belt. Both were wounded by this time. More and more of the enemy fell before their fire, some only 6 or 7 feet away. Prostrate on the ground, Popa managed to grab a rifle and shoot a Japanese who was about to bayonet him. He lost consciousness then, and when he woke he found his dead adversary still across his chest. A grenade blew off one of Vanoy's legs, and later, when help came, he was found dead, with the machine gun belt empty and his finger still on the trigger. The 2-man crew almost alone defeated the enemy landing. Chapter 6. My Ward, Mrs. Roosevelt. In August of 1943, I was given one of the most hazardous assignments of my career. It is one thing to have fortitude on a battlefield, but quite another to face the booby traps and landmines of international diplomacy. Any military man knows that. Summoned by General MacArthur, I flew from Rockhampton to Brisbane. There the general told me that Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt, traveling under the impressive code name Flight 231 Pacific, would soon visit Australia, and that I was to be in command of her. This meant that I would conduct the negotiations with the Australian government, arrange her itinerary, provide her transportation, and be responsible for her safety. General MacArthur said at once that operations in New Guinea would require his presence at Port Moresby during the period of her visit, and I envied him his plausible escape. I had entertained Mrs. Roosevelt when I was superintendent at West Point, and I liked her. General Pa Watson, the president's military aide, was a lifelong friend of mine. But I viewed my assignment with apprehension. Commanding a corps seemed easier. My apprehensions were justified. After forming a staff to make the arrangements, I spent most of the next week in airplanes. Nelson Johnson, American minister to Australia, advised me that he was having difficulty with the Australian government. It was the viewpoint of Dr. Herbert W. Evatt, the foreign minister, and of Colonel W.R. Hodgson, his personal representative, that Mrs. Roosevelt had been invited to visit Australia officially, that she would be the official guest of the Commonwealth, and that they would arrange her itinerary. It all seems like a tempest in a teapot now, but General MacArthur had direct orders from the War Department to assume responsibility for all phases of her visit. This job he passed on to me. I flew 3 times to Canberra, the capital, attempting to quiet the diplomatic fracas. It was Australian winter, and 2 of those times my plane iced up. We were blown out to sea and made emergency landings at Sydney. On the 3rd visit to Canberra, I suggested, in order to resolve the disagreement, that Colonel Hodgson and I fly to New Caledonia to meet Mrs. Roosevelt on her arrival there and to let her give the Solomons' decision on the ownership of the baby. Hodgson agreed, and we set off next day by Navy bomber. Noumea, in New Caledonia, was the headquarters of Admiral Halsey. General Miff Harmon, Army commander in the South Pacific under Halsey, met us, and a trip I had dreaded became a pleasant one. To my surprise, Robert P. Patterson, then Undersecretary of War, and Lieutenant General William S. Knudsen, the dauntless Dane who had abandoned General Motors for public service, were both Harmon's guests. I talked late with Judge Patterson and then shared a bedroom with Knudsen. That same afternoon, I met Halsey for the first time. Patterson and Knudsen were to leave in the morning before Mrs. Roosevelt's arrival, and it was the beginning of a firm friendship. 2 years later, I was able to repay Halsey's New Caledonia hospitality in occupied Japan. Knowing his distaste for the militarist of Nippon, I provided the Admiral with a pleasant day by taking him on a tour of the Yokohama prison where various Japanese war criminals and Filipino collaborators were incarcerated. But that day in Noumea, there seemed to be some doubt of my welcome. Halsey, I was told, had no idea why Hodgson and I had come there, and was considerably irked by our presence. I learned subsequently that the explanatory message I had tried to send from Brisbane had been edited and garbled by Navy communications. Such things happen. However, when I wryly explained my diplomatic difficulties with the friendly Australian government over Mrs. Roosevelt's Australian tour, Halsey felt his own responsibilities lighten, and he laughed until the tears ran down his face. I did not feel so funny, and the next day he seemed bothered too. We were ferried by plane to the airfield where our guest was to land. All of us worried when her converted B-24 circled endlessly, or so it seemed, in the overcast before the pilot, and he was expert, nosed down for a landing. Mrs. Roosevelt came off the plane in her Red Cross uniform, looking as fresh as a daisy, and Colonel Hodgson and I had an immediate interview. I explained that General MacArthur had received orders from the War Department that her visit to Australia was to be in his charge. Colonel Hodgson explained that the Australian government insisted that, as the President's wife, the American Queen was to be the government's guest. Mrs. Roosevelt listened patiently and solved the problem. She recalled an earlier visit to England where she had been the official guest of the King and Queen at Buckingham Palace for several days, and that had toured installations under American Army auspices. She said she would like to follow a similar procedure in Australia, to visit the Governor-General and his wife in Canberra, and then to place herself under my direction for the rest of her stay. She wanted to see hospitals, troops, Red Cross installations, and the simpler her reception, the better she liked it. We were guests of Admiral Halsey that night at dinner, and next day Colonel Hodgson and I returned to Brisbane. Mrs. Roosevelt was to spend a week in New Zealand before her arrival in Australia, and this gave my staff time to set up her itinerary and to send representatives by air to make arrangements at every place she would stop. In short, the staff work for the visit of the President's wife was handled like a small military operation. Because Colonel Hodgson was a fighting man, he had an honorable limp from a battle wound in World War I suspected at Noumea that he had not yet abandoned his case, and in consequence I asked Mrs. Roosevelt to send me a wire confirming her statement that she placed herself under my direction. This was wise insurance. When the Australian government did renew its persuasions, I was able to forward to Nelson Johnson a copy of Mrs. Roosevelt's telegram, which made her wishes a matter of record. From that time on, I am happy to report the Australians were as cooperative and hospitable as only my friends the Australians can be. We met Mrs. Roosevelt at Mascot Field near Sydney on Friday, September 3rd, and I have never seen such an unrehearsed reception. When Mrs. Roosevelt and her aide, Major George E. Dumont, in peacetime a well-known Washington correspondent, stepped off the plane, thousands of people were waiting on the field. They had come just to get a glimpse of her. They knew she was to leave in half an hour for Canberra. Flowers were thrown, and there was an electric welcome that any veteran of crowds could recognize at once as real and spontaneous. A few days later in Melbourne, General Rupertus of the Marines had to rope off the entrance to a hotel to prevent Mrs. Roosevelt from being mobbed by a friendly multitude. The first day's program called for a quiet dinner in Canberra with Lord and Lady Cowrie, and then a 2-day visit with the Commonwealth's officialdom. Lord Cowrie was the Governor-General, the representative of the British Crown. Earlier in the summer, he had inspected my installations near Rockhampton and been my guest overnight. I found his reminiscences fascinating. A retired 4-star general, he had been Lord Kitchener's aide at Khartoum in 1898. This was of particular interest to me. I had studied the Sudanese campaign, but he was the only man I ever met who had taken part in it. Canberra is a small city and new. Only since 1927 has it been the Commonwealth's capital. A stone's throw from handsome buildings of state, sheep graze on green and brown hillsides. At Government House, the American party was quartered pleasantly and well. I had appointed Admiral Cary Jones as my naval aide and General Byers as my military aide. Admiral Jones and I shared a suite. We were rough customers and a little rusty on the traditional punctilio of the English country house. When we went to our rooms in the late afternoon, we found that our luggage had been unpacked and our clean clothing laid out. Submissively, I put on fresh clothing. Jones, a character of a sturdier type, rebelled. He went down to dinner without changing. An English butler is a hard man to lick. The next evening, Jones again found his clothes laid out, but in polite recognition of his eccentricity, they were the soiled garments he had worn the day before. On Saturday, Mrs. Roosevelt and I, her guardian army angel, set off on the repetitive cycle of formal events. There was a state luncheon with all of the cabinet members present and speeches by Prime Minister Curtin, Mr. Hughes, and Mrs. Roosevelt. A reception was given by Nelson Johnson at the Canberra Hotel, and then a state dinner at Government House. There I sat next to Mr. Hughes. William Morris Hughes, Prime Minister of Australia during World War I, was a salty and delightful character. He reminded me of my father's friends in a pioneer America. Hughes was a Welshman who had come to Australia at the age of 20. He had worked on farms, he had driven sheep across New South Wales and Queensland, he had cooked for harvesting gangs, he had been a sailor on coastal vessels, he had taught school, and he had prospected for gold. He had been a power in Australian politics since 1904, and he was an excellent storyteller. I enjoyed every story he told. Mr. Hughes was 77 years old at the time of the dinner at Government House, and definitely hard of hearing. I was told later by disapproving aides that between Mr. Hughes roaring at me and my roaring at Mr. Hughes, we deafened most of the guests and kept a formal dinner lively. Consulting my diary this long after, I find a mollifying quotation. Had a hell of a good time, to bed late. Consulting the same diary, I find we took off for Melbourne at 9:15 the next morning. Our original instructions were that Mrs. Roosevelt's visit was to be a quiet one. She wanted to see American soldiers and Red Cross workers, and there was to be no fuss about it. My single adventure in diplomacy had made me sympathetic with diplomats. Events supersede instructions. The Australians demanded a chance to see her, and the Lord Mayors of Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane were insistent that she appear in their cities for official receptions. Eventually, a compromise was arrived at. Mrs. Roosevelt said she had no official standing and could not attend official receptions. But if a Lord Mayor wanted to assemble his city's ladies in the town hall to listen to her, she would be glad to talk to them. This worked out satisfactorily. Tens of Thousands of Australians had an opportunity to see her in the big towns, and many thousands heard her talk. At each stop, a smaller group had a chance to chat informally with the president's wife over a cup of tea. I shared an airplane with her on 3,000 miles of travel, and my legs ached as I walked with her through hospitals and army camps. In hospitals, she stopped at beds to talk with soldiers and wrote down messages to send to families. She sent them, too. As she went down a corridor, she neglected no one. She called on them all, listened to their complaints, made notes, spoke cheering words. She was indifferent to personal hardship and always gracious. She could not be kept out of the wards where wounds smelled evilly and agony was a commonplace. These were the men, she said, who needed comfort the most. She asked permission to go to Port Moresby, but to my surprise, General MacArthur refused. However, one night, traveling by jeep, we came upon a group of soldiers who were on their way to embarkation for New Guinea. They were traveling by truck, and they seemed crowded in like cattle. Mrs. Roosevelt got out of the jeep and went along to each truck and talked to the disconsolate soldiers. She introduced herself and asked what communications she could send home to their families. I suppose in these days of peace it will be hard for people to understand how warming it was for a sick or wounded or well soldier in a foreign land to see the wife of the President of the United States at his elbow. It made him 10,000 miles away from his childhood, confronted with unknown and incalculable future dangers, somehow feel remembered and secure, and perhaps in some mystic way, and I do not want to sound sentimental, Mrs. Roosevelt served as his own mother's deputy. I am fully aware that some people back in the States criticize Mrs. Roosevelt for her wartime travels. In Australia, we had become inured, if not agreeable, to the visits of very important personages. Some of us referred privately to these high-priority official vagabonds as feather merchants and accepted them philosophically as necessary nuisances. But not Mrs. Roosevelt. I had dreaded her coming, but I knew when she departed that she had been the most valuable VIP who had ever come to Australia. Her simplicity and lack of side endeared her to the troops. Her graciousness endeared her to the Australians, and her visit stored up a reserve of goodwill that was like a family bank account. Even by the end of hostilities, we had not checked it all out. A good many million Americans who went overseas probably share my reminiscent wonderment at how quickly the soldier feels himself estranged from his native land. New sights, new scenes, new situations have something to do with it, of course, but there's something more. Letters home are a connecting link, but the letters become more attenuated as time passes. There is so much censorship will not allow you to tell that after a while you no longer try to tell it. Letters between husband and wife in normal times usually take on a kind of shorthand. They share so many friends and so many common interests that a letter is written conversation, but not in war. The letters may begin that way, but soon the soldier finds out that he is daily faced with problems that, within the censorship, he cannot explain. He is hungry for news about what is happening back home, but as he himself turns by necessity to the minutiae of his own life overseas, he finds his own bulletins from home less informative. Censorship is catching, and distance is catching too. I was more fortunate than most in this because my wife had married a professional soldier and knew the pidgin of military talk. Nevertheless, after a year's absence, I found myself writing to her as though America were in another world. In Australia, we had read reports of the establishment of rationing in the United States. The rationing in New Guinea, because of lack of supply, had been such that a soldier often couldn't get a square meal. But in Australia, the steak served for a single person, Australia is a cattle and sheep country, was the size of a platter, and sometimes almost as difficult to chew. I wrote this to Miss M. Out here there are other things which interest me, which you do not tell me. When you go to the Chevy Chase Club, it would be interesting to know what you can get to eat. What does dinner cost? Can you get ordinary cuts of meat? Is there any cream for the coffee? Is there any coffee? Any butter? Are there people who still play golf at the club? If so, how do they get there? Are private cars in general use anymore? But I wrote her about other things too. The kindness to me of the Rockhampton people, the beautiful bougainvillea border that faced my veranda, the friendship of Bishop and Mrs. Ashe of the Church of England, and Bishop Hayes of the Catholic Church. Rockhampton was a conservative community, and most of the town folk were consistent churchgoers. It was always a pleasure to me to see the large number of American soldiers who attended service, and old friends would have been surprised by the number of times I went to church myself. As a matter of fact, I can personally attest the fact that American soldiers conducted themselves in exemplary fashion in Rockhampton. I have too much regard for the truth to certify that this was always the case in such great leave centers as Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne. I wrote to my wife about the oddities of daily life. The kangaroo that hopped across a flying field and wrecked a plane on its takeoff. The giant bats called flying foxes, which frequently electrocuted themselves because their wingspread was wide enough to touch 2 electric wires. The incessant clamor of the kookaburra bird, which is known out there as the laughing jackass. I described the USO troops now coming our way. Gary Cooper, not previously or subsequently celebrated as a singer, achieved a footnote in history by introducing Pistol Packin' Mama to the Pacific. In his party were Andy Arcari, the accordion player, Una Merkel, and Phyllis Brooks. Nice people all. There were Lansing Hatfield, singer, and Edwin MacArthur, pianist and conductor, then with the Metropolitan Opera Company. And Joe E. Brown, who stayed with us in the Pacific for a long time. There was no obscure island too far forward to Joe E. Brown, and no trip by plane, jeep, or truck that he would not take. He loved the GIs, and the GIs loved him. Behind his wide-mouthed merriment was a deep sadness. One of his sons had already been killed in the war. In public, and the GI public was a tough one. I only saw him nonplussed once. That was when the city fathers of Rockhampton, ordinarily solemn men, presented him with his own kangaroo. I also sent home frequent reports on our housekeeping in Australia and snapshot sketches of various members of my staff. Miss M, of course, knew Byers, Gross, Bowen, Dick McCrate, George DeGraff, and a good many others. But I introduced her by mail to the sergeants on my staff. Clovis Byers had chosen some of them at the time the 77th Division was organized back in the States. One of them was Clyde Shuck. Shuck, a graduate of Temple University, had been a private secretary to the president of the Campbell Soup Company. Byers calculated that if he were expert enough to be secretary to the president of a large corporation, he might be useful to me, and he was. After Buna, Shuck was commissioned at my request and became one of my aides. I have never been very expert at housekeeping, and during the first strenuous days at Buna, was quite unconscious of the fact that I was not being well looked after. It was Byers who brought forward taciturn Sergeant Drombowski. Drombowski, late of Fitchburg, Massachusetts, fed me my breakfast every morning, washed my clothes every night in the creek, and when I took my daily swim, laid out newspapers at water's edge for me to step on. This ceremony had its bizarre aspects, but actually it was a sensible precaution. Wet soil in the tropics is luxuriant with ancylostoma, hookworm prevalent among all New Guinea natives, enters their bodies through their bare feet. From that time on, Drumbalski was with me through every campaign, and always a faithful friend. He continued to be my orderly until I retired from the Army. Then there was Sergeant Mateo Ventura, a Filipino from Luzon. Before the war, Ventura had worked as a chauffeur for Brock Pemberton, the eminent theatrical producer, and he had a lively sense of drama himself. This sometimes proved embarrassing to me. Here's a quotation from a letter to Miss M. Last night when I came out of the movies, Ventura, as usual, had all the interior lights of the car turned on. This was so that the people on the sidewalks, he had managed to collect quite a crowd, could all see the show. How he loves his job. If the streets aren't crowded, he finds a crowded street to drive down instead of keeping straight ahead for home. This is true at all times. He would like to have a siren on the car, or better still, to tow a calliope behind us. Ventura was a man of many talents to which he would not own up. He pretended to be only a chauffeur. He was one of the finest cooks, and as we went along toward Tokyo, I gradually found him out. He could take ordinary canned rations, and with certain imaginative touches of his own, create delightful meals. Other Army cooks trained at the Quartermaster Corps Citadel at Fort Lee could have done the same thing. Too many of them didn't. Later in the Philippines, I gave Ventura a leave of absence so he could visit his mother on Luzon. Ventura's return to the old home village was a production that Pemberton himself might have envied. The party went on for several days. Ventura, whatever his vagaries, was a sound and brave soldier. Some months ago, I went to New York to make a speech. As I came out of the auditorium on that cold evening, I was accosted by a short man in a smart beaver-collared chauffeur's uniform. "Where can I drive you, sir?" It was Ventura. One of the most dangerous flights of the hundreds of flights I made in the Pacific occurred during the Rockhampton period, and on a completely ridiculous mission. One day, in the midst of training activities, all the generals in the Rockhampton area were abruptly ordered to Brisbane. A rather tired Australian Airways plane came for us, and we adjusted ourselves as comfortably as possible on the wooden benches. The pilot made no mention of the fact that we would hit bad weather on the way to Brisbane. Holding on to our hats and our diaphragms, we passed through 9 successive storms, and rose on occasion to tremendous altitudes to fly over other storms. I have never seen so much scrambled weather in a 300-mile journey. At last we reached our destination. All of us decided it must be a grave emergency which would demand such a hazardous trip. Then we found out why we had been ordered to Brisbane. A famous, at least he said he was famous, photographer had arrived in Australia with instructions from the War Department to immortalize on film the visages of senior American officers. In other words, we were there to have our pictures taken, and that procedure occupied 5 days of the time of a lot of generals. At the end, I asked the painstaking artist if I could have a copy of my picture to send to my wife. "No," he said, "your photograph will be put in a lead-impregnated envelope, and that in turn will be put in another lead-impregnated envelope and placed in the Roosevelt Library at Hyde Park. And in 1,000 years it will be opened so that people of that time will know what our officers looked like." I said I really didn't care what I would look like in 1,000 years, and doubted that it was worth 5 days of my time. Later I learned that the little genius of the lens flew directly over Rockhampton on his way to New Guinea, and could have landed and taken his pictures then. Chapter 7. Fight for the Huon Peninsula. During this period of build-up in Australia, Allied air continued active in bombing enemy strongholds and harassing shipping. American submarines, based near Perth, were busy on heroic exploits of their own. Attrition in the air was rapidly decreasing the number of our own planes available for duty, and no replacements were arriving. At a time when strength was already dangerously low in our particular theater, General Kenny's pilots and bombardiers distinguished themselves in what is now called the Battle of the Bismarck Sea. A convoy of enemy transports, cruisers, and destroyers, presumably headed for Leyte with reinforcements, was sighted off the north coast of New Guinea by reconnaissance pilots. A heavy storm made an immediate bomber attack impossible, but Allied planes kept the convoy under surveillance for several days. As the vessels turned south in the Vidiaz Strait, the weather began to lift and the first attack was made. For 3 days, Allied bombers and strafers punished the convoy. It was completely destroyed, and defending Japanese air cover destroyed or dispersed. 16 war vessels and merchant ships were sunk, and many Jap planes were shot down. We lost 6 planes, 13 men were killed and 12 wounded. It is impossible to say how many Japanese soldiers aboard the transports were lost, but the numbers probably ran to thousands. Allied air was to remember one incident of that battle for a long time. A B-17 formation was intercepted by 30 fighters. One B-17 lost a wing and plunged into the ocean, but 7 of the 9-man crew managed to bail out. As the 7 men hung in the air in their parachutes, 10 Jap fighters dived down and machine-gunned them to death. At some risk to the tempo of a personal narrative, I must pause here to discuss briefly the problem that faced the Allies in the South and the Southwest Pacific at midsummer. Modest shipments of planes were at last coming in and invigorated. Allied air was doing a stalwart job in both Admiral Halsey's and General MacArthur's areas. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had set up a plan known as Elkton, which called for collaboration of the 2 commanders in a campaign to isolate or neutralize the great base at Rabaul. Rabaul, located at the northeast end of the large island of New Britain, was the beating heart of the whole body of Japanese positions in that part of the Pacific. From it, in all directions, ran the arteries of supply and reinforcement to the other islands. The Japanese crushed the small Australian garrison at Rabaul only 7 weeks after Pearl Harbor and poured in troops and material. The magnificent harbor is surrounded by mountains. These were fortified. 5 airfields were built. In a year's time, Rabaul had become a bastion second in strength only to truck 700 miles northward. Our fighter planes were unable to provide adequate cover for bombers headed for Rabaul. The distance from the Russell Islands, where Halsey's nearest airfields were located, and from Port Moresby and Oro Bay in New Guinea, prohibited round trips for fighters because of their limited gasoline capacity. One of the objectives of the Elkton Plan was to obtain airfields closer to Rabaul. Halsey's ships and planes and the Army troops and Marines under his leadership were scheduled to fight their way up the Solomons to Bougainville, while New Guinea forces under General MacArthur pushed north towards the Vidiaz Strait, which commands the southwestern end of New Britain. The first assignments of the newly organized American Sixth Army were full-scale landings on Woodlark and Kiriwina Islands, which lay in the Solomon Sea about halfway between New Guinea and the Solomons. They are 300 miles from Rabaul and 200 miles from Bougainville. Fighters based there could hit Rabaul and return with ease. My own First Corps lent Colonel C.C.W. Allen, who had been with us at Buna, to the Sixth Army staff for this expedition. Allen was my assistant supply officer. The 158th RCT, Regimental Combat Team, landed at Kiriwina, and the 112th Cavalry RCT landed at Woodlark. There were no Japanese on these islands, but our troops were designedly kept in ignorance of this fact. The landings were made under full combat conditions, and as a result, the troops gained experience that later proved valuable. The building of airfields immediately began. Halsey's initial move was against New Georgia. After a series of preliminary landings, the main thrust was made at Munda with the 43rd Division. American troops went more than a mile inland the first day, and then ran up against the enemy's main defense line. Now Halsey and Miff Harmon had their troubles ashore. Advance toward the objective, the Munda airfield, began to be measured in yards rather than in miles. Another American outfit was having its first experience in jungle fighting. And day after day passed in deadlock. There were shifts in short commands. After a fortnight, Major General Oscar W. Griswold, commander of the 14th Corps, became boss of the ground forces, and the advance soon gathered momentum. Griswold, as an old friend and a calm, able leader, will appear again in these pages. The fighting on New Georgia lasted just short of a month. Halsey learned, as I had learned, that when the Japanese chose to stand and fight in the jungle, cost and casualties could be high. He has written, "Our original plan allotted 15,000 men to wipe out the 9,000 Japs on New Georgia. By the time the island was secured, we had sent in more than 50,000. When I look back on Elkton, the smoke of charred reputation still makes me cough. Elements of the 43rd, 37th, and 25th American Divisions eventually were thrown into the struggle." In New Guinea, the fighting into the autumn was largely an Aussie show. Our air made it possible. Our amphibs did much of the fetch and carry. Elements of our 162nd Infantry Regiment handled themselves gallantly, but the main responsibility was borne by the 7th and 9th Australian Divisions. Because of the term Allied Forces, which the censors then employed, many Americans still believe erroneously that our own troops carried the burden of that back-busting advance against the Salamaua, Laie, Finschhafen sector. The Aussie advance took off from the inland village of Wau, which is about 150 miles northwest of Port Moresby. Around Wau, which is 3,500 feet high, lies one of the richest alluvial gold regions in the world. More important militarily to the Australians was the small, steeply sloping Wau airfield. An interesting and little-known chapter of history was written there. Sometimes the enemy makes our plans for us. After the fall of Buna, Japanese assault troops landed at Laie and struck down toward Wau. This action on the part of the Japanese is still a little hard to fathom. Perhaps they were seeking an intermediate base for a new approach to Port Moresby. If so, they were surprisingly indifferent to geography. Wau nestles in a mountain cup, and a march from the coast necessitated a climb of the Cooper Range, a very strenuous assignment indeed. Nevertheless, the march over the mountains was made. A strong force of Japanese took off from sea level and without meeting resistance reached Mubo, not too far away as the crow flies from Wau. There were some Allied commanders who wanted to evacuate by air the 2 or 3 companies which then garrisoned the village. This course was not followed. The troops remained. The Australians believed the Japanese would approach from Mubo only along well-defined trails. There were 2, the Black Cat, for the name of a gold mine, and the Crystal Creek. Both ran through the gloom of rainforest and twisted across razorback ridges. The Japanese moved token forces along both the Black Cat and the Crystal Creek trails with the aim of deceiving the Australians. Then they chose for their main force an infantry regiment with artillery and engineers, a trail surveyed by a German explorer before World War I and forgotten by New Guinea planters and prospectors. The Australians, who had reconnoitered the area with considerable thoroughness, had overlooked this trail. The Japs hoped for a complete surprise. The task of hacking a way through an old and overgrown track, as the Americans who went over the Kappa Kappa Trail had discovered, is long and difficult. The strain on Japanese food supply lines was almost at a breaking point when they reached the Wau Valley. At this point, the Japanese advance was discovered. 1 mile north of Wandumi, a village very near Wau, the enemy came upon a company commanded by Captain W. Sherlock. An immediate fight began. Outnumbered 10-1, the Australians were forced down a long, naturally terraced mountain spin. In a wilderness of kunai grass, Sherlock's company found a defensible position on one of the terraces. Reduced to 40 men, the company held out for 2 days at a key point on the Wandumi track. Captain Sherlock was killed, but the company's resistance bought time. It was time that was needed. Inclement weather had almost given the enemy the winning trick. Back at Port Moresby, the Australian reinforcements were stranded. Half of the 17th Australian Brigade waited at the Moresby airfields for several days, hoping that the clouds would lift and that the tropical rain would cease. Here was the rescue squad, and unable to travel because planes could not get over the Owen Stanleys. The impossibly slender forces at Wau were disposed as best they could be when the Japanese began a general attack. At that moment, great cloud banks rolled back from the steep mountain ranges. A hot sun raised steam on the Wau airstrip. One by one, the transport planes from Moresby began rolling in under fire. As fast as the planes landed, the green-clad airborne Australians scampered to defensive positions. They got into action fast. Some of them went back in the same transports as casualties. In 4 days at Wau, Allied air made 244 separate landings with reinforcements, ammunition, and supplies. And this on a field that was only 1,100 yards long. The enemy was repulsed. The slow pursuit of the Japanese back toward the strong points from which they had come now commenced. Not until summer, however, could the Allies mount and support an offense. This was the plan. The 17th Brigade, based on Wau and reinforced by the 15th Brigade, was committed to effect a junction with the 162nd Infantry of the American 41st Division coming from Nassau Bay. The 9th Australian Division was to be landed near Leyte by Admiral Dan Barby's fleet, and the 7th Australian Division was to be brought in by air. The plan was to surround and demolish the formidable Japanese positions at Leyte and Salamaua. They had been built up steadily after our victory at Buna, and undoubtedly the enemy's idea was to make the Vitia Strait secure. The miserable and inconclusive overland fighting proceeded during July and August, and it was about 1 part fighting to 3 parts sheer misery of physical environment. It was climbing up one hill and down another, and then when breath was short, fording streams with weapons held aloft or wading through swamps. It was sweat and then chill. It was a weariness of body and spirit. And once again tropical illness was a greater foe than enemy bullets. Troops in the jungle could not know that the steady day-by-day missions of General Ennis Whitehead's airmen in New Guinea had achieved parity in the skies over the jungle, or that later, after a culminating 2-day heavy raid on Wewak in mid-August, 200 Jap planes were destroyed. The Allies at last were the stronger in the air. The 9th Division and the 7th Division were re-equipped and brought to full strength. The climax of the campaign for the section of New Guinea known as the Huon Peninsula was at hand. General Whitehead and the Australians and the American 871st Airborne Engineers came up with a brilliant coup. Without discovery, they constructed 2 airfields, at Marlinen and Tisili, and in the heart of enemy territory. The fields were about 40 miles from Wau. Tisili became headquarters for an important fighter group, which was slated to protect the airborne expedition. Back at Moresby, the American 503rd Parachute Regiment had been assembled, and Barbie's amphibious group was ready at sea. On September 4, Wooten's 9th Division was put ashore in the Leyte area. On September 5th, the 503rd Parachute made a classic landing 20 miles behind enemy lines in the beautiful grassy valley of the Markham River. I was to command these fine troops during the Philippines campaign and to plan and stage their drop in Corregidor. The 503rd had been stationed at Gordon Vale, Australia for many months, and General Byers had inspected them there. Byers went aloft and watched a jump. He reported back to me that the parachutists were the best conditioned troops he had ever seen. Although the 509th Parachute made 3 small drops in Africa in November 1942, and the 82nd Airborne Division dropped in Sicily, some military historians have described the drop of the 503rd Parachute as the first effective use of paratroopers in their proper strategic role. It was, far and away, the greatest show of air power we had seen in the Pacific. From 90-odd transports flying 12 abreast, the paratroopers jumped. The moment they touched ground, they set about the task of making secure the airfield they had seized. One footnote may illustrate the ingenuity and coinage of some of these men. A small detachment of Australian artillerymen had needled and annoyed the Expeditionary Command until they were allowed to accompany the 503rd. The artillerymen desired to set down in the Needham Valley 2 25-pounders, heavy weapons which are certainly no part of regular parachutist issue. The artillerymen jumpers, volunteers, few of whom have ever hit the silk before, broke down the guns, and each man carried one section in his pack. Once on the ground, the group assembled and put the 25-pounders back together with skill and speed. I hardly need say that the 25-pounders were a welcome addition to the military furnishings of the Needham Valley Airfield. The job of the paratroopers was to guard and hold the field for the airborne arrival of General Vassey's 7th Division. They set up roadblocks on all trails and made a protected perimeter around the airfield itself. There was no reaction from the Japanese, but no one felt secure. Darkness came and daylight, and then when the sun was high, the transports roared over and landed. The troops came out of the DC-3s like chickens out of a hatchery and went immediately to their assigned positions. Within 30 minutes, columns of the 7th Division were already on their way to join the Allies moving in to encircle Leyte. On September 11th, Salamaua was captured. These troops were involved: the 15th and 17th Australian Brigades and the American 162nd Infantry Regiment. On September 16, Leyte was captured by the 25th Australian Brigade, 7th Division. On September 22nd, the landing at Finschhafen was made by the 9th Division under Wooten. On October 2nd, Finschhafen was taken. A month later, the Huon Peninsula belonged to the Allies. A few of the Japanese units fought it out to the death, but a good many of them retreated and tried to escape over the Finisterre Mountains to other enemy strongholds at the New Guinea coast. A few, gaunt and weak, reached Madang, but many died of starvation along the jungle trails. Meantime, progress had been made in Halsey's theater. Vella la Vella was taken. Americans began the job. New Zealanders, the 3rd Division, under Major General Eichelberger, finished it. The next objective was violin-shaped Bougainville, largest island of the Solomons. The Japanese had built a seaplane base and 5 airfields there. A 6th was under construction. Bougainville was the last major obstacle on the Solomon side before Rabaul. 2 small preliminary landings were made. The 8th New Zealand Brigade went ashore in the lightly held Treasury Islands, and the 2nd Marine Parachute Battalion landed on Choiseul Island. Further to confuse the enemy, there were naval barrages and area assaults at several other places. The main landing was made at Express Augusta Bay in western Bougainville, and the 3rd Marine Division under Lieutenant General A. Vandegrift and the Army's 37th Division. The latter was an Ohio National Guard outfit commanded by an old friend of mine, Major General Robert S. Baitler. Later, the American division came into Bougainville from Guadalcanal, and control of the beachhead went over to General Griswold's 14th Corps. It was a long ladder from Australia to Japan, but we had begun slowly to climb the rungs in 1943. By autumn, there were 5 American combat divisions in Australia and a number of others in the Halsey Theater. In Australia, the 32nd Division under the 1st Corps Command and the 1st Cavalry Division were stationed outside Brisbane. The 1st Marine Division was at Melbourne. The 24th Division and the 41st were at Rockhampton with me. Elements of the 41st, which had been in at the kill at Saramawa, returned for rest, recuperation, and reorganization, and joined their comrades at the old camp. From the outset, it should be understood, Allied strategy had one aim: to advance farther and farther our airfields for fighter planes and to put those planes to work. Once the ground troops got a toehold, the bulldozers arrived and started scooping up the landscape behind them. Often our fighter planes were landing and taking off from brand new strips while the doughboys were still wrestling it out with the Japs in the jungle just a mile or two away. This was all dirty fighting. As the year waned, however, we felt our muscles flexing. We were not strong, but we were stronger. We had more planes, we had more ships, we had more troops. We were preparing to break our lease in Poorhouse Row. But to go forward, we must control the Vitiaz Strait, the narrow and dangerous stretch of water between New Guinea and the island of New Britain. 2 amphibious landings on New Britain just before year's end made this possible. Brigadier General Julian Cunningham and his 112th Cavalry RCT captured Arawe and later were reinforced by the 158th Infantry. 11 days later, General Rupertus and his fine 1st Marine Division won ashore at Cape Gloucester. After rugged fighting, they captured the vital airstrip which commanded the Channel Passage. And just after the first of the year, a regimental combat team of the 32nd Division, commanded by General Clarence Martin, occupied Sadr, about halfway up the New Guinea coast between Finschhafen and the great Japanese base at Madang. A close personal friend of mine died heroically at Sadr. Young Gordon Clarkson, then just out of West Point, had served under me as a lieutenant in the 30th Infantry. Bright, handsome, diligent, he later became a member of the 1st Corps staff. At Buna, by Clarence Martin's request, I sent him forward to command a battalion, and he performed brilliantly. At Sadr, Lieutenant Colonel Clarkson was at the head of a chain of formation of American soldiers crossing a chest-deep tropical river. A Japanese bullet killed him instantly. War is a heartbreaking profession. Soft and the brave go first. One of the men I saw frequently on visits to General MacArthur's headquarters at Brisbane during the summer and autumn was Brigadier General McNider of the 32nd. Jack McNider had been wounded in the Buna fighting before my arrival there and was on temporary duty with the general's staff while undergoing medical treatment. A Jap grenade had blown up in McNider's face, and there was a question for some time as to whether or not he would lose his sight. McNider was a banker from Mason City, Iowa, a veteran of World War I, a former Assistant Secretary of War, and a one-time national commander of the American Legion. He was an engaging companion and a brave soldier. The doctor saved his eyes, and he took part in further combat operations in subsequent campaigns. It is only human for soldiers and their commanders to become a little restive during a long period of troop training. We were perfecting our amphibious techniques. We were making experiments with atabrine, which was to reduce importantly the toll of malaria among our GIs, We were turning raw youngsters into tough and tenacious jungle warriors. But on the other side of the world, the long, bitter struggle for Italy was underway, and in England the Allies were already preparing for the great Normandy thrust. I got back to the United States briefly in the fall, flying the ocean both ways. Mrs. Eichelberger met me in San Francisco, and we spent 2 weeks together in California. But it was not vacations which interested me. I wanted to be useful. I knew that 3 times in particular that year the War Department had requested the Southwest Pacific Headquarters to release me from my Corps command in order that I might be given the greater responsibility of leadership of an army in the European theater of war. General MacArthur disapproved all 3 requests. The late autumn passed quickly. There were many conferences with the Allied commander and with General Kruger concerning the disposition to be made of First Corps troops during the campaign we all realized was almost at hand. I flew to 6th Army's new advanced headquarters at Milne Bay and marveled at the changes made in Papua by the engineer troops and their bulldozers. They had carved roads out of the jungle. They had dried up the swamps which had made Milne Bay a malarial pest hole. The Navy had carved its own new roads through the shallows of the harbor at Milne Bay so that it could shelter many ships. Then I flew in a C-47 to Goodenough Island at the top of the Coral Sea, to which 1st Corps headquarters and the 24th Division would be moved in the fairly immediate future. After a 3-hour stay at Goodenough, we took off again for the return trip to Milne Bay. Just at the takeoff, the clouds lifted, and I could look back on the 8,000-foot green mountain range on the island. At that moment, and I'm not quite sure I would change my judgment now, Goodenough seemed to me the most beautiful place I had ever seen. By the first of the year, there was movement of troops everywhere in the Southwest Pacific Theater. Trains were full of American troops going north in Australia. Planes and vessels left American bases each day for unknown destinations. The Australian civilian population did not know what was up, but they certainly knew great events were in the air. The 1st Marine Division was long gone from its post-Guadalcanal home in Melbourne, and the 32nd Division was on its way. The 1st Cavalry Division had pulled stakes, and, military censorship or not, it was evident that what one Australian newspaper man amiably called the American occupation was almost at an end. An appreciable number of our lads had been there long enough to achieve romantic or marital attachments. There were many tears as the exodus began. General MacArthur's birthday fell on January 26, and he spent the day with me at Rockhampton. He flew in from Brisbane with 2 of his aides, Colonel Sidney C. Huff and Colonel Larry Larbus, a former newspaper man. Rockhampton, as I am sure I've said before, was a perfect training area. It had beaches, hills, and jungle. I was amused to see in the American newspapers later a photograph of General MacArthur and me in a jeep at Rockhampton, and to read the caption below the photograph, General MacArthur and General Eichelberger at the New Guinea front. The dead giveaway was the unmistakable nose of a Packard motor car in one corner of the picture. There weren't any Packards in the New Guinea jungle in early 1944. Chapter 8. Up the Ladder to Hollandia. It was January of 1944 when I learned I was to be task force commander of the biggest Pacific Army operation up until that time. It was the first one of Corps proportions since Sanananda. Looking over my diaries, reading the letters I wrote to my wife, I find that I was a rather glum fellow during First Corps' period of recuperation and training. I had always thought I was a man with a green thumb for comfortable living. My house at Rockhampton was pleasant. The mangoes in the yard were tasty. My Australian friends were hospitable. And with both the Catholic and Anglican bishops in my corner for a polite reception in the great beyond, even my future seemed secure. I guess I just asked too much. At Buna, I would have traded my best medal for a day of this kindly living. When I had it, I wanted something else. But after I moved my headquarters to mountainous Goodenough Island, my letters bear witness, I was brisk and optimistic and whole again. Things were about to happen. There were several strategic choices in the Pacific at this juncture. The Japanese were located in force at 3 places: Rabaul on New Britain, and up the New Guinea coast at Biak and Hansa Bay. The capture of Rabaul had been our original objective, but now we're drawn. I have always been glad that my task force job was not to take Rabaul. Many months later, at the end of the war, and then only by the Emperor's command, some 125,000 veteran Jap troops surrendered there. Imagine putting in 2 or 3 divisions to capture Rabaul. It was decided that my next job would be an attack on Hansa Bay, and preparations went forward on this basis until early March. The Japanese saw this as a logical move, and they were working feverishly to meet us. Hansa Bay is a concave harbor with high headlands, where no doubt the enemy would have given us a hearty reception. Still another and much more ambitious project was buzzing in the minds of American strategists. Major General Steve Chamberlain at GHQ was one of them. It had taken us a year to advance 240 miles north from Buna, and some 2,240 miles stretched ahead to Manila. The chief hope for increasing the tempo of the advance was to lengthen our jumps rather than to increase their number. Hitherto, the short effective range of the land-based fighter planes had been a limiting factor. But if Navy carriers and their fighter planes could be made available to support and cover landings, that limitation would cease to exist. Thus it was that General MacArthur proposed to the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the next jump be made to Hollandia, hundreds of miles up the coast in Dutch New Guinea. He estimated he could advance his time schedule at least 6 months by this one operation alone. There were other cogent arguments for this leap into the unknown. It would bypass and isolate the reinforced Jap strongholds at Madang, Hansa Bay, and Biak. It would cut across their supply lines, since Hollandia was a depot from which a great enemy army lower down the coast was fed and munitioned. It would place all northeastern New Guinea under Allied domination and provide us with excellent naval and air bases for future operations. The Hollandia operation was approved. A considerable section of the Pacific Fleet was lent to us for a limited period. March and April were intensely busy months. The magnitude of the plan, compared to our earlier activities, called for the most detailed logistical work and for complete cooperation between ground, air, and naval forces. This meant many practice sessions. It was obvious that surprise would be our strongest ally. We knew from a study of maps that Hollandia terrain was difficult. If the enemy suspected our intentions and reinforced there, assault landings would be bloody indeed. Consequently, determined efforts were made to preserve secrecy. The rumor that we were to attack Hansa Bay was encouraged by calculated leaks to perpetuate itself. Only the higher echelon planners knew the strike would be at Hollandia. My task force, codenamed Reckless, was built around 1st Corps. It consisted of the 24th Infantry Division and the 41st Infantry Division, less one regimental combat team, reinforced by tanks, artillery, and many other units. Total strength of the original Hollandia force was 37,500 combat troops and 18,000 service troops. This involves specialists of all sorts, from experts in tropical medicine to hydrographic engineers. As it turned out, specialists in operating a bulldozer were the most valuable of all. Our first objective was the capture of the 3 important airstrips just above Lake Sentani. To accomplish this, my task force must manage a pincer movement. Elements of the 41st would land on Humboldt Bay near Hollandia town and press inland. The 24th Division was to land at Tanamera Bay, some 30 miles up the coast, and seek a trail back through the 7,000 feet high Cyclops Mountains in order that Americans might converge on the air domes from two sides. The staging of the Hollandia invasion was an immensely complicated job, which proved that both the American Army and Navy had come of age. When the settling day came, Reckless Task Force was the largest armada ever assembled up to that time in the Pacific, and it seemed to us veterans of the lean days that we were traveling in Oriental splendor. Witness this contrast. There had been 30 landing craft for the assault on Nassau Bay 10 months earlier. The naval escort then had consisted of 2 tiny PT boats. The skippers were fearless but armament-wise. The PT boats were BB guns in a shotgun war. Now we had transports, freighters, and many LSTs and LCIs and other amphibious vessels. Also, we had 280 small landing craft, including rocket and flak boats and 50 magic-making buffaloes and alligators for negotiating coral beaches. These odd craft swam at sea like boats, and in shallow water walked ashore on tank treads. Our escort consisted of battleships, cruisers, destroyers, sub-chasers, and tugs. Most important of all, there were Navy heavy escort carriers with their deck-based fighters and bombers ready to protect the convoy as it moved beyond the range of our own land-based planes. In March, the 41st Division had moved north by sea from Gladstone Harbor, near Rockhampton, to the raw new base at Finschhafen, where 6th Army Headquarters was now located. The 41st staged from Finschhafen. Our service troops for the expedition staged from such widely separated places as Milne Bay, Cape Gloucester, Lae, and Australia itself. I sailed from Goodenough Island. Hollandia was about 850 miles away, on the destroyer Swanson. This was the command ship of Admiral Barbie, who was known to some of my antic subordinates as Uncle Dan the Amphibious Man. General Frederick A. Irving, commander of the 24th Division, and General Byers shared passage with me. We embarked on April 17th, and we knew our cooped-in troops would have 5 days at sea before the assault. I wrote about the Navy to my wife. Our sister service does a fine job and a friendly one. No inefficiency here. Despite the unchartable problems ahead, it was difficult for me to choke down an exultant feeling when I went on deck and looked across calm waters. Grim and gray, the convoy extended in both directions as far as my eyes could see. The fresh, wet breeze swept through my short brush of gray hair. I had had it scythed down so that it was only a half-inch high, and a shiver ran down my spine. This is what I had waited for. At last, we were going places. Unchallenged, our great convoy moved through Vitiaz Strait. Hollandia lay to the west, but our course carried us straight to the north. This was part of the plan of deception. Enemy observation planes could not know where we were going. Hansa Bay, Wewak, and the Admiralty Islands, Rabaul itself, all these were possible objectives. Admiral Barbie led us a devious course. A deliberate 300-mile detour took us to the Admiralties. And then, on D-Day, -2, we headed west toward Hollandia. I had plenty of time to examine my position as commander. I had the utmost confidence in the combat divisions assigned to me. The 41st was battle-experienced. The 24th had been on duty at Pearl Harbor at the time of the Japanese attack of December 7th, 1941, and after 2 years of waiting and training, still cherished vigorous ideas about paying back violence with violence. General Horace Fuller, commander of the 41st, and I were, as I have mentioned before, West Point classmates and had been friends for years. General Irving, a younger man, had been commandant of cadets when I was superintendent at West Point. He was unassuming, efficient, quiet, almost austere. Fuller, Irving, and I worked closely together at Rockhampton. But frankly, I was concerned by the amphibious scope of my orders and the brief amount of time allowed me to carry them out. For leisurely months we had planned and practiced. Yet now my orders demanded that an entire primitive area be won and recreated into a base which would accommodate 140,000 troops, and at the double. By May 15th, Hollandia must be able to stage the next advance toward the Philippines, and by May 27th another. In short, my forces were expected to establish beachheads, defeat the enemy, advance inland 20 miles on trails that were poor or non-existent, capture and construct airfields, all in about 3 weeks. Our information about Hollandia, gathered principally by intercepts of Japanese communications, indicated that we would meet 2 regiments of infantry there and 1 regiment of Marines. Estimates of enemy strength turned out to be exaggerated. But I didn't know that then. There was a great deal I didn't know. A fortnight earlier, the Allied Intelligence Service had landed secretly a party of 11 scouts. They went ashore from submarines and rubber boats, and they were equipped with a short-wave radio. Nothing was heard from them. A day or so after the landings, I found out why. I shall report in more detail on this small but hair-raising episode of the war in a later chapter. On D-Day, April 22nd, I was awakened at 3 a.m. I dressed according to my diary slowly and reluctantly. All I could do had been done. Other men were to lead the troops ashore. My job was to wait. Did the Japanese know we were coming? Had we fooled ourselves in thinking our convoy's roundabout route had fooled the enemy? Were Jap land-based planes poised to hit us and hit us hard? Were we walking into a trap? I was holding in reserve at sea troops to reinforce either the Humboldt Bay or the Tanamera landings if trouble developed. But I must wait for reports. I went on deck in the darkness. It was yet a quiet darkness. I wandered down the Swanson's mess room. The coffee ran hot from the MM, but breakfast had been prepared the night before. Along the table were pyramids of paper-wrapped sandwiches. You could eat them or put them in your pocket for future emergencies. Some sensible men did both. It was not quite sunrise when I went on deck again, and it was a noisy half-darkness. The naval bombardment had begun. This was deep water, and cruisers and destroyers close inshore were letting go deafeningly with all they had. The sun still had not appeared, and in the dusk of almost dawn, the flashes of the big guns were all around me. Soon somewhere I knew, like the battleships, they were at least 100 miles at sea. The Navy carriers would launch their planes toward the objectives ashore. Dawn broke over a calm and innocent sea, and the Navy planes swept down over the Hollandia air domes and the landing beaches. They had bombed the airfields the day before and the day before that. So had Kenny's 5th Air Force. Between them, they had demolished 245 planes on the ground. The Japanese, however, did not know that these air attacks presaged an invasion. The naval bombardment announced that. A total surprise had been achieved. There was no reply ashore. Now rocket craft closed in to their firing range of 1,100 yards and gave the beaches a lethal fireworks display, while behind them wave after wave of landing craft lined up for the assault. Our long training in amphibious assault was rewarded. The landings were classical in their precision. Down to the most minute detail of planning, everything went off as scheduled. At Humboldt Bay, the surprise of the Japanese was so great that most of them fled at once from the beach area. Breakfast bowls of rice were only half consumed, and teapots were found still boiling when our first wave landed. Only scattered fire met the troops as they hit the shore. At Tanamera, the enemy had already fled into the forested hills to escape the bombardment. There was automatic weapons fire from one island in the bay, and I watched the guns of the Swanson silence that. General MacArthur, after flying from Brisbane, had joined the convoy the day before on the cruiser Nashville. About noon, the Nashville appeared in the outer harbor, and Admiral Barbie and I were ordered to report aboard. A similar message was sent to General Kruger, our 6th Army commander, who was aboard a destroyer on submarine patrol out at sea. There is one passion of the Ohio small-town boy which I have never outgrown, an unquenchable appetite for ice cream. So, to celebrate our fortunate landings, General MacArthur produced not a magnum of vintage year champagne, but chocolate ice cream sodas. There at the equator they certainly hit the spot. When I finished mine with celerity, the Allied commander grinned and gave me his own untouched frosted glass. I polished off that soda too. At 3 o'clock, General MacArthur, General Kruger, and I went ashore in Tanamara Bay. With us was a considerable delegation of newspaper correspondents and newsreel men. We walked for an hour along a narrow stretch of mud and sand behind which rose a dense rainforest. The sun poured down mercilessly, and my uniform was soggy and dark with wetness. I remember my astonishment that General MacArthur, despite the sweltering heat and the vigorous exercise, did not perspire at all. He was then 3 months beyond his 64th birthday. As we returned to the Nashville, General MacArthur told me that he was trying to get another army in the Southwest Pacific, and he added if the Hollandia operation were brought off successfully, I would be its commander. I thanked him and shook hands. That was my first information about the 8th Army, which I was to command in the Philippines and Japan. Before the Nashville left that evening to return General MacArthur to Australia, a conference was held at which he suggested that I move within 3 days to the Wukt area, 100 miles up the coast. I shared his satisfaction over the success of our landings, but the uncertainties of the enemy's situation both at Hollandia and to the northwest led me to argue against this precipitate movement. 3 weeks later, the heavy Japanese resistance at Wukt confirmed my apprehensions. The second day of the invasion, I was again wakened before daylight and was twice ashore before noon. General Kruger accompanied me on one of these inspection trips and then departed for Finschaufen, 400 miles away. He did not move his headquarters forward for more than a month. Fred Irving is one of the ablest division commanders, and his performance under trying conditions at Tanamara is first-hand testimony. There were 2 beaches in the bay. Our tactical plan called for a main landing on Red Beach 2 and a smaller landing at Depapre, Red Beach 1. Depapre was a tiny cove where the Japanese had constructed a makeshift jetty. The mountainside lifted steeply above it. The Navy planners objected to the Depapre landing. They pointed out correctly that the sea bottom there was coral and that larger landing craft could not get ashore at low tide. Irving fought hard for the Depapre landing, and I backed him up. If vessels could not get over the coral, buffaloes could. It seemed to me important to get troops immediately inland, even a few troops, to size the steep primitive trail that led toward the Dromes. The Navy ultimately agreed. No single decision was more important. The 2 landings were made simultaneously on D-Day. From Depapre, 3 reinforced rifle teams under Lieutenant Colonel Jock Clifford, they became known as Clifford's Cowboys, climbed and crawled their way up the hairpin turns of a 60-degree slope. At every one of the turns of the path they expected to meet point-blank fire. But nothing happened. The enemy had really been surprised. They had fled into the jungle. There were fire lanes, prepared fire positions, and half-completed pillboxes, but no troops. In that terrain, a squad literally could have held up a division. The Japanese were not yet ready. By evening of D-Day, the cowboys were 6 miles inland. Back at Red Beach 2, scene of the major landing, there was the devil to pay. There and at Humboldt Bay, the beaches were less useful than Army intelligence and aerial photographs indicated. Rich jungle growth concealed on the films the fact that some beaches were really islands, with no exits whatever for troops and vehicles. Remember the old saying, "The camera never lies"? The camera lied at Red Beach too. 30 yards behind the sand there was an almost impenetrable swamp. This was the area we had expected to use for bivouacs and the dispersal of supplies. Our troops did not hold back. One man sank out of sight before his comrades could reach him. Another was down to his armpits when a sergeant grabbed his rifle barrel with both hands. In the struggle between man and morass, the rifle was discharged. The sergeant was killed, but the man was rescued. Many other soldiers, bogged down in sinkholes, were pulled to safety by their mire-smeared compatriots. While troops and supplies continued to come automatically ashore, frenzied explorations were made in search of exits toward solid ground. It was believed the Japanese had constructed a road between Red Beach II and De Papre. A company of the 19th Infantry was sent to look for it. They arrived at De Papre next day, bedraggled and exhausted. It had taken them 24 hours to travel a distance of 2 miles through forest and mud. The road did not exist. General Irving could now bless his stars and his foresight that the De Papre landing had been approved. Small as was the cove, there was a channel through the coral, but it was wide enough to accommodate no more than 2 landing craft, and those only at high tide. It was our one open door to the airfields from Tanamera, airfields from the Tanamera side. There was opposition from the Japanese on the Humboldt side, but Buller's casualties were light and the Japanese were kept on the run. I had held the 34th Infantry of the 24th Division at sea as a reserve. Now I sent it ashore on the Humboldt beaches. Once again, the alligators and buffaloes were called upon to do a spectacular job. Crawling up out of the sea at Yautefa, a shallow bay within a bay at Humboldt, they moved slowly overland 5 miles to Lake Sentani. There afloat again, they served as transports to carry troops 15 miles down the lake for a landing which developed into a vital enflankment. Our tanks stayed on the beach. There was no way to use them. Not even a jeep could negotiate most of the precipitous, winding trails. As a result, throughout the operation, all food, ammunition, and medical supplies from De Papre had to be carried from below by walking men. The forward surge of the supply-carrying troops was such that it took 48 hours for walking stretcher parties coming down to carry the wounded back to base. For the soldiers making the pincer movement on the dromes, there was nothing for it except slog, slog, slog. Buller's troops had 21 miles to go. Irving's troops had only 14 miles to go, but their going was harder. They had 14 streams to cross. They traveled often in single file through the peculiar twilight of rainforest, and frequently they were tumbled head over heels by landslides. Jock Clifford, center on the West Point football team of 1937. He met a gallant death later in Mindanao, was one of the best combat leaders I have known. On the 4th day of the advance, he got so far ahead that not even the elaborate train of human pack horses could catch and feed his troops. This had been anticipated, and from Lake Sentani, I watched the B-17s which zoomed in to make food drops. The conjunction of the combat teams and the capture of the drums came a day later. We owned the airfields on April 27th. Although we gained the drums without heavy casualties, not everything went our way. On the second evening of the invasion, April 23rd, a single enemy bomber slipped in through the mountains and our anti-aircraft defenses and suddenly appeared over White Beach 1 at Humboldt Bay and released a stick of 4 bombs. 3 bombs produced only geysers of sand and water, but the 4th scored a hit on a captured ammunition dump near what we call Pancake Hill. This was the curtain lifting of a holocaust. Explosions from the ammunition set afire a nearby gasoline dump, and roaring flames spread in all directions. Intense heat drove back the most courageous efforts to salvage supplies. When I arrived there next morning, Humboldt Bay seemed to be the scene of a devil's 4th of July. Food, ammunition, bombs were all going up in smoke. The fire burned for 2 days, and a large part of the supplies brought ashore on D-Day and D-Day +1 were a total loss. 24 American soldiers were killed and more than 11 were wounded. That stretch of ravaged and pitted beach was one of the saddest sights I have ever seen, and one Japanese bomber did it. The capture of the airfields, unhappily, did not retire our combat troops to lives of leisure and feathery ease. We had not met the regiment of Jap Marines and the 2 regiments of battle-tested infantry which G2 predicted. Our adversaries were poorly trained service troops, but there were many of them, and on frequent occasions, Japanese service troops fought courageously and well. On this occasion, we discovered the commander of the Hollandia airfields did not lay out a plan of defense until 2 hours after we had landed. It is a military axiom that no plan for defense means no defense. But the Japanese, slogging the trails inland and to the mountains, were still there, and it was the job of the doughboys to hunt them down and kill them. Our troops made ambushes and roadblocks along jungle trails. The 24th Division alone claims to have killed or captured 5,000 Japanese during a period of 2 weeks. There is no way to check these figures, but I believe they are substantially correct. Captives were few, only Koreans and Formosans, and the Japanese 6 surrendered. Simultaneously with our attack upon Hollandia, a smaller task force, which had been part of the same great convoy but was now under my command, hit the beach at Itapi, about 100 miles down the coast. The object of the expedition was the seizure of Jap airfields in the Itapi, Taji area and the quick preparation of those drones to accommodate an Allied fighter group. We thought initially that close air support of troops and the Hollandia gamble might be of great importance in a battle of problematical odds. Jens Doe, now a brigadier general, commanded this sortie. The 163rd Infantry of the 41st Division made the landing, and by 1 o'clock that afternoon the engineers were at work on the airstrips. Soon after, the 127th Infantry of the 32nd Division arrived and cleaned up Jap stragglers on 2 commanding islands which lay offshore. Japanese forces at Itapi retired into the jungle. 3 days after the original landing, the 78th Fighter Wing, Royal Australian Air Forces, flew there from Cape Gloucester and went into action. The GIs at Itapi also had reserved seats for a 1-plane bombing attack. This Jap adventure came in over the Torricelli Mountains, dropped 3 500-pound bombs, and scored a hit on Edaman, which settled at the stern but did not sink. The Edaman had been carrying bombs and gasoline but was unloaded. 1 man was killed, 5 were reported missing, and 13 were wounded. The rest of the crew went ashore in small boats, witnesses all to the importance of the quick unloading of dangerous cargo. If the bomber had hit them the day before, well, the Itapi operation at that time seemed an easy one, and the first day's field artillery well ensconced was not even called upon for a fire mission. Doe's 163rd had other commitments, and on May 3rd the 32nd Division arrived and took charge. I am sure that throughout its history, primitive Itapi had never seen such a parade of seagoing vessels. There were vessels to take the 163rd out, and there were vessels to bring in the 32nd Division, and above them always there was the drone of planes. Itapi seemed an airfield cheaply won, but later there was to be bloody fighting there as the 6th Army Command sent troops farther into the jungle. General Bill Gill and the 32nd were to be occupied for 2 months by an engagement they describe in the division's official history as death on the Drinam Nur. I shall come back to it later because the story is little known and should be told. The engagement at Itapi which began with the Regimental Combat Command, ended up with 2 infantry divisions involved. Chapter 9. We build the airfields. On April 28th began what one of my staff officers called the big engineering phase at Hollandia. It was a race against time. The airfields must be ready to receive the Army fighter planes and bombers, which would launch the Wak invasion on May 15th and the Biak operation on May 27th. My day began at dawn and often ended at the airfields at midnight. Other men were the combat commanders in this campaign. My job was to direct traffic and construction, and to demand speed. Our engineers had full opportunity to prove themselves. Japanese airfields were not adequate for our warplanes. A Jap Zero weighed about 6,000 pounds. An American bomber weighed about 60,000 pounds and needed good ground and good underpinnings and a long stretch of hard surface runway for a takeoff. I think I seemed like a factory foreman to a good many of my subordinates while the landscape was being tamed. To me, the stench of hot asphalt became a fragrance in a region of many worse smells. A week after D-Day, the first C-47 landed safely and taxied in with its freight. Road construction had proceeded simultaneously, and this was a gigantic task. Sides of mountains were carved away, bridges and culverts were thrown across rivers and creeks, gravel and stone fill was poured into sago swamps to make highways as tall as Mississippi levees. At Humboldt Bay, the Japanese in 2 years had not been able to build a road. From White Beach to Pim Jetty Hill, my engineers built a road in 2 weeks. The record shows that the Wak and Biak invasions were staged exactly on schedule. Much of the credit for this logistical triumph belongs to those who served immediately under me, officers like our chief engineer, Colonel Robbie Robinson, Colonel Mike Shea, our transportation officer, Colonel Dick McCrate, our G4. A good deal more credit belongs to the enlisted men with the big muscles and wet feet. They made the 4-lane road from Humboldt to the airfields. They made the famous scenic highway from De Papre. It was handy that they had been trained to carry weapons to work. On De Papre Road alone, American engineers, while going ahead with their back-breaking jobs, killed 108 Japanese and captured 28. Hollandia became one of the great bases of the war. In the deep waters of Humboldt Bay, a complete fleet could be at anchor. Tremendous docks were constructed, and 135 miles of pipeline were led over the hills to feed gasoline to the airfields. Where once I had seen only a few native villages and an expanse of primeval forest, a city of 140,000 men took occupancy. Hollandia had also been important to the Japanese. This is witnessed by the thousands of tons of supplies we captured. There were more than 600 supply dumps. There were clothing dumps as high as houses. There were ammunition dumps everywhere. There were pyramids of canned goods and tarpaulin-covered hills of rice which looked like Ohio haystacks. There were sake and beer. There were tons and tons of quinine and other medical supplies which, as a result of our landing, never reached the Japanese troops at the front. I believe Hollandia was the richest prize, supply-wise, taken during the Pacific War. But why, with so much booty, was there so little enemy opposition? Obviously, because the Japanese thought, in view of past performance, we could not get there. I ran across one ironic story. The enemy had been so sure we would attack Wewak or Hansa Bay that a high-ranking naval officer, Vice Admiral Endo, commander of the 8th and 9th Fleets, was brought back by submarine to Hollandia for safety's sake just 5 days before our assault. The story came from the admiral's orderly, whom we captured, emaciated and ill, in the Cyclops Mountains. This is a literal translation of the orderly's account. When the American bombardment and attack came, the admiral sat in his chair all morning without saying a word, and just looked at the sea. About noon, he ordered me to dress him in his dress uniform. Then, with other members of his staff, we went up into the mountains. When the admiral felt his physical strength would carry him no farther, he halted and ordered the rest of us to go on. He still stood there when we had our last backward look. The orderly had been a fugitive for 30 days when we captured him. Admiral Endo's body was never found, but the ceremony of the donning of the dress uniform convinces me that he killed himself in the Emperor's honor somewhere in those alien hills. There are unimportant incidents in any campaign which are as permanently memorable as scar tissue. I established my corps' headquarters ashore on the Humboldt Bay side at a place called Brinkman's Plantation. A tent had been put up for me, and I had a bed in an office there. The 41st Division had already passed through the area, and there seemed to me no likelihood of attack. Liaison officers from other Allied governments were quartered there, and a perimeter defense had been established by a platoon from the 24th Division. Sergeant Dombrowski, my orderly, and Sergeant Ventura, my chauffeur, slept immediately outside my tent in hammocks. All of us had witnessed that afternoon Ventura's swearing in as an American citizen. Naturally, Ventura was proud and happy. We all were. I was anything but proud of the behavior of other American citizens native-born that night. I believe I went to bed about 10 p.m. From just about that time until daylight, the platoon guarding me carried on a terrific war. Tracer bullets from all directions made fireworks in the camp. Automatic rifles were fired and grenades were thrown. Troops on the inside and on the outside thought they were being attacked by Japanese, and the perimeter defense was standing like a rock. From the beginning, I was sure all the firing came from trigger-happy Americans. But of course, I did not know. It might be Japanese. We had agreed that in case of enemy attack, we would stay down and not run around in the dark. There in the night, my aide, Captain Shuck, kept calling, "General, are you all right? General, are you all right?" About the 15th time Shuck called, I became annoyed. "Shuck," I said, "for God's sake, abandon my rank until morning." And he did. But I used my rank in the morning. The Battle of Brinkman's Plantation was indeed a battle among Americans. A master sergeant was killed, and a number of troops were wounded. It was a disgraceful exhibition. It had not been Japanese, but night and nerves which had caused the shooting. At daybreak, I had the platoon lined up. I told them I never wanted to see them again, that I would feel safer, and I meant it, if I were guarded by Japanese. I had them marched away. It was sheer coincidence that this same platoon was assigned to guard my camp on the island of Biak many weeks later. Then there really were Japs on a ridge above the camp. The guards never fired a shot all night. In the long, dark hours, they remained calm, watched the phantasmagoria of shadows, and heard the snap of twigs without pressing a trigger. The combat lesson had been learned. There was one humanitarian aspect of our surprise at Hollandia which has never ceased to give me satisfaction. When the Japanese garrison fled to the mountains and remote hinterland, where we were still hunting out and killing them many weeks later, they abandoned large numbers of East Indian military prisoners whom they had used as slave labor. These prisoners had been taken at Singapore. We also rescued, after a spirited chase of the Japanese units which had them in charge, about 125 nuns and missionaries of many nations who were otherwise doomed to early death. They were Australian, Dutch, German, and American. They were starved and wraith-like. Many were so weak from their prison life they could not walk. I recall, in particular, an American couple named Braun. They had been in New Guinea for 16 years. Dr. Braun was a medical missionary. Although he was not a combatant, he had been of considerable assistance to Allied intelligence workers who had circulated secretly in his vicinity. When we arrived, Mrs. Braun was at the point of death from malnutrition. I visited her at the hospital, and she, like many of the others, was immediately hospitalized by Army doctors. And took long hard to get fruit juice and the highest protein foods I could find. Later, I should have thought of it sooner, I asked Colonel Les Skeary to take her several bars of perfumed soap, talcum powder, and a toothbrush. It was then Mrs. Brown, so disciplined before in spite of her illness, burst into tears. She had forgotten what toilet soap and talcum powder were like. Almost all the missionaries, men and women alike, were barefooted, and all of us dug up shoes out of our lockers for them. Some of the nuns looked odd in ill-fitting combat boots, but shoes keep your feet off the ground. Our mess sergeants labored to fill them with food. The German missionaries were as happy to see us as the people from the States. Earlier, some of the Germans had attempted to persuade the Japanese and their particular native flocks were neutrals. This turned out to be a serious mistake. The Germans told us the Japs treated them worse than they did the British and American missionaries. These people remained with us for only a few days. Consequently, I had no chance to talk to them all. But I remember a small Catholic priest who had been impressed into cooking for a Japanese troop camp. The camp was on Humboldt Bay, and his oppressors vanished when the warships began their bombardment. The good father stayed with his pots. He decided, if God so willed, the Americans would save him, and that anyway he would save his breakfast. When the missionaries were evacuated, the weakest were carried on shipboard by stretcher. The finest of medical attention was available on the boat, since it was equipped in expectation of heavy casualties which at Hollandia did not occur. I have no doubt that more than half of this group owe their lives to our doctors. Eventually, I established my headquarters in an abandoned house which, interestingly enough, had been built a number of years before by members of a National Geographic Society expedition. The first 2 nights of the invasion I spent aboard the Swanson at sea. The Navy expected Japanese retaliation by air. Cruising, without lights, hugging the forested coastline, we moved as slowly as possible so that no phosphorescent wake could betray us to enemies aloft. The throbbing of our engines could be heard ashore, and fugitive Japanese had not yet given up hope of reinforcement. I saw many surreptitious signals from the shore, flashlights and boulder lights which winked in code. Up on the deck in the darkness, I realized that scattered parties of Jap troops, unwilling to believe they had been abandoned, were hopefully asking the Swanson to identify itself as friendly craft. I shall never know why enemy air reaction was so weak. Up at Manakwari Airfield, at the tip of New Guinea, there were 90 Japanese planes. The Navy's flying lads saw them and told me. Naturally, I was apprehensive. If one plane could wreak havoc at Humboldt, what could 90 planes do? I knew the Manakwari Strip lay beyond territorial limits set by the agreement between General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz for the joint Hollandia operation, but I wanted those planes taken out. At a conference aboard a destroyer on the 3rd day, I pleaded, the same flag flies over our troops that flies above the carriers. Admiral William M. Fechsteller and the flying boys from the Pacific Fleet backed me up. They were ready and anxious to make the strike. But Admiral Barbie refused to join me in an appeal to higher authority for permission to make the Manakwari raid. I do not report this as a criticism of my good friend Dan Barbie, who was always cooperative. I report it as one small argument for effective unification of our armed services. With the airplane in the picture, strict area agreements between generals and admirals are not sacrosanct, but dangerously academic. Those planes from Manakwari, as it happens, made little trouble at Hollandia, but they certainly raised hell with us later at Biak. Captured Japanese records shed some light on the situation we found at Hollandia. First, the enemy expected us to attack Hansa Bay or Wewak. Second, whatever happened at Hansa Bay or Wewak, They did not expect us to be in a position to threaten their great supply depot until June at the earliest. If we had obliged the enemy by 2 months' delay, there is evidence they would have been ready. Japanese orders unearthed by the researchers of the Allied intelligence indicate that at one period, the High Command intended to pull the entire 18th Army out of eastern New Guinea for the purpose of holding Hollandia. This included 3 infantry divisions and 70,000 men. The least ambitious of the alternate defense plans called for 1 crack division there. Of interest also is the fact that our attack came very shortly after a grave shakeup in the enemy command at Hollandia. Allied air can be credited with bringing about this internal combustion. The headquarters of the 4th Japanese Air Army and the headquarters of a subordinate organization, the 6th Air Division, were both located at Hollandia. When our 5th Air Force carried out devastating raids in late March and early April, the bombs blasted not only Japanese installations, but Japanese reputations and Japanese military careers. Most of the enemy planes on the Hollandia dromes never got off the ground to resist the Allied raiders. They were destroyed on the runways. As a result, the entire staff of 4th Air Army was transferred, and the commanding general of the 6th Air Division and his chief of staff were summoned back to Japan in disgrace. This left already demoralized garrison troops without leadership. Major General Inada, now commanding general of 6th Air, did not arrive until April 15th. Major General Kitazona, who apparently was sent to be the senior officer in charge of all services, did not arrive until days after that. There is considerable evidence that Inada and Kitazona did not see eye to eye on their duties, and that each believed himself to be charged with the overall job of defense. It is possible that this situation explains why no coordinated plan for defense of the whole area was ever worked out. The captured documents establish that General Kitazona was there, but no orders issued in his name were found. Nor did we ever discover what became of him. Probably he died in the jungle with hundreds of other miserable stragglers who tried to find their way northwest to Toim Sarmi. This was over 100 miles farther along the coast, and there were strong Jap garrisons there. As a matter of fact, we had thought it just possible that Japanese from Toim Sarmi would be dispatched overland to reinforce the Hollandia defenders. We know now they were sent, but Japanese air and Japanese sea transport had vanished, and jungle trails were slow. The enemy reinforcements turned back. On Ferguson Island, not too far from Goodenough, 6th Army had trained a group of soldiers known as the Alamo Scouts. A good many of them were former football players, and all of them were put through exercises and disciplines which are supposed to harden muscles and mercy. They all learned jiu-jitsu. Thousands of troops learned jiu-jitsu in the United States under the tutelage of Colonel Anthony Drexel Biddle and others. But I know of a few cases where jiu-jitsu was used in battle. Battles usually are not fought at such short distances. Marksmanship is more important than muscles, and a small, thin man with an accurate eye may kill more Japanese than a big-muscled fullback from the University of Minnesota. You don't wrestle with the enemy. Either you kill him or he kills you. Nobody bothers with the rabbit punch. Your adversaries are armed with guns, bayonets, and hand grenades. The Alamo Scouts, however, needed all the toughening exercises and the teachings of rough and ready scuffling. The Scouts were trained to be expendable, and they knew it. Just after the Hollandia invasion, a group of them were put ashore 15 or 20 miles up the Dutch New Guinea coast. They took with them a radio, and their assignment was to plow inland and to find out whether the Japanese were sending reinforcements from Toim Sarmi. The Scouts did their job. A submarine called at the appointed beach to take off the Scouts. The rubber boats foundered, and the submarine abandoned them. By the hard terms of their hazardous job, the Scouts were then on their own. They started back toward Hollandia, along the same trails the Japs from Hollandia were using for flight. The scouts had lost all their weapons in the sea. They had lost their supplies. They were hungry. They ate taro roots from native gardens, and they equipped themselves with wooden clubs. Taking turns, 1 or 2 men were always sent ahead to pioneer the trail and to give warning when they sighted approaching Japanese evacuees. Then the scouts scattered in the jungle. Sometimes they laid traps for the Japanese and smashed Japanese heads with their rude clubs. Their main duty, of course, was to get back to Hollandia. They got back, but very thin. Clovis Byers brought into my headquarters the sergeant who had commanded this extraordinary, unarmed sortie through unknown terrain. I told the sergeant I was going to award him the Silver Star for gallantry and to give every member of his expedition the Bronze Star. The sergeant frowned. He was not ungrateful, but he was troubled, as all men of principle are, by judicial evaluations. After he pondered the matter a while, he told me that his men had really done the job. He wouldn't like to receive a higher award than they received. The sergeant and all the rest got the Bronze Star. Any chronicle of Hollandia expedition must, because of space limitations, be unsatisfactory to those who participated in it. But I cannot sign off without an account of the misadventure of General Lumsden of the British Army. War is a grim business, but it does have its lighter moments. Lumsden I recall with admiring affection. He had been assigned by Mr. Churchill to be Britain's liaison officer with General MacArthur. A year later, along with Bill Chickering of Time magazine, he was killed aboard the USS New Mexico at Lingayen Gulf during a kamikaze attack. Lumsden saw Hollandia before our engineers made it into a civilized suburb. I early took him ashore at Pim Jetty. The footing was slippery and the engineering was mostly ditching. At Pim Jetty there was a brand new latrine which had not yet been covered over. Lumsden, inspired by an admirable desire for personal exploration, managed to get far enough from the official party to fall into the latrine. He was a tall, slender cavalryman, and we fished him out with considerable difficulty. Lumsden was bedraggled, but his dignity was undismayed. Obviously, he was familiar with the chick cell type of American architecture. As he shook himself like a dog after a swim, he remarked to me without even a smile, "At least it may be said in England's interest that I was the first thing through the hole." The decision to jump 850 miles to Hollandia was one of the great strategic decisions of the Pacific War. It did indeed advance our progress by many months. The base became invaluable to future operations. Our casualties in its capture were unforeseeably small, and there could be no happier news for a task force commander or for anyone else than that. In view of its importance, I think, in the matter of blood and tears, Hollandia was the American victory most economically purchased. But during the planning phase, of course, I could not know that G2's estimate of garrison strength was vastly in error. We were lucky enough to meet not the predicted regiments of combat infantry and the fanatical Japanese Marines, but harassed and uncertain and poorly commanded service troops. A task force commander in all good sense must prepare for the worst of luck and hope for the best. At this late date, I can look back on the operation with calmness and a certain satisfaction. But I cannot forget my apprehensions during the Finschhafen conferences. At the first one, Generals Chamberlain and Kruger urged a single-minded drive on the Hollandia strips. Sacrifice tanks, sacrifice artillery, get those drones. Consequently, I laid down narrow attack lines. At the next conference, General Kruger's orders were capture all of Humboldt Bay, get a great supply base started there. At a third conference, it developed that I also was to capture a Japanese airfield 10 miles below the beaches where we would land. And all of this in difficult terrain and against an enemy of unknown strength. Orders are orders, and Clovis Byers, my chief of staff, was my only confidant. I intend to do my damnedest, I told Byers, but it looks like we've got to attack north, south, east, and west. Well, that is what we did. General George C. Marshall, then Chief of Staff, described the Hollandia campaign as a model of strategic and tactical maneuver. Chapter 10. Operation Ferdinand. One of the most interesting and unconventional military outfits I ran into during the Pacific War is almost unknown to the American public. Members of the outfit, many of them middle-aged civilians, and nearly all volunteers, were called the Coast Watchers. This small group of venturesome men, at top strength numbering only a few hundred, risked their lives and frequently lost them in order to supply the Allies with accurate and first-hand information from the widely scattered tropical islands the Emperor's troops had occupied. The code name of the organization was Ferdinand, and the title was peculiarly apt. Ferdinand, as you may recall from the American nursery book, was a completely unaggressive bull. He liked to sit under a tree and smell flowers. The Coast Watchers avoided combat except in dire extremity. It was their duty, figuratively, to sit inconspicuously under a tree, gather information, and send it out. Equipped with bulky teleradios, difficult both to conceal and to transport, the Coast Watchers sat in some extremely uncomfortable spots. Throughout the period of the war, they lived among the Japanese, hiding in the jungles of Papua New Guinea, the Solomons, moving from place to place with their cumbersome and risky equipment. White men can't pass themselves off as natives, nor can they exist in the jungle without help. The Coast Watchers, on their hazardous assignments, were obliged to trust the natives who served them. Too often the trust was misplaced, and they were betrayed to torture and death. Needless to say, the operation was top secret. Until the armistice, the Allies did not even admit the existence of such an organization. Operated originally under the auspices of Australian Naval Intelligence, Ferdinand later became a part of the Allied Intelligence Service, which was headed up by Major General Charles A. Willoughby, General MacArthur's able G2. A group of Coast Watchers went into Hollandia to collect information 5 weeks before I led our invasion there. From an emaciated survivor who rode out to see me while I was still aboard the Swanson, I learned of the disaster that befell the party. Before telling the story, I would like to describe a little of the background of this highly unorthodox organization whose members performed a useful service in modern war while remaining as individualistic and, on occasion, as undisciplined as our own old-time Indian fighters. After World War I, the Australian Navy became uneasily conscious of its interminable undefended coastline. Australia is an immense subcontinent, about the size of the United States. Most of its 8 million population is crowded into the southeastern corner of the country. Elsewhere lie immeasurable plains, plateaus, deserts, waste and wooded lands. In these empty areas, in the vast ring of islands and atolls which surround Australia, it seemed obvious that an enemy might operate without opposition, and indeed without discovery. As a precautionary measure, the Navy selected certain civilians, living in remote and isolated places, whose duty in the time of war would be to report suspicious activities and events in subversive behavior. Generally, they were postmasters, harbor masters, school teachers, police or railway officials, people who had access to telegraph instruments. The Watchers received no pay in the beginning. Before the 1930s, the few scattered missionaries and managers of cattle stations settled on the north and northwest coast had no means of a swift communication. The invention of the pedal radio charged by foot power, gave these frontiersmen a link with the outside world, and they were enrolled. Later government administrative officials, prospectors, miners, and planters in Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands joined the Coast Watcher network. It was in this screen of islands, which Americans called the Southwest Pacific and Australians called the Northeast area, that the main job of Ferdinand was to be done. When the war began, the Australian Navy directed the secret organization to start functioning. Eric A. Felt, a former naval officer, was placed in charge of the coast watchers located in Papua New Guinea and the Solomons. Commander Felt has written the definitive history of the Ferdinand operation. With the Japanese invasion, inevitably immediate cracks appeared in the volunteer communication system. On Nissan Island, there was a superannuated Australian Navy telegrapher who had retired on pension and became a planter. He watched an enemy ship approach his undefended atoll, calmly coded his report, and was never heard of again. From Gasmata, just off the south coast of New Britain, an Australian government official warned Port Moresby of its first Jap air raid, which allowed the town ample opportunity to prepare. Unfortunately, this friend in need was betrayed by journalistic enterprise. News that the Moresby-bound enemy planes had been sighted over Gasmata was broadcast on the Australian radio. This gave direct information to the Japanese that there was a reporting station on Gasmata. J. Damon, the coast watcher in question, escaped the raid. But 2 weeks after the fall of Rabaul, the Japanese landed troops on Gasmata. Damon and his assistant were taken immediately, and a third member of the staff radioed news of their capture. He never sent another message, and undoubtedly died with the others. In the early days, the coast watchers were of considerable assistance to the Americans. For example, when the Japanese made their first air attack on our landing forces at Guadalcanal, 23 out of the 24 enemy bombers in the raid were brought down, and our expedition suffered little damage. The defeat of this particular sortie was partially the result of the coast watcher's warning. Hidden in a jungle 300 miles away, with a bulky receiving and sending set as an incriminating companion, he had sighted the Japanese flight and passed on the information in time for our fighters to rise at Guadalcanal and for our anti-aircraft to be alerted. This was only one of many Jap air raids which were intercepted because of mysterious information from the islands. Detailed reports on the movements of Japanese transports, the daytime hiding places of destroyers and barges, the speed and progress of Japanese naval movements also figured in the radio bulletins. In the Solomons campaign, a handful of coast watchers worked with picked American Marine signalmen in the jungles of Bougainville. Their knowledge of uncharted trails and of secret channels where small boats could land proved to be very valuable. General MacArthur was later to decorate several of the leaders with the Distinguished Service Cross, an event necessarily unheralded at the time. When General Vandegrift left Guadalcanal, in his final order of the day he spoke cryptically of our small band of devoted allies, who had contributed so vastly in proportion to their numbers. This, of course, referred to the coast watchers. One of my favorite stories concerns Cornelius Page, a planter living at the extreme outer perimeter of the Coast Watcher network on a dot of island called Tabar Island. Page was a 20-mile canoe journey from New Ireland, but his own inconsequential island was a landfall by which Japanese bombers flying from Truk fixed their navigational positions. Night and day, Page radioed news of the oncoming flights. These reports did not go unnoticed by the Japanese. After the fall of Rabaul and Caving, they decided to hunt Page out. A warship bombarded his plantation. Page had moved his awkward teleradio. The power system was so heavy that 14 native carriers were required to transport it to a hut in the jungle, and he was not discovered. He reported the departure of the Japanese vessel to his superiors back in Townsville. He was congratulated on his work, ordered to bury his teleradio, and escape. Page ignored the command. Ordered to maintain radio silence, he continued to code and send in his daily reports. He told about the enemy guns and positions at Cavien, the names of the Europeans captured. He was able to pass on information gathered from runaway natives that the Namatani airfield on New Ireland was mined. On one occasion, he wanted to send a particularly urgent message. 2 missionaries in Papua were conversing over the air channel, and both were depressed. Page waited with impatience while one missionary said, "I will pray for you, brother." The other replied, "And I will pray for you, brother." At this point, Page's patience vanished. He broke in and roared, "Get off the ruddy air and I will pray for you both." Soon Page was a lone voice in enemy-held territory. The natives on Tabar, cognizant of Japanese victories, deserted him. Page hid in caves. He had no weapons, and his plantation supplies were virtually exhausted. When the Japanese began enrolling native police, Page at long last agreed to be evacuated. It was arranged that a submarine would take him off of Tabar. For 3 nights in a row, Page went out in a small boat and flashed recognition signals, but without result. The rescuing submarine had developed engine trouble and was hard put to get back to port. Eventually, Page signaled that a party of Japs and natives with hunting dogs was on its way to seek out his hiding place. The hunting party found him. When Page was next called on the radio, no answer came. Not all Ferdinand's stories had the same dismal end. The saga of Katie Hay, with its humorous anticlimax, was told and retold by Americans after the victory at Guadalcanal. Hay was an extremely obese planter, a veteran of World War I, who maintained a watch station with 2 other Australians in an abandoned mining camp at Gold Ridge, high in the hills south of Lunga. Hay did not come out of the bush until January of 1943. A good part of this time he had been sheltering an ill and aged man, sole survivor of a Japanese massacre. The great fat man had difficulty getting down the rough and roundabout mountain trails. When he finally reached a roadhead, he collapsed and sent on a note by natives saying he was knocked up. In Australian slang, this means to be exhausted. To Americans, it means to be pregnant. A bewildered American lieutenant set off in a jeep to meet the planter. When the lieutenant encountered Hay, he took one look at that monumental belly and said in awe, "My God, it's true!" Young Ligi Vial was an assistant district officer at Rabaul. He was evacuated by the Australian Air Force and set down in Salamaua before the Japanese moved in. He was provided with a teleradio, codes, instructions, and food. Hidden in the hills above Salamaua airfield, he reported for 6 months the arrivals and departures of Jap aircraft. Because of his technical knowledge, a premium then, he was able to report types of Jap planes in the skies and their numbers, the heights at which they were flying, and their courses. Vial, living in the rudest of circumstances, did not know that he was the voice most listened to at Port Moresby. Indeed, one romantic correspondent referred to him as the Golden Voice. Vial was one of the watchers awarded our Distinguished Service Cross. Later, he was killed in an air crash over central New Guinea while attempting to succor another hard-pressed Ferdinand group. Another coast watcher, less technically proficient than Vial, was perched for weeks near the important Japanese anchorage between Bougainville and the Shortland Islands. Pages torn from a copy of Jane's fighting ships were dropped to him by air. After studying the illustrations, the watcher became usefully expert at identifying and reporting the types and classes of Japanese vessels circulating in those waters. One of the boldest and ablest of Ferdinand's operatives was G.C. Harris, an Australian naval lieutenant. His lifeline almost, but not quite, crossed mine at Hollandia. It was Harris who headed the secret expedition which went ashore at Hollandia a month before the carriers and battle wagons led us there. His mission was to get exact information on landing beaches, information that would have been very handy for us at Tanamura Bay, on Japanese strength in the area and on Japanese defenses. Harris was not new to dangerous enterprises. After the Japanese landed at Rabaul, he assembled from various points along the New Guinea coast a flying-on-one-wing flotilla of launches. Some of them could manage as much as 6 knots. With these seagoing flivvers, he crossed the Vidiaz Strait and managed a partial evacuation of troops and European refugees stranded on the island of New Britain. The launches, which were always breaking down, were known sardonically as the Harris Navy. They traveled by night, and when daylight came were quickly beached on some island shore and covered with tree limbs to conceal them from Japanese air reconnaissance. Regular companions of the obstreperous and somewhat irreligious Harris on these chancy expeditions were 4 missionaries. Dr. Braun, the medical missionary rescued by my task force at Hollandia, was one of Harris's close friends. In the unquiet interval after the Japanese landed at Lai and Finschhafen, Dr. Braun directed the American Lutheran Mission Hospital near Madang. At various times, Harris and about 15 other coast watchers showed up in his vicinity. Nearly all suffered from malaria and other tropical diseases, and the doctor treated them. On one occasion, an Australian who had licked a violent bout of fever and was convalescent broke his upper dental plate and could not chew the food necessary to his recovery. A radio message went to Ferdinand headquarters, and a day or so later a plane dropped by parachute the materials necessary for repair. Dr. Braun fixed the plate. Talking to Dr. Braun and his wife, I got a fair picture of Blue Harris. He was a plump young man in his 20s, with a courteous manner and a truculent disposition. He had the hard, weathered face of a frontiersman and a soft, gentle voice. He lisped. A strip of blazing red hair wrapped itself around the edge of a shining bald pate. Blue is the usual Aussie nickname for a redhead. In 1943, Ferdinand, at the request of Allied intelligence, sent several expeditions overland in New Guinea in an effort to get concrete information about such Japanese positions as Wewak, Hansa Bay, Aitape, and Hollandia. Despite the fact that they were led by men of jungle experience, the expeditions were failures. Every member of one group was wiped out. After these disheartening failures, Blue Harris was given the Hollandia job. Since the assignment meant landing on an enemy-held coast, among the natives who were an unknown quantity, his party was carefully chosen. Lieutenant R.L. Weber, a companion on previous ventures, was second in command. The others in the landing team included 3 Australian Army privates, 1 able seaman, and 4 native New Guinea policemen. None knew the dialects of Dutch New Guinea tribes. Consequently, the Dutch government detailed Sergeant Lancelot, an Indonesian trooper, to accompany them as interpreter. If possible, however, the party intended to avoid any contact with natives. Harris expected to land from a submarine 30 miles west of Hollandia, then push inland to the mountains. To make sure of proper communications, another Ferdinand group under Captain C.J. Miller was landed by plane at Eidenberg River, about 100 miles south of Hollandia. If base stations found Harris's radio signals too weak, Miller would pick them up with his power set and relay them on. Harris and his men embarked on the U.S. submarine Dace on March 13th. 4 days later, the submarine was off Cape Tanamera. After dark, the Dace surfaced and approached the coast. Just then, a powerful searchlight bloomed out on shore. The submarine hastily withdrew and submerged. Next day, after further cruising, it was decided to land the party on a small beach on the open coast, even though a periscope inspection showed there were several native huts nearby. According to plan, the team was to remain ashore 14 days, and then to be picked up at the same spot by the Dace. Because of those native huts, Harris decided not to commit his entire party. He would go ashore with a reconnaissance group, sound out the situation, and then communicate with the Dace by flashlight. If everything looked all right, the signal would be Grogo. But if the signal washout was sent, the other members of the party were not to be landed and the whole plan would be revised. That night, the submarine surfaced about a mile offshore. The sea was calm and Harris set off in a rubber boat. With him went Weber, Lancelot, and 2 others. They carried a walkie-talkie radio, guns, flashlights, and other equipment. The rubber boat came in smoothly on a low ground swell until it was suddenly caught up in heavy breakers caused by an invisible reef. The boat swamped. The radio equipment was ruined. As the drenched men reached dry sand, a fire flared up near a native hut. Harris knew that any further attempt at concealment was futile. He and Lancelot walked up to the hut. The natives seemed friendly, and they reported through Lancelot that the nearest Japanese were 2 or 3 miles to the west. Years of working with New Guinea tribes had equipped Harris with delicate and highly sensitized intuitions. He was not satisfied. Purely on the basis of the smell of danger, Harris ordered the signal washout to be flashed. Weber gave the message and then sent a further signal asking the Dace to return at once for them. There was no acknowledgement, and Weber climbed a small hill to repeat. From the hill, Weber was appalled to see 2 rubber boats just beyond the reef. The rest of the party mistakenly had been sent ashore. The signal had been misinterpreted. Blue Harris quickly assembled his waterlogged men. A turn of bad luck and the loss of radio equipment had already robbed the group of most of its importance as an intelligence unit. The problem now was survival. A dawn assessment of strength disclosed that the 11 men had among them 4 submachine guns, 2 carbines, 6 pistols, also a box of hand grenades, and some medical kits and maps. About a week's supply of rations had been saved from the surf. They would strike inland, Harris said, and try to reach Miller's headquarters on the Eichelberger River. He knew, of course, that if the natives were unfriendly, the news of the landing was no longer a secret. Again, he went to the native hut. There had been only 4 people in the hut the night before, but that morning the natives had been joined by another man who seemed to be a chief. He agreed that one of the boys in the hut would guide the Ferdinand party around the Japanese areas. The rubber boats were hidden, and the expedition moved inland, finally making camp in a dry creek bed. The guide then abruptly departed, telling Lancelot that he would search for a better campsite. He never returned. Harris's intuitions had been correct. The Japanese had been tipped off as soon as the little group left the beach. The following morning, ignoring the absence of a guide, Blue Harris moved his men quickly along a path through the jungle. This led them to a wide patch of kunai grass. There they paused to reconnoiter before venturing into the open. At that point, voices were heard behind them. Lieutenant Weber, second in command, dropped his pack and went to the rear to investigate. He saw a line of Japanese moving forward through the jungle. It was an entrapment. Weber ran to warn Blue Harris, but Harris was already hurrying his group across the open area to the protection of the jungle on the other side. 4 of the men reached shelter before the Japanese firing began. Weber and 2 others were able to hide themselves in the high grass. Machine guns and mortars soon joined in the firing. Caught in the open space were Blue Harris and 2 of the Australian privates, J.I. Bunning and G. Shortis. The position was surrounded and the Japanese were moving in. At the last moment, Sergeant Lancelot, the Indonesian interpreter, reached the jungle uninjured. Still in the open, Harris, Bunning, and Shortis kept up an accurate fire and drew the enemy on themselves in order that the others might escape. The Japanese attack centered on those 3. Lancelot, concealed only a few yards away, witnessed much of the action. The 3 men sold their lives expensively. For 4 hours they held off the enemy. Then at last, Bunning and Shortis were dead, and Blue Harris faced the Japanese alone with an empty pistol. Harris was already wounded in 3 places. He was propped up against a tree and savagely cross-examined. He was asked about the ship which landed him, about the future Allied plans and military movements. He said nothing. In the end, the Japanese bayoneted him to death. A welcome release for Blue Harris. Sergeant Lancelot lay hidden for 4 days in one spot while the Japanese conducted an overall search of the area. For drinking water, he licked raindrops off the leaves. A few days later, he met a friendly native who concealed him and fed him until our task force hit the beach. At that time, Lancelot believed himself to be the only survivor of the Blue Harris party. When he saw the warships move in, he paddled out to the Swanson and came aboard to tell me, in part, the story I have just told you. Since then, I have learned more details. 2 members of the Harris party simply disappeared. They were undoubtedly executed by the Japanese. Astonishingly, 5 men out of the original 11 managed to live through their experiences. Lieutenant Weber and Private P.C. Jeon were among the survivors. Until sundown, they remained hidden in the kunai grass. Then they crawled into the jungle. They had an owing gun, a pistol, 2 knives, 1 can of rations, 5 bullion cubes, and a compass. They decided they would try to reach Eichelberger, but after 5 days of wandering, that project was abandoned. They realized their only chance of survival was to conceal themselves until the Americans arrived. 7 starvation days later, they dragged themselves into 2 small caves where they hid for a fortnight. They had only raw hearts of palm buds to eat. On April 21st came the bombardment which heralded the attack. The following day they set out for the Hollandia beach, but by now Jeon was so weak he could hardly walk. They approached a native hut where he intended to stay while Weber sought out an American patrol. Just as they reached the hut, a Japanese charged out at them, armed with the sword. Jeon fended off the saber blow and, holding on to the sharp blade, was cut on his hands, forearms, neck, and ears. Weber was afraid that firing his pistol might bring enemy reinforcements. He tried to knock out the Jap with punches to his face, but in the end, so desperate was the struggle by 2 weak men, he buried his pistol in the adversary's belly and pulled the trigger. Then, to prevent outcry, Jeon grabbed the saber and drove it into the soldier's heart. The Japanese was alone. No reinforcements came. After that, Weber and Jeon went on. Weber scouted ahead and supported himself on the saber, while June staggered along behind, using a long stick as a cane. There were many pauses for rest, but finally they met up with the American soldiers who carried them to a battalion hospital. For 32 days, Julius McNichol, the seaman of the party, existed by foraging in the jungle. He too reached the beach after our arrival. Probably the most incredible journey of all was made by one of the New Guinea native policemen. 400 miles away at Sadr, he knew the American 32nd Division had landed. He walked there, A companion who started with him died on the way. One note from the official report of the trip reads, "As we had no food or matches and could not cook any of the food stolen from native gardens, we grew weaker." All 5 of the survivors of the expedition gave the credit to the red-headed leader who deliberately drew the Japanese fire on himself when they were ambushed. I never met Blue Harris, but I think I have the measure of the man. Chapter 11. Biak, Battle of the Caves. Americans who fought at Biak, just off the coast of Upper New Guinea, remember that sun-baked island as something as unreal and frightening as Conan Doyle's Lost World. The geography was scarred and pitted by the accidents of nature's past, and some of the cliffs and limestone terraces along its southern shore seemed as barren as the mountains of the moon. Biak is an island of innumerable caves. Caves with the dimensions of a narrow dark hallway, caves as deep and large as 5-story tenement buildings, and with as many levels of connecting galleries. Caves with weird stalactite and stalagmite formations reminiscent of the Carlsbad Caverns of New Mexico. It is also an island of subterranean streams and scarce and evil-tasting surface water. Soldiers fought for the precious water holes, and more than one American died as he crawled forward in the night to replenish his canteen. The mystery of Biak caves is probably explained by volcanic upthrusts. Long ago, busy coral built beneath the sea, and rainbow fish swam through the tunnels and mazes, which later housed hundreds of men. Repeated volcanic convulsions and forgotten eras lifted the coral formations, and water made faults until some of them were 200 feet or more above the sea where they originated. Then we came. An American task force built around the 41st Division landed at Biak on May 27, 1944, and discovered the Japanese had established themselves both on the cliffs overlooking the beaches and in invincible underground fortresses. The Japanese had been on the island only a few months, but their explorations had been thorough. They had located and staked claim to an intricate subterranean network with many secret places of ingress and egress. These widely scattered caverns were altogether absent from our maps. A full month before our arrival, captured records indicate our invasion was anticipated. The Japanese proceeded to exploit their knowledge. A full month before our arrival, captured records indicate our invasion was anticipated. The Japanese proceeded to exploit their knowledge. They took every advantage of nature's fantasies, and with foresight and able engineering, constructed themselves an island stronghold with a considerable claim to impregnability. General Fuller, who led the Biak task force, called at my Lake Sentani headquarters shortly before his departure. In a general discussion of the situation facing him, Fuller expressed some apprehension. It is not an easy matter to lead a division on one full-dress amphibious expedition, and then in 5 or 6 weeks' time to prepare that division for another. Fuller was also concerned about the size of his force. Only 2 combat regiments had been assigned to the landing. Just a short time earlier, as we both knew, an expedition launched against the To'em-Sarmi had run into unexpected trouble. As I have previously said, my first task after the capture of Hollandia was to rush the construction of airfields so that the invasions of both Biak and To'em-Sarmi could be supported by the 5th Air Force. 12 days before the strike against Biak, on May 17th to be exact, the landing at To'em-Sarmi took place. On Wakde Island, 2 miles from the New Guinea coast and directly opposite the wild jungle region called To'em-Sarmi, were located a number of commanding Japanese airstrips. These airstrips were our principal objective there. First landings were made at Arari village on the mainland. The troops then moved 3 miles overland to To'em village. where preparations were laid for a shore-to-shore movement to Wakde Island the next morning. Reconnaissance planes had seen no Japanese on Wakde. Strafers had not encountered return fire. One officer, on a scouting expedition to a nearby tiny island, reported back jovially that if my orderly didn't have sore feet, the two of them could have waded over and captured Wakde. There were others who were deceived. One of them was General Byers, my chief of staff. Brigadier General Donald R. Hutchinson commanded the fighter planes from Hollandia, which provided the air cover for Toom's army. Byers rode piggyback with Hutchinson in a P-39 to witness the D-Day landings. They flew over Wakde at treetop and found no enemy reaction. Indeed, they saw no one. At one end of a seemingly deserted Jap runway, they spotted a fresh crater made by our bombers. Fighter Hutch cut his motors in the air and said to Byers, "Shall we land?" Just then American bombers dug another deep crater on the strip. Hutchinson and Byers decided to return to base. They emptied their machine guns in a farewell salute to the empty landscape and flew away. Back at Hollandia, Byers said to me, "There is no opposition. We could have landed without difficulty except for the bomb craters." That's what Byers and Hutch thought then, and I've never ceased to remind them of it. When the 163rd Infantry 41st Division hit the beach the next day, there was a different story. The Japs had been living in bomb-proof bunkers and pillboxes. There were 100 of them at least 12 different caves, completely invisible from the air. The Jap troops had come safely through the bombardment. They proceeded to put up stiff and well-organized resistance. Wakde is only 2 miles long and a mile wide, but it took the 163rd 2 days of continuous and swift action to complete the conquest. Even with the use of tanks, one prisoner, a Hawaiian-born Jap Marine who spoke excellent English, walked into a supply dump and surrendered. He was the only captive taken at Wakde. More than 800 enemy dead were counted. In the days following General Fuller's departure, I was preoccupied with the problems of turning Hollandia into a great military and naval base. I heard very little about Biak, and saw only the usual optimistic communiques about the progress of the campaign. On June 1st, Allied headquarters reported to the press that after bitter fighting, Japanese opposition east of Bosnik has collapsed. On June 3rd, an official spokesman was quoted as saying, "We are mopping up enemy troops." All this looked very promising. On June 14th, however, I received a message at Hollandia requesting that I report immediately at the headquarters of the 6th Army Commander. General Kruger had moved forward from Finschhafen and was now established on the south shore of Humboldt Bay. It was about dark, and I wondered about the urgency of the summons as I motored 6 miles to Pim Jetty, crossed the entrance of Jaltefa Bay in a crash boat, and then took a jeep for 5 miles more. I remembered an earlier urgent trip to Port Moresby. Had something gone wrong at Biak? When I talked with the Army commander, it soon became evident that, in his opinion, something had gone wrong at Biak. I was to set off by air the next morning at daybreak to take command there. My entire 1st Corps headquarters was to follow the same day by boat. My mission was to secure and make habitable for American planes the 3 enemy airfields on the island. Moving a Corps' headquarters on fire alarm notice is no easy job. I immediately called General Byers and told him to start packing. I had brief conversations with members of the 6th Army staff and learned that the Biak task force was having very rough going against veteran Japanese troops armed with big guns and tanks. I got back at my offices late and found the force there busy, efficient, excited. The cool early morning discovered Byers and my other key officers and me speeding down beautiful Lake Sentani in swift cabin cruisers. At the far end of the lake, 2 Catalina flying boats were warming up and awaiting us. A few minutes later, the hulls skipped along the water, and we rose into the rising sun and headed toward Biak, 300 miles away. From my window, I could see the Army fighter planes which served as our air escort. We had a few maps with us, but almost no knowledge of what we would find at Biak. I knew, of course, the importance of the island's occupation from a strategic point of view. It would place us within easy bombing range of the Philippines, some 800 or 900 miles away, and within fighter range of the enemy fields that dot in the ocean Palau. I knew Mokmer Dome at Biak had been captured on June 6, and that this was yet a hollow victory. Nearby Japanese forces kept the field directly under fire so that our planes could not use it. We came into the bay at Bosnek, where the original landing had occurred, and flopped down on the water in the middle of a squall. And what a flop! For a man as big as myself, transfer from a flying boat to a landing craft is always an adventure. One poorly timed jump in rough weather may mean broken ribs or a broken leg. A small LCM bounced up and down in front of the Catalina, and astraddle the nose of the plane, I inched my way forward. It was just noon. The young pilot of the Catalina tried to help me and was washed off by a wave. Being a strong swimmer, he got back aboard with only the loss of his braided cap. A little breathless, I finally made the LCM. Once ashore, I went to task force headquarters and promptly set about acquainting myself with the facts of the situation. For the first time, I learned of the near disaster which had marked the second and third days of the invasion. We had landed at Bosnek, one of the 2 points on the southern coast where there was some flat land between the ocean and high ground. The coastal cliffs, however, were only a few hundred yards away and gave the Japanese perfect command of the approaches. Nevertheless, the enemy had failed to put up a vigorous resistance on D-Day, and enemy planes, which were to be a scourge throughout the rest of the campaign, had put in only a token appearance. Combat troops of the 162nd Infantry immediately swung up the coast road which the Japanese had built from Bosnek to the air domes. They grumbled about the rough footing, the heat, the lack of water. But officers and men, they were in high good humor. There was little opposition. It was going to be, some of them predicted confidently, another Hollandia. The Japs had moved back into the hills, and the Americans would soon be on the airfields with only mopping up operations ahead. By nightfall, the 162nd had traveled 8 miles and was within 1,000 yards of Mokmer Air Dome. 1 battalion crossed a gully and occupied a ridge. There was only sniper fire that night, but the Japanese trap had been set. The next morning, the enemy opened up. There was artillery, machine gun fire, the deadly cough. The phrase belongs to Spencer Davis of the Associated Press, the only correspondent on the spot, of knee mortars. An avenue of fire divided the American forces, and the forward battalion was unable to withdraw. At the same time, Jap tank fire hit the head of the column. If this enemy advantage had been pressed then and there, the battalion might have been wiped out. But eventually the Americans were able to fall back from the exposed ridge to positions within the meager shelter of a cliff along the narrow beach. They had no artillery. They had pushed ahead too fast. Now, the Navy destroyers offshore went into action. The Navy fire was not particularly effective against the enemy, secure on the cliffs and in the caves, but it probably prevented a frontal assault. The enemy's 6-inch guns were quick to return the fire and knocked a hole in one of our destroyers. At noon, the amphibian engineers joined the rescue party. 10 buffaloes appeared offshore and bravely wiggled their way over the coral reefs, while 6-inch shells raised 2-foot geysers around them to bring ammunition, blood plasma, water, and morphine to the beleaguered troops. Private Albert M. Eschpeter of Fargo, North Dakota, was the first amphib pilot ashore. The buffaloes then wiggled back over the coral, and every seagoing tractor was crowded with wounded. Late that evening, a Japanese force following the line of the cliffs cut in behind the advanced battalion and isolated it completely from the main American forces. At dawn, the reinforced Japanese again attacked. There were 3 determined enemy assaults, and all 3 were repulsed that day, but with heavy losses on both sides. And while the hot sun beat on the gleaming coral, the first tank-against-tank battle of the Southwest Pacific took place. Numbers of tanks involved were small, but the engagement was important in that it demonstrated prophetically the superiority of our armor. 3 Japanese tanks advanced from the airstrip. They were met by 5 American Shermans, which destroyed them after the exchange of only a few rounds of fire. Half an hour later, the 4 remaining enemy tanks appeared and were also destroyed immediately. The Americans had turned back the enemy offensives, but they were under constant fire from the cliffs and their positions were becoming untenable. That night, in the darkness, a fleet of buffaloes evacuated them and their equipment and returned them to Bosnek. The Americans had taken a licking. For some days, the beach road to the dromes were effectively blocked. On my first afternoon at Biak, leaving my staff to confer with the task force staff, I went forward along the beach road as far as I could go, about a mile short of Mokmer Drome. It was easy enough for me to envisage with a shiver what one officer who was there described as the happy-go-lucky advance of the 162nd. On my left was the sea, and on my right were the coral cliffs, which raised themselves skyward like the Palisades along the Hudson. Looking up from my jeep, I could see the openings of caves which had even yet to be cleared of the enemy. Sometimes the cliffs elbowed so far seaward that the narrow road curved around them through shallow water at high tide. I passed the narrows where the Japanese had closed the door of their trap, and saw the wreckage of the Japanese tanks and the aging dead men still in them. I saw the 6-inch guns pointed toward the sea, and was glad our original landing had been made at Bosnek, and not on the mile-deep flat land at the dromes. On the way back to headquarters, I was solemn and reflective. The cliffs made a frowning natural bastion. Inland, I knew there were no roads and a rising plateau, which was as rich in jungle as the seacoast was hard and barren. There were many conferences at Bosnek that first hot night before I went wearily to bed. Sergeant Dombrowski, my orderly, a man of infinite resource, managed a shower bath by climbing a stepladder and holding above me a big gasoline can punched full of holes. General Byers and I were quartered together in a roomy, sandbag tent which had a wooden floor 5 feet deep in the coral ground. The depth provided a considerable protection against the fire of Japanese snipers, who, during most of my stay at Biak, continued to occupy some of the caves near Bosnek and to make nuisances of themselves. As I went to sleep in this strange country, I could hear wind and rain in the coconut grove around us. This rain stopped about 3 a.m., and Japanese planes came over. Byers, Colonel Ken Sweeney, Chief of Staff of the 41st Division, and I took refuge in a newly prepared air raid shelter. I spent a very uncomfortable hour before I wandered back to bed. This was the first time and the last time I ever took refuge in an air raid shelter during the war. My distaste for shelters isn't a matter of courage. I like my sleep, and I'm an enemy of needless discomfort, and also perhaps something of a fatalist. The next day I started out early, reached Mokmer Drome without difficulty, and found General Doe dug in on the shoreline. It was his advance command post. Doe was the assistant commander of the 41st Division. I was glad to have Gens Doe again on my team. After serving with me as a colonel at Sanananda, he had led both the Leyte and Itapi invasions. Do was a great fighter. He was also a stubborn, opinionated man, and our disagreements were spirited. Subsequently, Do became, with my recommendation, the 41st Commanding General. I was dissatisfied when I returned from the front that Friday night. I had no clear picture of the military situation, and after visiting the command post of the 186th and 162nd Infantry Regiments, I was convinced that their colonels were almost as much in the dark as I was. Everyone knew the Japanese were able to appear and disappear almost at will because they were housed in caves. But where were the main caves? How much strength did the Japanese have? We held Mokumer Dome and we held a low ridge immediately back of it. But the Japanese held a higher ridge immediately behind that. And still farther back, somewhere to the left, enemy artillery had hidden positions from which they directed periodic fire on the drone. It entertained me recently to thumb through copies of the New York Times of 1944. I found there a communique from the Southwest Pacific Rear Headquarters dated June 14th. It announced, rather triumphantly, that the first American planes had landed at Mokumer Airdrome. Someplace between the front and the rear, wishful thinking had become a press release. It was on June 14th that I was ordered to Biak, and certainly no American planes except the Cubs we used for observation landed at Mokumer for a good many days after that. How had the 41st Division taken the airfield? After the dash up the coast ended in near disaster, the 186th Infantry had been sent around the back way. Behind the ridges, these soldiers moved forward slowly on native trails. This was hard going and steep climbing. At night there was often enemy infiltration, and next morning severed communications. Then the 163rd Infantry came in from Leyte as reinforcements, and the 186th was able to drive painfully through to the field. The inland route was difficult. The jungle at Biak was never as thick as it was at Buna or in the rainforest at Tanamara Bay, but there were evergreen trees which grew as high as 180 feet. There were long, spidery vines which encompassed the trees like thick cobwebs in a dream, and there was high kunai grass in the open spaces. There was no water. Troops placed on the hills had to be supplied with both food and water, and human pack trains did the job. Back at Bosnek, the artillery laid it on supposed enemy positions and lived a reasonably comfortable life in daylight. Their troubles started just about dusk when enemy planes began making passes at our rich supply dumps and continued through the dark watches. The pack train lads lived miserable lives, day and night. As they struggled up the hills, Japanese soldiers fired from ambush or leaped out to engage them in hand-to-hand fighting. Men fought with pistols, knives, and fists. The Japanese at Biak were trained and excellent troops. Captured records showed there were nearly 10,000 troops on the island. Not all of them in the beginning resisted our invasion. On the southern shore, the combat troops belonged to the 22nd Infantry Division, veterans of the China campaign. There was also a detachment of Japanese Marines, always bigger and taller and braver than any other enemy troops. The commander of the island defenses was a certain Colonel Kuzumi. Documents reveal that in case of invasion he planned to use his service troops to reinforce the infantry, and he did. The Americans invaded with only 2 combat regiments. Ordinarily, considering the hazards of attack, a 3-to-1 advantage in troop strength for the invaders is set up by the military textbooks as a fair and equal fight. The 41st Division had not, in my opinion, done badly. On Saturday, General Baez and I found an easier way to get up forward. We took a speedboat to the island of Aui, which lay some 4 miles off Bosnek. Before the Biak invasion, there had been no advance plan to make an airfield on Aui, but when American troops had been unable to capture Mokumer Dome, General Fuller the original task force commander, began 3 days after D-Day the construction of strips on the nearby Coral Island. The promptness and wisdom of this engineering enterprise saved the lives of a number of American pilots. The very next day after Byers and I were at Aui, a squadron of lightning pursuit planes, buffeted by a tropical storm until they were out of gasoline, made a gratifying emergency landing there. Aui became a fine field. It was, however, thickly inhabited by the mites which spread scrub typhus, and they made carnival among our engineer troops. On that Saturday, Byers and I were flown from Aui over to Mokmer in Cub Plains. As we came in, I believe we were the first to set down at Mokmer. The Japanese opened fire from a distance of 2,000 yards. There were no hits then, and there were no hits later, when a salvo celebrated our departure. It struck me there was little real danger, but I remembered with amusement General Kruger's farewell message to me at Hollandia. Now don't go and get yourself killed. Byers and Doe and I were driven to the front, and we found we could get quite close. Nastier terrain could hardly have been found. Behind that first ridge there was not only caves and the raw-up jutting coral cliffs, but also deep ravines and tangled jungle. A G2 officer at Doe's command post had shown us maps which presumably established where the troops were located. Things looked a good deal different after we traveled 1.5 miles forward. The 162nd was attacking with 2 battalions, and a 3rd battalion had been sent on a circuitous route which was expected to deliver them in the enemy's rear. They ended in the rear all right, but it was our rear and not the enemy's. This managed to get everybody pretty well mixed up, and resulted in a dangerous American-American exchange of fire. A young lieutenant and I climbed a steep hill to an observation post where we had a good view of the battle. Several hundred yards away and running off at an angle was a ridge which the lieutenant said Colonel Archie Roosevelt, son of the late President Theodore Roosevelt, had captured that morning. Down below, so close I could have hit the nearest one with a pebble, were a number of our tanks, all buttoned up and firing. Suddenly it became unmistakably apparent that Colonel Roosevelt's ridge had reverted to original ownership. The Japanese were pouring in on our tanks with rifles and machine guns, while 90mm mortar fire from someplace in the rear was landing around us. The Japanese fire was understandable, but we were a little surprised when the American tanks began blazing away at us. The answer? There were Japanese caves immediately beyond us, and not more than 75 or 100 yards from our small, dug-in perimeter. There was plenty of noise. I sent for Byers and Doe in turn so that they could examine the situation. Looking down, we now could see grenade-armed soldiers running in circles around the tanks. They were Japanese soldiers, and the tanks, roaring and clanking, began to pull out. We certainly had arrived on the battlefield, but this battlefield was a confused scramble. My own exit down the hill was precipitous. I came down the steep side holding to a tropical vine. The vine broke, and I fell 12 or 15 feet. I landed on my first aid kit, thus preventing injuries which would have made armchair sitting decidedly uncomfortable during later and less hazardous years. I had seen enough. That night I gave orders that all fighting be called off the next day, a Sunday, and that the troops be reorganized. The major enemy defenses had been well designed to protect the airfield area from other than a long and costly assault. As yet, we did not definitely know the locations of the major caves which hid the main enemy forces and some of their mortar and mountain batteries. The caves obviously had connecting corridors and exits which permitted the Japanese literally to disappear from the face of the earth and to reappear at will in our midst. I suspected that the Japanese were being reinforced from the other side of the island. Later it was established that 2 battalions had been brought in despite the steadfast patrolling of our Navy and our air. These reinforcements, however, were committed piecemeal by Kazumi and never operated as an effective force. I decided to move 3 American battalions well into the Japanese rear. After we had them closed in, we would fight it out for the cliffs and the caves and the airfields. My plan called for giving the Japanese a dose of their own medicine. They had won face in the Orient by their successful operations against the British in Malaya. Down the Malay Peninsula, the Japanese had got in the rear of the British by the use of assault craft. It won them Singapore. I was to learn at Biak and subsequently in the Philippines that Japanese troops, just like Occidental troops, take a very dim and unhappy view of enemy forces in their own rear. It's disturbing. My orders directed 1 battalion of the 163rd, which was well up on the distant plateau, to move until it could look down on the Japanese. The orders also directed offensive-minded Colonel O.P. Newman and his 186th to move around behind the enemy. General Doe argued strongly on that point. He said the 186th would be knee-mortared to death. Actually, on Monday, Newman's forces managed a major shift of positions without casualties. The 34th Infantry of the 24th Division came in from Hollandia that weekend as further reinforcements and bivouacked along the coast road west of Mokmerdrome. This, in effect, is the message I sent back on Saturday to the 6th Army. Having arrived here 48 hours ago in almost complete ignorance of the situation, I have spent 2 days at the front. Tomorrow, Sunday, I have called off all fighting, and troops will be reorganized. On Monday, I proposed to put 3 battalions in the rear of the Japanese, and on Tuesday I proposed to take the other 2 airfields. It was a bold promise, but that is what we did. The 34th advanced to capture Sorido and Boroko dromes almost without opposition. Our troubles, however, were just well started. We now had the airfields, but we still did not have the Japanese. Our encirclements were porous, and much of the bitterest fighting occurred from then on. One thing I insisted upon: constant reports on the positions of battalions and companies. All through the day and all through the night, I wanted to know where they were. And because I wanted to know, I found out. There was a thin axe handle of a hill which was the highest observation point in the combat area. 1 company of ours had occupied it, and then for reasons I never discovered had moved out. By my command, the hill was immediately reoccupied, and it stayed occupied until the end of the engagement. There would be, if I could help it, no more battlefield scrambles. My hunger for exact information on one occasion interfered with my lunch. On the day Sorido Drome was captured, the Japanese had not been able to complete that field before our invasion. I went there with the visitor, General Sverdrup, to determine the amount of construction necessary to put it in working order. Sverdrup, a veritable Samson of a man, was engineer operations officer at GHQ. Everything seemed quiet and peaceable in the Sorido area. At noon, we pulled our jeeps to the side of the trail, and Sergeants Dombrowski and Ventura produced some K rations. Sverdrup and I had hardly got our teeth into the food when trouble developed. Directly beneath us, in a shoreside cave, Japanese were discovered. Our troops tossed in hand grenades. The Japanese fielded them neatly and tossed them outside again, where they detonated. Dan Edwards, once my aide and now a G3 officer, was disgusted with this perilous game of catch and suggested that he drop down in the cave and clear it out. I vetoed this suggestion at once. He had enough scars from Buna. Actually, the small crisis was handled efficiently. First, a phosphorus smoke grenade was lobbed into the cave, and then the inevitable TNT. We finished our lunch in quiet. On another and more grave occasion, my hunger for the information might well have cost Clovis Byers his life. Troops of the 163rd were up against it trying to capture an important enemy position which they call Lone Tree Hill. These men from Montana and Idaho had attempted repeatedly to take and hold the butte. I sent General Byers forward to get a first-hand picture of the situation. Troops at the 163rd Outpost were notified by telephone that he was coming by jeep, and all of us assume, in the light of later events, that Japanese wiretappers heard the message. Even at the time, Colonel Maroney, regimental commander, was uneasy. He had made the phone call forward in code, but he had a feeling someone had listened in. At the last moment, he insisted Byers and his party shift for their own protection from a jeep to a weapons carrier. Byers proceeded to the forward command post with only one incident. The weapons carrier became mired in a low spot between two small hills. Wheels reversed, spun up a shower of mud, and on a second fast try at the mud hole, wallowed through without too much difficulty. Byers arrived at the CP with no knowledge there was tragedy immediately behind him. It was near the mud hole that the Japanese lay in ambush. They were not looking for a weapons carrier. They let it pass. They were looking for a jeep in which they supposed General Byers, Colonel McCrate, and Colonel Collins would be passengers. Not too long after, a jeep did come along. The soldiers in it were signalmen going forward to fix wires. The Japanese blasted with all they had. 2 men in the jeep were killed outright. 3 others were badly wounded, and the Japs immediately ran forward, bayoneted them, and left them for dead. Captain Russell Stroop, a chaplain, who is now a Presbyterian pastor at Lynchburg, Virginia, was the first to discover the bloody results of the ambush. He had been at the front and was on his way to the rear with the bodies of 3 American soldiers. He had a truck and 3 guards. As Strout came over the brow of a hill, he saw the wrecked jeep, and he saw one wounded man, the only survivor, raise himself from the ground and heard him shout, "Get the hell out of here!" The wounded man pointed. "The Japs are over there, 12 of them. Get going or they will kill you." The truck stopped. While the 3 guards covered him, the unarmed chaplain dashed forward to bring in the wounded man. The wounded man protested. "Don't mind me," he said. "I'm done for. Save yourselves." The American soldier was Private Earl E. Cooker. Captain Stroop hurried him back to the base hospital, but he died soon after reaching there. I know of no greater bravery and self-sacrifice than his. Alone, in danger and in pain, he had demanded that his comrades save themselves rather than save him. The Japanese had not fired on the chaplain, but they were there all right. A combat patrol was summoned. At the ambush point, the patrol fought it out with the enemy and killed 8 of them. The rest fled. After this fortuitous escape, Byers went on to the front. As a result of his report on the combat situation, we drew back our troops and put 2 days of artillery fire and air attack on Lone Tree Hill. In the beginning, the hill had been dense jungle. When the artillery and air finished, it was almost a desert. The Japanese, of course, had retreated into their caves, where the actual fire could not touch them. But in the end, we found them to be so shocked by the ordeal that they ambled around like sleepwalkers, and with a very few casualties, the 163rd was able to take the long-denied promontory. I have no desire to engage myself in controversies with other sections of the armed services. In my various campaigns, I found myself deeply in debt to the Navy, to the Air Forces, to the Marine Corps. But just occasionally, it seems fair to put in a modest plug for the Army. It is difficult for me to believe that the terrain in any other Pacific island was tougher than that of Biak. Of course, I can't know, but I have a sneaking suspicion that our casualties at Biak were kept at a reasonable minimum because we were willing to shoot away tons of ammunition, undoubtedly at a great cost to the American taxpayer, when a direct attack promised punishing casualties. It was plain that Biak could not belong to us before we had captured the caves. The first riddle, no one had solved it before First Corps arrived, was to find the main caves. Where were they? Where were the entrances and exits? Aerial photographs were of no help in locating them. Our maps told us nothing. Colonel Bill Bowen, my operations officer, and his assistants risked their lives on tours of exploration and discovery. For several days, in unarmed Cub planes, they flew repeatedly over the Japanese positions at low altitudes until they sighted and charted the entrances to the enemy's unbelievable underworld. There were the East Caves, directly above Mokmer village, and there were the caves farther down the coast at the Ibdi pocket. Both were full of truths, as a New Guinea Fuzzy Wuzzy's unwashed head is full of nits. Most important of all, however, were the West Caves. We referred to these as the Sump. Although we did not know it then, Colonel Kuzumi had his headquarters there. It was the arterial center, the heart of the Japanese defenses. As long as the Sump was occupied, the airstrips were neutralized. The enemy was adequately prepared for a siege. The Japanese had plenty of supplies, plenty of ammunition. While our soldiers thirsted, their soldiers filled their canteens at underground brooks. In the adjoining chambers at the Sump, there were electric lights provided by gasoline generators. There were wooden floors as insurance against the damp, and deep in the ground there were wooden houses for the comfort of the officer echelon. Ladders and passageways connected the chambers, and troops could be sent in many directions to meet attacks. There were several frontal entrances to the West Caves. There was also the main Sump itself. This was a pothole about 80 feet deep and 100 feet across. Once it had been a cave, but the roof of earth had worn away and the great hole was open to daylight. Down at the bottom were the caverns which led off to the underground maze. There was another pothole in the immediate region which fascinated me. It was at least 100 feet deep and so narrow that it had the appearance of a deep well. But a seed had fallen there and taken the principle of growth seriously. From the seed a tree had risen straight toward the sky, and leafy branches now rustled at least 20 feet above the mouth of the well. The subjugation of the caves presented a problem new to all the commanding officers. It required improvisation, experiment, and trial-and-error tactics. On the Ibdi Caves, for instance, we tried skip bombing by B-25s. Colonel Dick Ellis's gallant 3rd Attack Group carried out the mission. I'm told that one bomb found its way up a 45-degree entrance to a cavern and served its appointed purpose. We used P-40s and A-20s to bomb and strafe the Mokmer Caves. But at the Sump, it was a matter of hard, brutal fighting and persistence which won the engagement. When the Japanese abandoned the airfields, they still kept their troops in the ridge pillboxes which surrounded the Sump, and these pillboxes had to be reduced one by one. Eventually, tank fire and mortar fire and grenades drove the Japanese out of the ridges and completely underground. Back up in the far hills, Japanese reinforcements tried to get through from Coram Bay and were repulsed 3 times. Flamethrowers were now used against the Sump, but with only limited success. They could not penetrate far enough in the long, winding caverns to be effective. Also, striking internal walls, they often flashed back with resultant American casualties. We industriously searched out crevices and cracks which led underground and poured hundreds of barrels of gasoline in them. The gasoline was ignited. Eventually, a series of dull explosions were heard. The burning gasoline had met up with the enemy's ammunition stores. The next day, infantry captured the lip of the main Sump. Under the protection of machine gun fire and tank gun fire, engineers lowered an 850-pound charge of TNT into a cave entrance by means of a winch. The charge was exploded electrically. Unknown to us, Colonel Kuzumi had conceded defeat in the early morning hours of June 22nd. He assembled his officers around him and ordered all able-bodied soldiers to leave the caves and launch a final counterattack. He distributed hand grenades to the wounded so that they might destroy themselves. In an impressive ceremonial, he burned all documents and the regimental flag. Then in the samurai tradition, he knelt and disemboweled himself with his own warrior's sword. Just at daybreak, some of the survivors issued from the cave and launched a banzai attack. They met up with a rear unit of the 186th Infantry. None of the Americans panicked. There were only 12 soldiers on guard at the spot, but they stood firm and fought as the screaming Japanese swept frenziedly down the trail. Machine guns, rifles, and grenades were used calmly and effectively. How effectively, the statistics make very clear. Morning light disclosed that 109 enemy soldiers had been killed. We lost one man. A Japanese leaped into his foxhole and exploded a grenade which killed them both. It was in the early morning light that I came forward. I had with me in my jeep a visiting observer, Colonel Sam Sturgis, engineer officer of the 6th Army. We passed over the ridge guarding Mokmer Drome and drove along the accustomed trail toward the rear battalion of the 186th Infantry. Abruptly, we found our road blocked. There were dead Japanese everywhere. When I say the road was blocked, I mean it. When I stepped out, the Guardian troops were still at their guns. Then I heard the whole story. 11 enemy officers had been killed by a sergeant with a .50 caliber machine gun. A dead Japanese still lay over the muzzle. In the final close-quarters struggle, a red-headed private had killed another onrushing Jap with the butt of his rifle. Something explodes inside of me and pleasantly when I meet up with gallant men. The job of these men was to protect the tent headquarters of their commander, Colonel Newman, and they had done so. So I said I would decorate them before the end of the day, and I did. 2 men would get the Silver Star, and the others the Bronze Star. I hadn't seen the fight, and I suggested they decide among themselves who had honestly earned the Silver Stars. They were startled by my proposal, but it didn't take them long to make up their minds. The sergeant and his red-headed partner got the Silver Stars. There cannot be much democracy in an army, but in this case the troops there, and not the rear echelon, decided where the ribbons should go. The banzai attack, perhaps I should add here, has always struck me as a military insanity. It is true, it sometimes worked against green and undisciplined troops. Coming home from Japan in 1948, I met on an army transport a captain who had served in the Philippines. He described a screaming, yelling banzai attack somewhere in southwest Luzon. He said that his whole company had taken off and that he too had been tempted to flee. He hadn't. When the Japanese charge had run its course and the attackers had been killed, it turned out there were just 8 of them and only 2 were armed. I never saw a banzai in all my Pacific experience, but I know it was never effective against well-trained and well-disciplined troops. Certainly, unless I am misinformed, there was no successful banzai attack against any of the forces under my command. However, it is important to say that the banzai attack may have had a mystical significance to the Japanese soldier himself. I am told it represented the supreme sacrifice of men who preferred to die fighting rather than to surrender or to hide themselves. But the banzai, militarily speaking, is a bust. It is noisy, self-destruction, and from the American point of view, just a waste of courageous fighting men. We didn't enter the sump caves for several days and continued to belabor them with explosives. But we knew we had won the fight there. When we did enter the caves on June 27th, the stench of the dead was insupportable. Bullets, grenades, gasoline, TNT, each had done its work. It was hopeless in that almost unimaginable purgatory even to attempt an accurate count of bodies. They littered almost every square foot of ground. There were a few of the living still in the far recesses. This is no place to examine the unfathomable mysteries of Japanese tactics. The near invulnerability of the cave positions at Biak made our task most difficult and disagreeable. but the decision of Kuzumi to stick to a set plan of battle made our victory inevitable. After the task force struck through inland to Mokmer Dome, the Ibdi and Mokmer Cays were isolated and had only nuisance value. Kuzumi, instead of summoning the troops out of the pockets and opposing us with a strong united force, permitted us to reduce their positions piecemeal. I, of course, am glad he was of that mind. Our mission accomplished, my orders now called for return of First Corps staff to Hollandia on June 28th. Reports of that date show approximately 2,800 Japanese killed in action and 13 taken prisoner. Only one prisoner was a combat soldier. Not all Ks had been reduced when I took my departure, and there were still many Japanese in the north of the island, but the victory had been won. There was little more organized resistance. No one who fought the Battle of the Cays, I suspect, will ever forget the taste of the melted coral water, or the suspicion that melted Japanese were in the streams tapped for our canteens. I remember on my own going all the way out to a Dutch merchant vessel and climbing a rope ladder to beg a drink of San Francisco water from the ship's tanks. I got the drink of water, but I couldn't talk the skipper out of a 5-gallon can of it to take ashore. The water contamination at Biak was real. I suppose our chlorine tablets add chlorine to the melted coral taste and you have something almost unpotable, saved us from sickness. The American authorities later removed the whole native population and returned them only when Army engineers, after exhaustive tests, took oath that Biak's shallow water table was once more free of pollution. Chapter 12. The New Eighth Army. Shortly before our departure from Biak, General Spencer Atkin, Chief Signal Officer, GHQ, paid us an inspection visit. At dinner he passed on the news that the advance elements of a new army had arrived in the South Pacific, the Eighth Army. I said, "Who is to command it?" I had not heard from the Allied commander since the Hollandia invasion. Atkin smiled and said, "Don't you know?" After dinner, Atkin told me that radiograms had been going back and forth between Australia and the United States, and that General MacArthur had chosen me for the job. It was some weeks, however, before the information was officially confirmed. On Thursday, June 29th, I took off from Mokmer Dome to Hollandia, accompanied by Byers and Brigadier General Horace Harding, artillery officer for First Corps. Our pilot was Brigadier General David W. Hutchinson of the 308th Bomb Wing, who was known as Photo Hutch, to distinguish him from Fighter Hutch. To make things more confusing in the Pacific, there was also an Engineer Hutch, General Hutchings. We were all exhilarated by the quickness of the victory at Biak and happy to be returning to Hollandia so soon. It was a pleasant trip until we ran into a storm off Tanamara Bay, which tossed the little Beechcraft C-45 around as if it were a feather. But we landed at Cyclops Dome without difficulty. After a light lunch at First Corps headquarters, I learned that General Kruger was returning by air from a visit to Wakday. There was a boat landing near the airfields at Nifar village. I decided to take my 38-foot cabin cruiser and meet the 6th Army commander there. Naturally, I was full of the Biak story and anxious to make an informal verbal report. Perhaps, being all too human, I expected some words of commendation on the successful termination of the mission he had given me. General Kruger was at Nifar. When I got off the boat and saluted him, he said only, "I didn't know you were back." During the half-hour cruise down Lake Sentani to my headquarters, I sat beside my superior officer. During all that time, he addressed only one remark to me. As we passed a native canoe which had been rigged with a picturesque sail, General Kruger asked me what it was. I said the sail was made of palm fronds which had been raised to catch the wind. There was a jeep waiting for General Kruger when we reached the First Corps dock. As he left the boat, he turned and said, "Congratulations on the fine work you did. A moment later, he went into a tirade against General Fuller, who had asked to be relieved at Biak despite my own earnest endeavors to persuade him to change his mind. Then Kruger inquired if I would recommend Jens Doe to succeed Fuller as commander of the 41st Division. Both Fuller and I previously suggested the tough-fighting Doe for some division command. I said that I would recommend Doe for command of the 41st Division without any qualifications whatever. I invited General Kruger to come up to my house. He said that he did not have the time. As he got into his jeep, I said, "Whenever you want to talk to me, I will be glad to come down to your headquarters and report on the Biak operation." "I shall be too busy to talk to you," General Kruger said, and departed in a cloud of dust. The Army teaches men to be philosophical. I took General Kruger at his word and stayed away. But I was puzzled and confused. The next day, I got a little light on the situation. Brigadier General Bob Shue, acting Chief of Staff of 8th Army, came to see me. He and several other officers of the advance echelon had flown to Hollandia by way of Brisbane. In Brisbane, General MacArthur told Shue, as Akin had told me, that I was to command the new army. I asked Shue whether he had passed this news on to General Kruger, and he said that he had. Now, for the first time, I began to understand the strange and silent trip across the lake. The curtness of my reception after a desperate but successful battle assignment. I did not learn the whole story, however, until several months later when General MacArthur informed me that Kruger, as head of the 6th Army, had steadfastly opposed the creation of another Army headquarters in the Pacific. He made no objection, General MacArthur reported, to the selection of me as commander of the 8th Army. It was the 8th Army itself to which he objected. My own position, of course, was just that of the man in the middle. Perhaps the lay reader should be warned that when military men speak about 1st Army or 3rd Army in Europe, or 6th Army or 8th Army in the Pacific, they are not necessarily referring to the troops who fight the battles. They may be referring to the organizational setup. An army in war is like a big corporation in the world of business. An army has its planning staff, its administrative staff, its bookkeeping staff, its legal department, its police officers, its signalmen, its engineers, even its chaplains. All are trained for the job. All are members of the Army headquarters. Bob Shue told me that 8th Army headquarters was already on the water headed for Hollandia. It then consisted of 500 officers and 1,200 enlisted men, and it was coming to me, ready-made and intact, all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. There commanded in turn by Generals Ben Lear and Lloyd Friedendahl. It had been called 2nd Army and had functioned as a unit for several years. The main elements of the headquarters were at that moment aboard the big Army transport General Pope, which was scheduled to dock at Hollandia in about 3 weeks' time. It was plain that preparations must be made to house these troops. Eventually, General Kruger and I discussed the matter, and he agreed to let me go ahead with a construction job, despite the fact that my command had not been confirmed. The Philippines command was in the offing, and I knew that 1st Corps was scheduled to make the landing at Sarangani Bay in southern Mindanao. Indeed, my staff was already doing its planning. That meant the Corps' stay at Hollandia would be brief. I found a new location for my longtime companions and then worked on the enlargement of our old 1st Corps camp to make it suitable for an Army staff and attached troops. The beauty of that campsite will never grow dim in my memory. We were on the shore at the east end of Lake Sentani. Above us and to our right rose the towering Cyclops Mountains, 7,000 feet high and splendid at dawn and at sunset. The calm blue water of Lake Sentani was our lovely front yard. I have never been accused of being a poet, but there were clear blue mornings when I felt like one. For generations, long before the Dutch or the Japanese or the Americans came, tribal life in that section had centered around the lake. It provided fish for food and peaceful water for travel. Lake Sentani was only 20 miles long, but who wanted to go farther? On the thin peninsulas which pushed into the water, there were native villages with houses on stilts. And when the sun came up, the mirror-like lake was busy with long native canoes propelled by paddles stroked in unison. Many of the tribesmen were working for us on construction jobs, and they took off from our dock like idyllic commuters when the day was done. The prevailing wind was from east to west, and none of the great fleet of native canoes would lift palm frond sails to puff them home. Then the sun would go down swiftly over Lake Sentani, with one sail still caught in the last ember of its fire. The natives liked the new Times Square activity on the lake. They had seen Japanese landing craft, but they chattered excitedly over the sleek cabin cruisers which we transported overland from the harbor by 8-wheel Air Corps trailers. I wonder what they think about now. Life must be more dull. In those days, cabin cruisers cut through the waves, seaplanes dipped down from the clouds, and landed smoothly on the water, and each day had a new surprise. The 24th Division was still setting roadblocks in the jungle and capturing straggling Japanese troops from the southwest who tried to bypass the area. Occasionally the natives themselves would entrap some poor, starving devil in their taro patches, truss him up like a chicken, and transport him by canoe to our prison compounds. The first reaction of the experts after the invasion had been that Hollandia was nothing but a mudhole, and impracticable as a base. Our quick engineering job, both in making of airfields and the making of roads, changed their minds. By midsummer, the Hollandia area was full of troops and full of Army, Air, and Navy headquarters. During this period, I was a very busy man, but I did have the opportunity, particularly in the early days, to observe how poorly the infantry usually seems to fare in the matter of obtaining physical comforts when contrasted with other specialized services. The Air Forces and the Navy had transport over water. I am blaming no one. It is only natural for a service to look after its own. I merely comment on the contrast. After the infantrymen captured the airfields, they slogged on into the jungle and wilderness. My engineers rebuilt the strips, and the Air Force took possession. They arrived with their wire screens and their ice boxes. General Kenny, as early as Buna, had demanded and won permission to fly in fresh vegetables for his pilots and ground crews. Fresh vegetables were delivered to Air Force's personnel at Hollandia from Australia. Carrier planes known as Fat Cats brought in perishables from a civilized continent that was far behind us. In the vicinity of Hollandia town on Humboldt Bay, we had laid aside a section for the Navy. Seabees, a Navy engineering group, landed and constructed a beautiful village there and an excellent pattern of roads. Modified Quonset houses were thrown together, and when the electric refrigerators were installed and the time was right, the senior admiral ashore took tenantry. But what about the infantry? Because of the original necessity for speed, a necessity which has always seemed odd to me, since there was a year for the planning. The decision was made before embarking on the Hollandia invasion to leave barracks bags behind. They were to be brought up by what is described politely in wartime lingo as ships of the rear echelon. Those are the ships you hope will get there soon. The barracks bags did not arrive forward for 6 weeks. As a result, for his first 6 weeks at Hollandia, the infantryman was forced to live in his jungle uniform and to get along with a single pair of shoes in which he had landed. Food was sea ration. The GIs did not complain about that, but the swamp rotted their shoes, and there were no shoe replacements. Everyone concerned with the Hollandia operation prospered except the combat troops who had made the quick victory possible. Air Force's personnel were ferried to Australia for rehabilitation, but we couldn't spare the infantrymen. It was never convenient for them to have a leave of absence. Anyway, there was no place for them to go. The transport General Pope, which carried my headquarters staff, poked its nose into Humboldt Bay late in the month of August. Thanks to the feverish activities of Colonel Dave Doon and others, there were roofs to shelter the personnel. Some people had given me the credit for this quick construction. Actually, the credit belongs to Dunn, engineer officer of 8th Army, and his efficient chum, Colonel John R. Jannerone, and to the strong-backed boys who lifted the stringers. It is true that I rallied around every day to praise or decry, but they did the job, and inventively. When something was short in supply, they managed with makeshift. It turned out, makeshift or not, to be an excellent camp. Finally came the morning when I assembled the headquarters troops for the first time. I think I burdened them with the speech, but it was well meant. Actually, they impressed me more than my oratory could have impressed them. In civil life, or the army, I have never seen a finer group of men, and I knew, for a certainty, that we were going places. This seems a proper time to call the roll. Colonel A.E. Shanzi was G1, Colonel G.A.A. Jones, G2, and Colonel H.C. Burgess, G4. After a spirited wrestle with GHQ, I brought with me from my previous command General Byers as Chief of Staff and Colonel Bowen as G3. They were to be promoted respectively to Major General and Brigadier General somewhat later. When the first-hand experience in jungle fighting of Byers and Bowen, and I had been there too, augmented the know-how of the expertly trained technicians from Memphis, I felt that 8th Army was well heeled. I never changed my mind. I have not mentioned one of the strongest members of the team, Colonel Arthur Thayer. Arthur Thayer was Assistant Chief of Staff and a man of invaluable talent and energy. I know that Clovis Byers joins me in this encomium. From Hollandia to Yokohama, we profited by Arthur Thayer's sound and sensible advice. During July and August, the American advance continued along the coast of eastern New Guinea in preparation for the Philippines campaign. On July 2nd, the 158th RCT under General McNider landed on the island of Nomfur, not too far from Biak in Gilvink Bay, and was reinforced by the 503rd Parachute Regiment. Possession of the airfield at Nomfur gave needed breadth and depth to air deployment, permitting further penetration and dislocation of enemy supply lines. Later, the 6th Division, under Major General Franklin C. Siebert, son of the General Siebert I had known earlier in Panama, made several landings on Vogelkop, the peninsula at the far eastern extremity of New Guinea. These landings were at Cape Opamarai, Amsterdam, Middelburg Island, and Sansapor. The latter became division headquarters, and my good friend General Ed Patrick, who had been General Siebert's Chief of Staff, succeeded to command of the 6th when Siebert was given a corps. I visited Ed Patrick at Sansapor on several inspection trips. I remember one occasion when he showed me the scene of his narrow escape from death. He was asleep on a cot in the far end of a native hut when a Jap bomb landed. Roof, walls, scant furniture, everything but the cot on which he slept was fragment-pierced. He escaped injury. But on another day, gallant Ed Patrick was not so lucky. He was killed in action by a machine gun burst in northern Luzon some months later. In July, the Americans down at Aitape came in for rough handling. I have described the comparatively easy capture of the air dome there in April. Subsequently, the 32nd Division, under Bill Gill, moved inland. The purpose of the move was to prevent Japanese troops under General Adachi from making their way out of the now isolated stronghold at Wewak and bypassing Aitape from the landward side. The 32nd beachhead extended inland to the Torricelli Mountains. The main line of resistance, however, was established along a natural barrier made by the Dineo River, 17 miles from Iitape. Idachi probed cautiously, seeking a way to get around the Americans, and found none. So on July 10th, he threw the Japanese 18th Army against a narrow segment of the 32nd's lines and forced a crossing of the river. It was a breakthrough. What had been a campaign of uneventful patrolling now turned into a full-scale battle. Before it was finished, the 127th and 128th Infantry of the 32nd, the 112th Cavalry RCT, and the 124th Infantry of the 31st Division, and the elements of the 169th Infantry of the 43rd Division were engaged. General Gill pulled his men back 2 miles, reorganized, launched a counterattack. The Americans pocketed 3 Japanese regiments and reached the west bank of the river. For 3 weeks, Adachi sent battalion after battalion across the shallow Dineo in an effort to rescue his pocketed forces, but never again managed, in the face of torrents of machine gun fire, to establish himself on the other side. Meantime, the Americans methodically destroyed the 3 regiments of Japanese which had been cut off. I visited this battlefield when Iitape came under 8th Army command, and General Gill told me the whole story. The 11th Corps directed operations, but Gill was the field commander. After Adachi had been repulsed in frontal assault, he attempted an end run into the Torricelli Mountains. Gill's force at the right end of the Dineo line held the position against Adachi's last assault, which took place at a point called Afua. Meanwhile, Gill sent a force across the Dineo which circled into the rear of the attackers. Cub planes, the same Cub planes which have been so valuable to the 32nd at Buna and Sanananda, directed the movement of this force by flying directly over troops. 9 days were necessary to move 10 miles in the dense jungle, but the Japs failed to break through at Afua and began to retreat. They found 4 battalions of the encircling force directly across their path. Few of the Japanese survived. Those who did, pursued by artillery fire, retreated toward Biak. 7 of Adachi's 9 regiments were cut to pieces. There are reports that Adachi lost 9,300 men, but these reports of enemy casualties probably are exaggerated. Anyway, it was a famous, if insufficiently reported, battle, and it was a tough and unexpected campaign. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if 6th Army had been content at Iitape with the coastline and the airfields and had not gone inland to seek out the enemy. Would the Japanese have attacked at Hollandia? Would they have reached Toim Sarmi? Or would they, hopeless, disciplined wretches, simply have starved to death along those uncharted back trails in mountains and jungles? Originally, there had been 18,000 Japanese in the Volga-Kab Peninsula alone. Because of the magnificent efforts of our Navy and Air Forces, their sources of supply had been cut off. With Sanzapur captured, even the menace of Japanese air almost disappeared from the New Guinea area. General Marshall, in his official report, has written, "In a little over 12 months, American forces in the Southwest Pacific, with the assistance of Australian forces, had pushed 1,300 miles closer to the heart of the Japanese Empire, cutting off more than 135,000 enemy troops beyond hope of rescue. The operations had been performed under adverse weather conditions and over formidable terrain, which lacked roads in almost every area occupied, and made troop movements and supply extraordinarily difficult. Malaria was a serious hazard, but with suppressive treatment and rigid mosquito control, it was no longer a serious limitation to tactical operations." In late August, I was formally relieved as commander of 1st Corps, and was succeeded by Major General Innes P. Swift. There was a real emotional wrench when I went to Corps headquarters and bade goodbye to the officers. who had been with me so long and who had served so efficiently and so well. I was leaving old and loyal friends. We had been through a lot together. The clans were gathering at Hollandia, a sure sign always that a major campaign is ahead. Army engineers constructed a fine headquarters in scenic country for General MacArthur's staff, and one by one the high-ranking officers of GHQ began to arrive by air from Brisbane to take up residence. The Hollandia airfields were now like Grand Central Station, and my camp was an intermediate stop on the way to the coast camps on Humboldt Bay. Generals, civilian dignitaries, and correspondents moved through like letters in a mail drop. Most of them stopped for a chat or a conference. General William F. Marquardt came, and General Pat Casey of the Engineers, and Dick Sutherland and Steve Chamberlain and Jack Sverdrup. In retrospect, the two biggest men I knew in the Army, Sverdrup and Colonel Roger Egbert, seemed to me like Viking twins. Egbert was a Cleveland doctor. Like Sverdrup, he was a man of inexhaustible energy. He chose to walk over the mountains to Buna in the early days. I do not believe Egbert ever understood the smaller vitality of lesser men. He arrived at Buna in good temper and presented me with a Japanese knife he had taken in hand-to-hand combat. He put no store by the knife. His adversary in the struggle had been, by his standards, too puny. I carried the knife for many months. The 7th Fleet under Admiral Kinkaid, the fleet assigned to General MacArthur, had once been the orphan of the Pacific, but the number of fighting ships steadily swelled in Humboldt Bay. Ground forces, air forces, and navy now had the pleasant experience of feeling their own fat. After 2 years, it was a pleasant experience not to feel their own lean. The 8th Army was officially born, September 9th, 1944, and outgrew swaddling clothes with great rapidity. It was to have an adventurous life, if not a merry one. 4 months elapsed before major amphibious operations were undertaken, but the 8th almost immediately assumed command of 200,000 troops dispersed between Morotai Island and Australia and began preparing itself for the big show. The big show was the Philippines campaign, and ultimately the occupation of Japan. Chapter 13. Leyte Campaign. Few non-military people know the invasion of the Philippines almost didn't happen. In July of 1944, a message from General Marshall in Washington summoned General MacArthur to a conference at Pearl Harbor. When the latter inquired about the identity of the conferees and their purpose, he was told that no further information was available. Not until he arrived in Hawaii did he know the reason for his mysterious mission. President Roosevelt was there, and so were many high-ranking naval officers. It seemed evident to General MacArthur as the conference proceeded that the president had been won over irrevocably to a strategical plan which would bypass the Philippines. The Navy wanted to leapfrog the islands, attack Formosa, and seek air bases on the Chinese mainland for the final drive on Tokyo. Admiral King had already departed, but Admiral Nimitz presented his case. Now the president called on General MacArthur for comment. Because of his ignorance of the purpose of the conference, the Southwest Pacific commander had brought no documentation with him, but he bespoke the military argument for the Philippines with eloquence. Then, in a 10-minute private interview with the president, he presented another argument. The United States had moral commitments which should be carried out. Was Mr. Roosevelt, he asked, willing to accept responsibility for breaking a solemn promise to 18 million Christian Filipinos that the Americans would return? The interview over, General MacArthur bowed and started to leave. He felt sure his was a lost cause. The president stirred. "Wait a minute, Douglas," he said. "Come back here." And the Philippines invasion was on again. The President's decision was one of paramount importance, both to the war and men fighting it. I am convinced, with, to be sure, the advantage of hindsight, that landings on Formosa and the Chinese mainland, without the clearing of the Philippines and Borneo, would have been almost disastrously costly. Japanese planes would have attacked both from China and the scores of nearby airfields and made our positions untenable. Before the invasion of Leyte and after, Army and Navy planes indefatigably, day after day, week after week, plastered the Japanese air bases in the Philippines. Yet, as late as the American landing on the island of Mindoro, almost 2 months after the original invasion, Jap air was still strong enough to keep Mindoro Harbor clear of our shipping. If the enemy could do that, with our Army planes already cozily based on Leyte, it gives any reasoning man a shudder to envision what might have happened at Formosa with the sinister network of Japanese airfields and bases intact. There was still another reason for capture of the Philippines. If we were to undertake an armed invasion of Japan, and all planning necessarily in 1944 looked forward to that objective, we needed the deep water harbors, the great bases, and the excellent training areas available in those islands, which in the main had a friendly and loyal population. We had no knowledge of the atomic bomb. Indeed, it was not until almost a year later that the first atomic bomb was exploded experimentally in New Mexico. Up until then, even the scientists weren't sure it would work. I have heard the story of the Pearl Harbor Conference from several persons who were present, including General MacArthur himself. He told me about his experience when he visited Hollandia on his way aboard a cruiser to observe the landing at Morotai, the northernmost of the island stepping stones deemed strategically essential to the Philippines operation. Morotai was taken without much difficulty. Now preparations went into high gear. At that time, as many people know, we had the firm intention of striking in force at Mindanao, the southernmost island of the Philippines. It was the nearest point of contact and the second largest island of the group. Sarangani Bay had shelter for all except the largest of warships, and there were guerrillas there who professed to have knowledge of Japanese strength and who promised they would push against Japanese garrisons from the rear. Circumstances altered the plan. On September 9th and 10th, Admiral Mitscher's carrier planes hit Sarangani Bay and reported that the 5th Air Force had already so flattened enemy installations that only a few Jap planes rose to intercept. Then Admiral Halsey's carrier planes struck the central Philippines from a position within sight of the mountains of Samar. They flew 1,200 sorties on one day and 1,200 sorties on the next. Opposition was so weak that Admiral Halsey took a bold step. It was a courageous decision, because it threw a monkey wrench in the long-time planning of both Army and Navy. Halsey recommended that the central Philippines be attacked as soon as possible. The Mindanao invasion had been planned for November 15th. Halsey, in his message to Admiral Nimitz, his superior, suggested that General MacArthur hit Leyte, the mid-rib of the Philippines, well ahead of that date. It just happened that the Joint Chiefs of Staff were meeting at Quebec to consider principally European matters. Here is General Marshall's report on the Halsey recommendation. The Joint Chiefs of Staff received a copy of communication from Admiral Halsey to Admiral Nimitz on 13 September. He recommended that 3 projected intermediate operations against Yap, Mindanao, and Talaud and Sangihe Islands to the southward be canceled, and that our forces attack Leyte and the central Philippines as soon as possible. The same day, Admiral Nimitz offered to place Vice Admiral Theodore S. Wilkinson and the 3rd Amphibious Force, which included the 24th Army Corps, then loading in Hawaii for the Yap operation, at General MacArthur's disposal for an attack on Leyte. General MacArthur's views were requested, and 2 days later, he advised us that he was already prepared to land on Leyte 20th October instead of 20 December. as previously intended. It was a remarkable administrative achievement. The message from MacArthur arrived at Quebec at night, and Admiral Lee, Admiral King, General Arnold, and I were being entertained at a formal dinner by Canadian officers. It was read by appropriate staff officers who suggested an immediate affirmative answer. The message, with their recommendations, was rushed to us, and we left the table for a conference. Having the utmost confidence in General MacArthur, Admiral Nimitz, and Admiral Halsey, it was not a difficult decision to make. Within 90 minutes after the signal had been received in Quebec, General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz had received their instructions to execute the Leyte operation on the target date 20 October, abandoning the 3 previously approved intermediary landings. General MacArthur's acknowledgment of his new instructions reached me while en route from the dinner to my quarters in Quebec. Both Army and Navy did themselves proud in quick preparations for the new enterprise. On October 19, an immense armada approached Leyte. In the covering naval forces were the battleships California, Mississippi, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and West Virginia, with a screen of cruisers and destroyers. There were 2 assault forces, Admiral Wilkinson's and Admiral Barby's. The land forces were under the 6th Army, and 2 divisions of Siebert's 10th Corps were the first to hit the Leyte beaches. The 24th Division, which had done such an excellent job at Tanamara Bay, and 1st Cavalry, which had made the best of a difficult situation in the Admiralties. In support, they had 53 assault transports, 54 assault cargo ships, 151 landing ships, tanks, 72 landing craft, infantry, 16 rocket ships, and 400 other amphibious craft. Air cover was furnished by 18 Navy escort carriers. A day or so later, John R. Hodges' 24th Corps, ship from the Central Pacific, landed just above Dulag. This consisted then of the 7th Division under Major General A.V. Arnold and the 96th Division under Major General James L. Bradley. After meeting moderate resistance on the coast, the American troops proceeded inland. Leyte was to be a long and stubborn campaign, but after a few days the progress of the ground forces became less important from a world viewpoint than events upon the sea. The climatic naval engagement began. It was the Battle of Leyte Gulf, one of the decisive battles of the war. A single Japanese search plane had sighted the great American amphibious force and reported its presence to Admiral Kurita's Singapore fleet. Approximately 60% of Japan's naval units were under Kurita's command. For a period of many months, our Navy had endeavored to entice Kurita into combat. He would not be enticed. With great good sense, he had harbored his carriers and battle wagons. But now the warlords in Japan made their decision to commit the fleet in a final gamble to prevent America's return to the Philippines. I shall not repeat here the story of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Admiral King described it in his official report, and Admiral Halsey, who was in command, has given a detailed report of that complex engagement in his own book. The Americans gambled also, and at one time the progress of a section of the Japanese fleet through the San Bernardino Strait threatened the whole security of the Leyte landing forces. But in the end it was a glorious victory. By October 26, it was evident that 3rd and 7th Fleets had virtually eliminated Japan as a sea power. Field Marshal Count Saichi Terauchi, with headquarters in Manila, was Japanese commander of most of the conquered areas: New Guinea, the Netherlands, Indies, Borneo, Thailand, and French Indochina. And for a considerable time he had watched his empire shrink. He had no intention of giving up the Philippines. Terauchi, a jingoist, had been Minister of War, and he had commanded the forces which in 1937 assailed China. In 1943 he assumed command of all southern armies, with headquarters in Singapore, and a few months later transferred his headquarters to the pleasant environs of Manila. At one time, Terauchi commanded 17 Japanese armies and more than 900,000 men. The naval defeat added greatly to Terauchi's difficulties in transporting troops from one island to another. It did not reduce his stubbornness and determination. He intended to fight, and he decided he would do a lot of his fighting in the rice paddies and mountains of Leyte. He would leave Lieutenant General Shigenori Komoda and put General Tomoyuki Yamashita in charge. This was the same Yamashita who had conquered Singapore and who had taken over the Philippines early in the war when General Homa could not capture Bataan. For his victories, Yamashita had been given the 1st Area Army in Manchuria, one of the most important Japanese field commands. When Yamashita took over from Kuroda, he sent this message to General Makina, head of the Japanese 16th Division on Leyte. The army has received the following order from His Majesty the Emperor. Enemy ground forces will be destroyed. The American 24th Corps captured Dagami and Barawan in the center of the island. 10th Corps moved across the narrow San Juanico Strait to take the south coast of the adjoining island of Samar, and after a brief voyage by water, landed on the north coast of Leyte. Now the fighting became more difficult. The 32nd Division, the 11th Airborne, and the 77th Division came in to reinforce the troops already engaged in a bitter campaign. Despite the efforts of General Kenny's land-based fighters and Admiral